Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A boy stood in front of the portal as it was explained that suddenly gates to other worlds appeared all over the earth. There was lava on either side of the path as it was explained that these dungeons contained terrifying monsters and countless treasures. A young man stood in front of the monster as it was explained that people seeking new opportunities and dreams began to dive into these dungeons. The monster was cut in half. The dark-haired boy swung his weapon in front of him. He continued to look forward fearlessly as it was explained that it was not easy to get through the dungeons, but there was one adventurer who rushed through them at a stunning pace. At the top of the tower was a dragon. The protagonist looked forward with a smile and addressed Bahamut, adding that it was no wonder that it was difficult for those elite from America. The lizard looked forward and asked if there was really only one this time. A yellow sphere appeared in front of the dragon as he added that he would soon be able to destroy the gate, and that when that happened, he would break out of this suffocating place and turn the world into a sea of fire. Steven's cloak fluttered in the wind. The dark-haired guy opened his mouth and said that maybe he had enough monologues already, adding that he would quickly put it out now. The lizard began to spit flames. His mouth was closed when he called the protagonist crazy. Fire blazed everywhere. A blue barrier was in front of Steven. The dragon grinned ominously when he said that it seemed like he would be able to enjoy this battle. The lizard rushed forward. He opened his mouth wide and promised that he would make sure that not even ashes remained of the guy. The protagonist calmly looked ahead. The dragon froze in front of him, opening his mouth. The lizard was thrown back by the shock wave. Hitting the ledges, he flew into the distance. The dragon's body was lying on the ground as he asked how this was possible. Dark spheres appeared around the boy as the lizard told him not to look down on him. Steven looked away as he realized he was restricting his movements. A fire sphere appeared in front of the lizard as he exclaimed that this was the end. The dragon's mouth was wide open. The sphere was cut in half. A bright flash occurred in front of the dragon. It hovered in the air in front of the boy as he said that this was impossible. The protagonist was enveloped in blue energy. Steven stared ahead. The lizard approached the boy, calling him impudent. The dragon dealt a powerful blow to the ground. The protagonist appeared behind him, swinging. The lizard's neck bent from the blow, then he thought that this was absurd. The dragon was dealt a series of blows as he wondered if he, being a god, lost to a pathetic human. The protagonist looked down with disdain. A crater had formed in the ground. The body of a lizard lay in front of the boy, when it was told that at one time an inept adventurer had risen to the top of this world, and that his name was Steven. The dark-haired youth looked forward and said that it was time to go to the next dungeon, and after that it was explained that this was the story of how he regained his transcendental power. A portal appeared in front of the boy, when it was said that 20 years ago, gates leading to other worlds appeared and that they began to be called dungeons. A window with characteristics appeared when it was explained that at the same time, special powers, later called skills, awakened in some people, and that only 1% of the population had skills. The multi-story buildings were illuminated by the sun as it was explained that sometime after the incident, an organization was created for those who wanted to try their luck in the dungeons, which is currently called the Adventurers Guild. A hand reached into the sphere. A girl was sitting opposite the boy as it was explained that in Tokyo nowadays, one must definitely have skills if one wants to challenge the harsh dungeons. A window with Steven's characteristics appeared as it was explained that there was not a single person who would dare to become an adventurer without having some skills. There were people everywhere in the room. The girl opened her palm in front of her and asked if he really wanted to become an adventurer. The protagonist opened his mouth and answered in the affirmative, adding that everything was fine and that he was asking to be registered, thinking that perhaps he really was that crazy. Steven looked away when the girl was asked if she really thought she wanted to be an adventurer without any skills. Lucy smiled widely and said yes, adding that she couldn't wait to work together. The dark-haired boy looked away, thinking that he never imagined that there would be someone as crazy as him. Peter squeezed between them and asked about two incompetents becoming adventurers. The man pointed at himself and said that it would be suicide, then asked if he could personally demonstrate to the newbies how things worked. Sweat appeared on the girl's face when she said that in that case she would leave the two to him. The protagonist looked at the man when he explained that adventurers were divided into ranks from F to S, and that the so-called middle or C rank included many veterans. Peter stood in front of the boys as he said that in that case, he would be happy to fill them in since he was a C rank after all. Someone stepped forward. Lucy walked in front of Steven as she asked if it was true that he didn't have any skills either and why he decided to become an adventurer, adding that it might be weird for her to say that. The boy put a finger to his cheek and asked if it was true that they made a lot of money, explaining that even though he didn't have any skills, he also wanted to make his dream come true. He imagined a lot of treasure as he explained that when someone defeated monsters in the dungeon, magic stones and various items would drop out. A blue crystal appeared as the boy added that magic stones were quite valuable, and that even the lowest F-rank stone could be worth around 10,000 yen apiece. The boy stopped, bringing his legs together. He lowered his head and looked down, thinking that he had a reason why he simply had to earn a lot of money, no matter what. The young man in the helmet pointed to the side. There was a sign near the door. The protagonist walked in holding a bag. The red-eyed girl smiled when Steven explained that he lived with his 15-year-old sister. The protagonist looked ahead carefully, adding that their parents had disappeared, so now he was paying for her education. There was a chair in front of him when he explained that their life could not be called rich, but he was very happy. There was an empty hallway in front of the guy when he exclaimed that he had come home. The young man took a step forward and called his sister by name. He grabbed the door handle and asked if she was asleep. Steven's pupils narrowed in shock. Kate was lying on the floor in front of him when he said her name. A car with flashing lights appeared. The man with glasses said that his sister had awakened a skill that was devouring her own body, and that the disease was known as incompatible skill syndrome. The protagonist gritted his teeth when the doctor added that it was a rare type of disease, and that it was the first case of its kind in Japan, and that the only cure for the disease was a new drug created in the United States. The guy clenched his fists and replied that this couldn't be true, adding that their medical care was insanely expensive. In front of him sat a man with glasses, who said that the treatment would cost about 500 million yen. Steven looked away. Lucy smiled happily and exclaimed that it was true, and that adventurers were people who followed their dreams, and then asked if he really wanted something like that. The dark-haired guy looked down and answered in the affirmative. They stopped in front of the stairs. In the center of the hall was a portal. The guys were standing behind Peter. Oliver opened his mouth and asked if these were the newbies he had written about in their chat recently. The dark-haired man looked away and said he couldn't believe they were actually incompetent. Lucy smiled, looking forward as it was explained that many looked down on those who had failed to awaken their skills, calling them incompetent, and that it was so important to have skills. The protagonist looked at the girl. They were offered a hand and told that they were pleased to meet the incompetent. Ryan smiled, closing his eyes, and said that they could learn a lot from watching their elders work, watching their body movements. Lucy and Steven looked in the same direction. The girl shook the man's hand and said that she was pleased to meet him. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that it was a pleasure. The hole in the floor glowed as the boys were told to go into the dungeon right away, adding that the details would be explained to them on the way. The men headed towards the portal. Sweat appeared on Lucy's face as she asked them to wait. The dark-haired boy looked ahead carefully, thinking that he would have preferred that they explain everything in advance. Steven closed his eyes. He took a step towards the portal. The boy was shown in profile as he called himself incompetent. A system window appeared in front of him as he wondered what he was seeing in front of him then. A window with the protagonist's characteristics appeared. Steven stood with his back turned as he thought about his status in the guild, saying that he had no skills, and that of course it was because it was a hidden skill. A window appeared saying that the principle of the forbidden restriction was extremely simple. The boy imagined a human silhouette in front of him. He put his finger on the system window, which stated that the forbidden restriction allowed the user to use magic from their past life in exchange for skill points, and that using magic obtained in this way did not consume all. A portal was in front of the boy as he thought about leveling up, gaining skill points, and using them to obtain the magic he used in his past life. The boy's cloak fluttered in the wind. The protagonist looked ahead carefully, thinking that in other words, he was a reincarnator. The boy's eyes sparkled. He looked ahead with a smile. A horned monster appeared in front of him. There was a bright flash. Steven sat next to the monster's body, thinking about how he excelled in magic in his past life and how he was called a lone archmage. In front of him was an older version of himself. The archmage sat in front of the protagonist, who was thinking about how even after mastering magic, he did not feel the joy that he had managed to feel in this life. Kate stood behind the boy as he realized that everything he had managed to achieve in his past life was not fit to hold a candle to his sister. The boy in the helmet bent his arm, thinking about how 500 million yen was usually not earned in a lifetime, even if you worked your whole life. He imagined a man with a chest as he explained that this was why he decided to become an adventurer, to earn a lot of money as quickly as possible. The girl folded her arms in front of her as Steven realized that saving up 500 million yen in such a short time would not be easy even for an S-rank adventurer. The boy clenched his fist as he thought about how it was possible with the forbidden restriction. The boy's pupils narrowed as he decided that he would definitely earn the money he needed for treatment. The protagonist walked out of the portal, asking Kate to wait for him. Torches were burning everywhere. Peter held a sword in front of him. Ryan defended himself from the monster with his blade. Oliver folded his fingers, forming a seal. The ceiling was empty when they said that it was easy, and that it was still an E-rank dungeon, so it should be. Peter bent his index finger and told the guys to watch them closely, adding that this is what it means to be a C-rank adventurer. Lucy was standing next to the guy, who agreed with him. She looked at Steven and asked if something had happened, adding that he seemed a little down. Then the boy asked her not to worry about him, saying that more importantly, it seemed like she really liked it there. The men turned to Peter, discussing something. The protagonist stared ahead when he said that, as he thought they were not going to teach them anything, but it was still better than any threats. Lucy looked at the boy with delight and exclaimed that it was because she had always dreamed of being an adventurer and that she was simply delighted by the fact that she had the opportunity to see everything up close. Steven closed his eyes and said that he understood. The red-haired girl looked away when she was asked if it was true that she had better watch everything very carefully and study. Lucy smiled, closing her eyes, and said that it was true. The monster ran past Ryan. It stopped in front of the boys who were told to run. The monster opened its mouth wide. The girl looked ahead in fear and screamed. Everything went dark and there was a thud. Lucy opened one eye. A column lay in front of her. Peter opened his mouth wide and asked if they were okay. The girl looked at Steven with a smile and answered in the affirmative, explaining that it seemed that fortunately for them that the pillar had collapsed just in time, and asking the boy if it was true that it was a great relief. The boy was holding a blade in his hand when he answered in the affirmative. He stood in front of Lucy, helping her up when he added that she was right. The doors opened slightly when they were told that the next boss of the dungeon was coming. The gates continued to open. Peter looked ahead and told them to go forward. Oliver looked up with interest. Ryan closed one eye. The protagonist stood in front of Lucy. There were trees growing in the room. Peter smiled, holding a sword in his hand. The boys grouped together when it was announced that the first condition of arriving at the boss room without taking damage was met. Oliver and Ryan looked up in surprise and asked about the voice. The dark-haired boy looked ahead carefully when it was announced that the second condition of bring 2 newcomers was met. Peter looked away excitedly and asked if this was serious and if they would get some treasure. Then it was announced that the third condition of bring someone who has not awakened their skill yet had been met, and that all 3 conditions had been met, so an additional boss would be summoned now. A huge monster began to appear. Peter turned towards the monster. The boss's eyes flashed. The monster opened its mouth wide and roared. The doors slammed shut with a bang. A symbol appeared on them, indicating that they were locked inside. Oliver and Ryan made faces and said that this couldn't be happening. Steven looked away intently when he realized that this meant that their escape route had been cut off. The girl looked scared when she asked the guy if it was true that they could defeat him. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he replied that they could only believe in their elders. The adventurer defended himself from the blow with his shield. Ryan's face twisted in horror. He flew back from the blow. Peter opened his mouth wide and called him by name. Sweat appeared on Oliver's face. The man approached the monster. The protagonist looked forward carefully, thinking that this was bad. The monster held a weapon in front of the man. Peter's pupils narrowed when Steven thought that if they made such sweeping attacks when the difference in strength was clear, they would easily be counterattacked. The guy took a step when he was addressed, thinking that he did not know if this would work, but he had to try. The monster loomed over the man. Peter pursed his lips, thinking that this was all they could do, and then apologized to Ryan for not being able to avenge him. The man closed his eyes, preparing for death. Steven rushed forward, gritting his teeth. He and the boss crossed blades. Peter looked forward in shock. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and screamed. The monster opened its mouth and roared. The boss leaned to the side, standing in front of the boy. Peter was sitting behind the boy when he addressed him. Steven confidently looked to the side and exclaimed that he had a plan to defeat him, so he asked them to do as he said. The boy rushed forward with a smile when he thought of the all-powerful hidden skill Forbidden Restriction. He approached the monster's open mouth when he realized that there was a reason for this restriction. He imagined a diagram with human silhouettes when he explained that in exchange for being able to use magic without all the spells from his past life were sealed, and that the magic circuit in his body remained intact. However, even after countless attempts, he was unable to use a single spell. The protagonist looked at the front with boredom, thinking that perhaps when he removed the restriction placed on him, he would be able to surpass his previous self. The boy stood in front of Peter when he said that he had a plan to defeat the boss, so he asked the man to do as he said. The blonde adventurer opened his mouth and asked if the boy was really incompetent, since his movements contradicted it. Steven was shown in profile when he was asked if he had lied to them, to which he replied that they would talk about it later. A monster appeared in front of the boy when he asked if it was true that right now their main goal was to kill this monster, and if Peter could buy him some time. The man held the blade in front of him and exclaimed that he understood, adding that he would do everything he could. The protagonist opened his mouth and thanked him. The monster swung at the adventurers. The monster was attacked by a fireball. Oliver was standing in the distance. He frowned deeply and asked the monster how dare it kill Ryan when he was told that he did a great job. The monster was in front of the adventurers when the guy was asked how much time exactly he needed. Steven opened his mouth wide and answered that he needed 3 minutes if possible, and he thought about how he had already fought minotaurs in his past life. Peter looked ahead and said that he would die there while he was buying him that time. The monster opened its mouth wide as the boy thought about how they were too strong and how the other monsters in this dungeon were no match for them, and how if they fought them with normal tactics, they would be finished. The protagonist was behind the girl and she then turned to him. There was debris near the wall as she asked if he was okay and if he really blocked the creature's attack. The dark-haired boy put his hand on his hip and said that he was okay, thinking about how he only had one way to defeat it. Lucy looked at Steven, who said that there was something more important, and then asked her if she could help him. The girl opened her mouth wide and asked him again. The boy's eyes were closed as he nodded. He placed his hand on Lucy's shoulder as she exclaimed that she couldn't and that she would never hurt this monster. The dark-haired boy sat in front of her when he reminded her that this was exactly what she dreamed of. The red-haired girl looked away attentively when she was told that she wanted to become an adventurer. She looked away with a guilty look and began to answer. The protagonist looked at the girl intently when he said that in order to defeat the Minotaur, he would need her help, so he asked her to help him. Lucy looked down silently. She looked forward determinedly and exclaimed that she understood. The boy stood in front of her when she asked about what she should do. The boy took a step forward and replied that there was no time to explain and that she should just sit and not move. Steven stood behind Lucy. His pupils narrowed greatly. He raised his hand, standing behind her, when he asked her not to be angry with him. The protagonist looked forward in disgust. Lucy's face turned red. His palm touched the girl's back when she asked about what he was doing. The boy looked down in disappointment, thinking that this definitely looked like sexual harassment, but this was his secret plan. The adventurers were fighting the monster when the boy thought about how minotaurs were weak to magical attacks. The monster looked forward with a predatory look when Steven thought about how Oliver wouldn't be able to deal a fatal attack to him with his magic. The man formed a certain seal with his fingers when the boy realized that his skills were too low level, so they lacked power. The silhouette of the monster towered over the adventurers when they exclaimed that it didn't even flinch, and the protagonist realized that in order to defeat this minotaur, they would need to attack it with a powerful spell. The boy and the girl were behind a wall. Steven opened his palm in front of him when he explained that at the moment, due to the forbidden restriction, he couldn't use any of his spells. Lucy sat with her eyes closed when he added that this was why he would use the girl's magic, because it was quite simple, and that he needed to gain control over her magic circuit, and after that he would add the necessary movements so that she could use magic. The boy's eyes were closed as he thought about how this could most likely still be considered sexual harassment. The girl's cheek blushed as she addressed him. Lucy turned to the boy and asked him to stop. She looked at her palms and asked what they were. Steven stood behind her and asked if it was true that she felt some kind of power flowing inside her body. The girl opened her mouth wide and answered in the affirmative, and then asked what the boy had just done. They were near a stone wall when he answered that, to put it simply, he had simply taken the necessary measures so that she could use magic. Lucy looked ahead in surprise and asked him again, reminding him that she had no skills. The girl was sitting behind Steven, who said that everything was fine and that she had a talent for magic, and then added that he could not use magic due to certain reasons. Lucy clenched her fists in front of her when he explained that this was why he relied on her, then she asked him again. There was a bright flash. He was hit by the monster and Peter flew back. The man was shown in profile. Blood spurted from his mouth. Oliver bent 2 fingers and cursed. The adventurer flew back from a powerful blow. The Minotaur swung his fist. The man opened his mouth wide. Peter stood leaning on his sword. He opened his mouth and asked the newcomer to hurry, adding that at this rate the monster would simply crush them. Lucy, crying, looked at the guy and then turned to him. In front of them was a horned monster. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly and told her to calm down and just repeat after him and it would work, explaining that this language was unfamiliar to her so it would be a little difficult, but he would try to keep it short. The girl's face turned red as she answered yes after being told to focus. Lucy's eyes were closed. There was a bright flash from her side. Steven looked ahead intently, thinking that a girl with no combat experience was able to maintain such concentration in such a difficult situation and that it was really encouraging. Peter held his sword out in front of him. A monster was standing in front of him when he fell. The dark-haired boy turned his head to the side and asked Lucy to point her hands towards the Minotaur. The girl put her hands forward when she answered yes. The boy narrowed his eyes and offered to begin, and then cast the Crimson Lotus Fireball spell. Lucy covered her mouth with her hands. She opened her palms in front of her and used the Crimson Lotus Fireball skill. Something flashed in front of the girl's hands. A glowing sphere appeared. Lucy's eyes sparkled. Something flashed in the protagonist's eyes. A stream of light energy appeared in front of the girl. It rushed towards the minotaur. Its body began to disappear in a white glow. The charred monster towered over the adventurers. Lucy looked forward in delight and said that it was amazing, adding that she realized how much power Stephen had. The protagonist looked away and replied that he could not have achieved something like that, and that it was all thanks to her. The girl looked away in embarrassment when he thanked her. The minotaur's body began to fall. A system window appeared in front of Lucy, telling her about the item received. A door opened in front of the adventurers. There was a red crystal above the altar. System notifications appeared that the level had been increased and that the title of Archmage Reincarnation had been received. A window with the protagonist's characteristics appeared. The buildings were illuminated by the setting sun, as it was explained that after defeating the Minotaur, they left the dungeon and called for an ambulance. The injured adventurers were lying on stretchers, as it was explained that, fortunately, the three were in stable condition, but they were badly injured. The protagonist looked at Peter as he thought that he had no excuse for what he had put the man and his companions through. In front of Stephen was a crystal, as he explained that deep within the dungeon was its core. The dark-haired boy touched it as he explained that if the core was destroyed, the dungeon would collapse, and that the core was usually destroyed after the dungeon was captured. But in some cases, such as to create a training ground for adventurers, it was left intact. His fingers touched the core as he said that it looked like technology from that world, and that he thought that he had nothing to worry about. Lucy sat next to the boy, who was thinking about the fact that they were currently back at the Adventurers Guild. They were sitting in front of the table when Stephen thought about the fact that they had just given them their guild cards and were waiting for the records to be analyzed, and that the guild cards recorded every monster that a person had defeated, and that the supposed reason was to fairly distribute the rewards. The boy with glasses smiled and thanked the boys for waiting. He had a tray in his hands when he said that his name was Tyler and that he was a member of the General Affairs Department of the Adventurers Guild, adding that he was returning their guild cards to them. The protagonist looked at the card and said it was nice to meet them, introducing himself as the boy explained that he would now like to ask them a few questions regarding the extra boss that had appeared. The card had symbols on it as Lucy introduced herself. The dark-haired boy looked at the item in his hand as they were told to skip straight to the questions. The red-haired girl sat next to him as he wondered if she would keep her promise and if he might have gone too far. Lucy looked confused as Stephen said that he wanted her to hide the fact that he helped her use magic. They stood opposite each other as she asked why. The protagonist looked away seriously and replied that it could be a big problem, especially when people would question him about what happened, and that he should start earning as soon as possible. Lucy looked ahead worriedly and said that it sounded like something bad had happened to him and that she understood, so she wouldn't tell anyone. The boy's eyes were closed as he thanked her. The girl opened her mouth and apologized for asking such a thing after what he had told her. Lucy put her hand on her chest and asked the boy if he could take her on as his apprentice. Stephen looked ahead carefully. He was shown in profile as he answered that he could not. The red-haired girl looked ahead hopefully. She looked down and said that she thought so. The protagonist looked ahead seriously and explained that he was not refusing because it was too much trouble or anything like that, and that he was basing his refusal on her reaction at that very moment. He remembered the way she looked at him when he summed up that he felt that she was not cut out to be an adventurer and that he did not want to teach her magic irresponsibly and then send her to her certain death. The wall was empty. Lucy folded her arms and said that she was not suited for this and that it was a pity, but perhaps the boy was right. The girl smiled reservedly, adding that apparently now she needed to think about what she would do next. Tyler covered his mouth with his fingers when he said that he understood, and then asked if he understood correctly. That after the attacks of Peter's group, the monster was already on the verge of death, and Lucy simply dealt the final blow to the weakened Minotaur. The girl put her hands on her hips and nodded when the main character answered that it was true, because after all, they did not have any skills. The guy in glasses bent one finger and asked Lucy what she was doing while Peter's group was fighting the Minotaur. The girl looked away guiltily and answered that she was simply watching their battle, and when the Minotaur was already on the verge of death, she and Stephen dealt him the final blow. The dark-haired young man held his hand out in front of him and added that they thought that this was the only thing they could do. Tyler opened his mouth and said that it meant that they had struck the last blow together, and that was why the last blow was registered to the girl, and then asked if everything was correct, to which they answered in the affirmative. The guy with glasses put his hand under his jacket and said that he understood, and that he confirmed that the two of them had indeed managed to defeat the Minotaur without any skills, and then thanked them for their cooperation. He placed the envelopes on the table and said that this was their reward for defeating the Minotaur. The protagonist was holding the envelope in his hands when they thanked Tyler, and when he wondered how much money was in there, he guessed that it was probably around 20,000 yen. The amount written on the piece of paper was 250,000 yen. Stephen looked ahead carefully when he realized that there was much more than he thought, and Lucy asked if this was all for her alone. Another check stated 3 million yen when they were told that was how much it cost to defeat a minotaur. Tyler was sitting across from the boys when he explained that the rules of the Adventurers Guild stated that 75% of the entire reward would go to the person who dealt the final blow, and that the rest of the party would split the remaining 25%. Sweat broke out on Lucy's face when she thanked him. The check stated the amount of the reward when the guild staffer said that it was pretty fair, and that it was done so that the entire reward wouldn't go to the person who dealt the final blow, summing up that it was a way for them to reward more than just those with offensive skills. Tyler was standing in front of the boys when he said that if they were in a clan, the reward would be split equally, so he would suggest that they consider joining a clan. The bespectacled boy smiled and said that they had high hopes for them. Stephen opened his mouth and laughed, saying that they, incompetent as they were, would do their best. The boy walked through the night city, thinking about how he had earned 250,000 yen in this way on his first day working for the Adventurers Guild, and how he had earned a month's salary in just one day. He remembered the check with the reward amount when the girl approached him, saying that she wanted him to take it. Lucy looked ahead sadly as she said that she could not accept 3 million yen since she had done nothing. The protagonist looked at her silently. He remembered how they had sat next to each other as he replied that without her help, he would not have been able to do anything either, so she should keep it, adding that if they found out that he had taken the check, there would be a fuss. Lucy was shown in profile when she started to object. Stephen smiled and asked if it was true that if they both didn't need it, she could just burn it. The girl was holding a check in her hands when she asked him again and asked how she could burn so much money, and the boy laughed. The protagonist smiled slightly, remembering that he asked Lucy to keep the money for herself. The boy stood in front of the door when he thought about how after that they exchanged contacts and went their separate ways. The boy was sitting in front of the table when he said that he hadn't fought like that for a long time, and that it seemed like his feelings hadn't dulled. Stephen looked at the envelope, thinking that he really did get 250,000 yen for defeating some minotaur, and that adventurers really do make a lot of money. His phone display lit up. A photo of Kate appeared on the screen. In the correspondence, the sister told her brother that she felt better today, so she ate 3 puddings. The protagonist leaned forward. He closed his eyes, wondering if it was really a feat for her to eat 3 glasses of pudding. The boy opened his eyes and looked down. Blue energy enveloped him as he asked Kate to wait a little longer, adding that he would soon earn 500 million yen, and that in order to do so, he needed to learn how to use the forbidden restriction as soon as possible. Stephen bent his hand in front of him, remembering that he had leveled up and that he seemed to have earned skill points. He pressed the status button with his finger. A system window appeared in front of him, notifying him that he had reached level 10 and that he could now summon a fairy manager. Blue smoke appeared in front of the boy. A girl with blue hair appeared. The protagonist looked at her thoughtfully and said that she really was a fairy. A blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. She opened one eye. There was an outburst on the top floor when she called the boy slow. The fairy clenched her fists and asked him what he was doing and how he had missed training for 20 years. Stephen opened his palm in front of him, wondering why she was so mad, and then asked her to wait and tell him who she was before scolding him. The fairy looked ahead carefully and agreed with him, explaining that she was created by him from his past life and that she was the fairy who controlled the forbidden limit. Jacqueline looked ahead confidently and concluded that she only had one goal, which was to make the protagonist stronger. Sweat appeared on the dark-haired boy's face. The fairy's wings sparkled as she explained that she was with him in his past life and that she controlled the forbidden limit. Jacqueline opened her mouth wide and added that she only had one goal, and that she needed to make him stronger. The protagonist looked forward in surprise. The fairy raised her hands to her head and said that this is why she was disappointed that he had been idle for 20 years. Jacqueline puffed out her cheeks and called the young man a bad name. The moon was shining over the city. The fairy was lying on Stephen's leg, who asked if he had really created her in his past life, adding that he did not remember such a thing. Jacqueline looked away and replied that he must be missing some of his memories. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand and said that it was impossible. He looked forward, sitting on the couch, when he said that he remembered. Jacqueline's eyes sparkled. She opened her mouth and asked about whether he had an idea. The dark-haired guy threw his head back and said that he did not remember the moment of his death, but he remembered that he was affected by an incurable disease, so he became weaker every day. The fairy looked forward seriously and said that she could tell him that she was born after his death, adding that that was all. Stephen imagined a person standing with his back turned when he thought about how in that case, it seemed that his reincarnation was not accidental and about whether he had planned something in his past life. Jacqueline was sitting on his shoulder when she said that thinking about it was simply pointless, to which he replied that he understood. The protagonist looked at the fairy, thinking that she probably couldn't tell him about this, and that maybe the past him had limited what she could tell him. Jacqueline opened her mouth, yawning, as the boy decided that she was right, and that thinking about all this under the circumstances was simply pointless. He and the fairy exchanged glances as he asked what she meant by wanting to make him stronger. Jacqueline's mouth dropped open. looking forward as she answered that by updating the forbidden limit, he could become stronger even faster. Steven was shown in profile as he asked her again, wondering if this was any different from gaining skills through exchanging points. The fairy hovered over the boy and answered that gaining skills was very different. Jacqueline held her hands out in front of her. Her eyes suddenly widened. A system window appeared in front of the boy as it was announced that a new system called Item Exchange had been added. The protagonist looked forward in amazement and asked again. Jacqueline held her hands out as she explained that with it, he would be able to obtain any item he had ever owned in his past life, and that of course, the number of items was limited to their original supply. Steven looked up intently and wondered if that even included the items in the storage box, to which she replied in the affirmative, so he explained that the storage box was a subspace storage he had created in his past life as an Archmage. Blades appeared above the fairy as she said that he was an avid collector at the time, and that he had a bunch of rare items that he could return. Sweat appeared on the boy's face as he replied that it was unbelievable. Jacqueline looked at the boy mysteriously and informed him that it was not that simple, and that there were certain conditions for the exchange. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly, looking forward as he said that apparently every good story has its downsides, thinking that he was sure that this was also the work of his past self. Jacqueline looked away in disappointment and said that if he complained, she would not let him use this system. Steven opened one eye and apologized, adding that he would find a worthy use for it. He brought his hand to the system window, deciding to take a look. System cells with weapons appeared in front of the guy. Different blades were depicted in the system windows when he exclaimed that these were indeed his things. Sweat appeared on the young man's face when he wondered if this meant that that thing was there too. A bottle with an almighty elixir appeared, which instantly relieves all diseases and injuries. The protagonist lowered his interested gaze and began to talk about its price. The system window spoke about the elixir. Steven looked down carefully, thinking that he really had to earn that amount and that it was time to get to work. Jacqueline put her hands behind her head and said that it was great and that it seemed to motivate him a little, and then added that she had some last news for him. The boy's mouth dropped open, looking at the fairy when he asked her again. She remembered the furious look in his eyes when she said that during his battle with the Minotaur, she thought about how he could easily become stronger by overcoming difficulties along the way. Energy enveloped the boy's body when Jacqueline explained that this was why she put a buff on him, thanks to which, when defeating an enemy superior to him in strength, the boy would receive twice as much experience. The protagonist approached the fairy and asked how it even worked. A glow appeared in front of the boy as he thought about how if she was telling the truth, then his path would be much easier with him, and how he was planning on fighting stronger opponents anyway to earn more money. Steven looked at Jacqueline intently as he agreed, adding that he would use the forbidden limit at full power. The fairy looked pleased as she said that it was great and praised his attitude. Jacqueline crossed her arms when asked about her name. The protagonist looked away in confusion, thinking about the indifference when she answered that she didn't know and that he should come up with something since he was the one who created her. The dark-haired boy smiled, looking forward as he told her not to complain or cry later if she didn't like something. The fairy turned her back when she was asked about her name, Jacqueline. She turned and looked back, saying that it was probably fine, and that he could call her that now. Steven opened his mouth and said that she seemed to like it. Jacqueline looked away and said that she didn't, reminding him that they were supposed to make him stronger, and adding that if he started slacking off again, she would get angry. The fairy imagined a bath and sweets when she exclaimed that on top of everything else, he was supposed to draw her a bath at home every day and bring her desserts twice a day, adding that there should always be ice cream in the fridge. The boy looked surprised when he asked again. The night sky was above the house when he exclaimed that all this required money. Then the fairy asked if he had forgotten that she controlled the forbidden restriction, adding that if he did not agree, she could forbid him from using it. Jacqueline looked at the boy with satisfaction, who asked if this was the price for using it. A pink haze appeared in front of the boy as she exclaimed that she was glad that he understood everything and that he would start doing it from tomorrow. The protagonist stood in front of the table as he said that this fairy fell on him out of the blue, but if he could get double the experience by fighting stronger enemies, then that would be great. A system window appeared in front of Steven as he thought about how, to be honest, he was quite weak at the moment and that he had an F-rank ability. His finger reached for the Dungeon Raid Recruitment News button as he decided that it was even better since he could change that as an Archmage. He imagined monsters of different ranks as he realized that he could reach a much higher rank than his current one, but within reasonable limits. People crowded around the portal the next day. Steven turned his head to the side, thinking about how he joined a D-rank dungeon raid with the help of the Adventurers Guild, and how he was an F rank, so he was just there as an extra. The man with glasses looked at the protagonist and greeted him, saying that he must be Steven, and then introduced himself, explaining that his name was Sam and that he was a master of the longsword. The blonde Monica looked away boredly when the protagonist replied that it was nice to meet him. The boys looked in the same direction attentively. Sam put his hand behind his head and said that they were one person short of completing the party, so he practically saved them, and the other boy said that F ranks also don't get a share of the loot. Steven looked at the man with glasses, who said that it was rude, to which the man replied that he thought he would be better off without any special treatment, adding that he didn't have any skills anyway. The protagonist looked ahead with confidence and agreed, saying that he could make up for his lack of skills. The guys were walking towards the portal when he was told that he didn't have to strain himself since there were 3 C rank adventurers in their group. Then Steven replied that he understood why they needed extras. The guy in the hat turned to them and said that Mickey was a D rank himself. Monica looked ahead carefully when the protagonist realized that this meant that she was a C rank, adding that she was about the same age as Kate. The portal was in front of the guys when Tyler said that since they were all gathered, they could head to the D rank dungeon. Steven looked closely at Mickey. The guy smiled slightly, looking ahead. The protagonist opened his mouth. Lanterns were burning in the corridor of the F rank dungeon. The guy swung his blade, using the armor destruction skill. Tyler stood next to Mickey as they complimented each other. Monica fired her bow. The monster was in front of her as she used the quick shot skill. The guy looked ahead sternly, having implemented the focus on a point technique. The protagonist stared ahead as he thanked the guys for telling him to stay behind, as it was dangerous there. The adventurers stood in front of Steven as he thought about wondering when it was time to engage in battle. The monster swung at the blonde, then he was asked about whether it was really aiming for their back. The dark-haired guy looked at the monster, thinking about it summoning magic and that this orc was going to use fire breath on her, adding that it seemed like she didn't notice him, and that if he didn't intervene, everything would go wrong. Steven appeared in front of the archer. His eyes gleamed as he was asked about how he hadn't been told to stay back because it was dangerous. The boy and the monster crossed weapons as he replied that he couldn't just ignore a lady who wasn't paying attention to the incoming attack. Monica blushed and asked what he was talking about. The boy struck the monster, thinking that everything was fine and that he had managed to stop it from using its fire breath. A lump of energy appeared in the protagonist's hand as he decided that he would try this now. The building was the night sky from last night. Steven brought his hand to his face and said that he wanted to use his skill points as efficiently as possible. He looked to the side thoughtfully, adding that he was level 10, so he had 9 points at his disposal, 1 point for each level he gained. The protagonist looked ahead carefully as he realized that the first skills he could get were Fireball and Enhancement. The system window showed a man when he thought about how when he bought a skill, the corresponding skill tree would be shown to him, and that he had to choose one first. A flame appeared in front of the man when Steven thought about how Fireball was good for mid to long range battles. The silhouette clenched his fists in front of him when the youth realized that on the other hand, Enhancement had no such restrictions, and that if something happened, it would be more useful at close range. The system window was in front of the protagonist when he said that any skill obtained through forbidden restriction did not consume all. Steven extended his hand to the system window, thinking that this meant that he would be able to use Enhancement anywhere and anytime, so such a skill would definitely be very useful, adding that he would spend 2 points then. The number 7 appeared when the system reported that he had obtained Enhancement. The dark-haired boy opened his mouth slightly and said that he would take a look at his skill tree. The protagonist smiled widely as he said that it was a pretty good skill. The rectangle was crossed out as the boy realized that the right tree was probably more geared towards close combat. Steven looked forward with determination as he thought that since skill points were not infinite, he would focus on close combat. The boy punched the monster in the stomach. The boy put his hand forward as someone said that a newbie with no skills should not engage in combat, and that for his own safety, the protagonist should immediately retreat. The dark-haired boy looked forward with confidence as he replied that it was okay, and that even a background character like him could do something. Steven attacked the orc using the sonic boom skill. The boy raised his hand up as the system reported that he had received double the experience for defeating a strong enemy, and that his level had been increased. The monster's body was lying on the floor when the adventurers asked about what kind of power it was. Monica and Mickey looked in the same direction when he said that it couldn't be, and she asked about where exactly he was an extra. The blonde boy smiled. The protagonist looked at the system window, thinking about how he had gained 2 levels for defeating the orc, and how compared to the minotaur, this was the best that could be expected with the extra experience buff. The girl took a step forward. She stopped in front of the boy and addressed him. Monica looked ahead and asked Steven how he could be so strong, adding that it was obvious that he had a skill. The boy opened one eye and replied that he had only received it yesterday. The blonde looked away and asked him to warn about such things in advance. The protagonist was shown in profile when he said that she was right, and the archer asked him to listen to her, explaining that in a group, everyone should watch out for each other. Monica put her hands on her waist and exclaimed that if something happened to the guy, it would be too late. They were standing in front of the portal when he apologized for it. The girl closed her eyes and accepted the apology since he understood everything. Steven turned away when she added that he saved her, so she should thank him. A smile appeared on the boy's face. The archer opened one eye when he replied that there was nothing to thank him for. Lucas removed his hand behind his head and said that he did not expect the newcomer to be so strong, adding that now they would have to divide the loot equally. Then Tyler asked if that was not good. He turned to the protagonist and exclaimed that if he was so strong, then they would be able to clear the dungeon much faster, and then praised the guy. Lucas closed his eyes and replied that he was probably right, and then apologized to Steven for being rude to him. The dark-haired boy looked ahead and asked for forgiveness, as he should have warned everyone beforehand, and he thought about the fact that he hadn't told them precisely because they might have rejected his application to join if they knew the truth. Lucas extended his hand to the boy and said that they were now counting on him. The red-haired boy looked ahead with interest. Steven smiled slightly. They shook hands when he replied that he would do his best. A terrifying monster appeared in front of them as the protagonist reported that their raid had gone smoothly, and then shortly after they defeated the dungeon boss, the experience points they had received for the dungeon had been doubled. The dark-haired boy looked at the system notification as he added that as a result, he was now level 17. The boys headed towards the crystal when someone cursed and said that everything had gone very easily. Tyler looked at Steven and said that it was incredible and that he had contributed as well, adding that his abilities had exceeded all their expectations. The protagonist opened his mouth and replied that it was not true and that their contribution was much greater. Lucas looked forward with excitement and suggested that they return to the guild and celebrate to the fullest. The guys stopped in front of the stairs. The guy's rooks narrowed. A red blade was sticking out of his chest. Sweat appeared on the faces of his comrades. Behind Lucas was Mickey, whom he called a scoundrel. The adventurer's body began to fall in front of the traitor. Mickey stood with his back turned when they turned to him and asked what he was doing, then the guy wondered why he was asked about it. He smiled blissfully and answered that he was committing murder. Tyler opened his mouth wide and shouted his name. They crossed blades. Mickey looked ahead with an indifferent expression and asked him not to make such a scary face, and then wondered where his bright smile had gone. The guy with glasses frowned and told him to shut up. A dark silhouette hovered above him in the air. Monica and Steven exchanged glances. Tyler turned to them and asked them not to interfere. Mickey was holding a knife in his hand when the guy with glasses said that he would not calm down unless he killed him with his own hands. Monica looked ahead with concern and exclaimed that now was not the time for such speeches. Then Steven said that he did not mind. The protagonist blocked the archer's path and added that he also had things that he would never give up. Tyler frowned deeply when the girl asked what he was talking about, adding that it was not worth him risking his life alone. The dark-haired boy looked ahead calmly and agreed with her, explaining that logically it was true, but there were many illogical things in the world, like wanting revenge on someone for the death of a loved one. Monica looked ahead sadly and replied that it was stupid, but she understood what he was talking about. Sweat appeared on the boy with glasses as he thanked them. Tyler held the sword in front of him and asked them to lend it to him. The core of the dungeon could be seen in the distance. The adventurer was holding the sword when he told the boys to lend it to him. The protagonist looked ahead seriously. He imagined Mickey with a weapon when he decided that if he thought about it, his knife looked dangerous and that he must have killed a lot of people with it. The boy imagined the blood knife. When its stats appeared, he realized that it was now much stronger than it was originally. The adventurer bent his arm in front of him and asked if he really thought he could defeat him. Tyler swung at him and cursed. The opponents looked at each other angrily. They dealt blow after blow. The guy with glasses squeezed the handle of the blade and thought that this was strange, and that its strength should be enough to break through his defense. Mickey rushed in front of him when he realized that he had been hiding his skill all this time, and that his rank was definitely higher than C. The opponent appeared behind Tyler when he asked him if it was true that he used a long sword, adding that it was probably effective against monsters. The traitor opened his mouth wide and asked the boy if he thought he was rather slow against people. Tyler frowned, looking away. He was holding a sword when he was attacked from below. Blood began to drip onto the floor. The guy with glasses looked scared as he looked forward. Mickey brought the knife to his face, laughing, and then asked if he really planned to kill him with such force. In the boy's hand was a bottle. Tyler looked at it intently. The glass bottle shimmered in the light. The bottle continued to sparkle when the boy was told that he could consider the potion his birthday present, adding that he would read its effects later. The guy with glasses looked surprised when he asked again and suggested that it must be very expensive. Lucas confidently looked forward and replied that it was, but this was his way of repaying him for everything he had done. After all, their bond was unbreakable. Tyler looked happy when he thanked him and exclaimed that he was happy. Lucas was shown in profile as he advised his companion to only use it as a last resort, adding that being an adventurer was hard work after all, so maybe it would save him. The guy with glasses drank the potion, throwing his head back. Mickey approached him and asked him if he thought now was the right time to recover health, then called him a fool. The empty bottle hit the floor. There was a bright flash. The traitor fell to the floor behind Tyler. A system notification for the Hercules potion, which doubled attack for 5 minutes, appeared above the guy with glasses as he asked Mickey to repeat who the fool was. The opponents were facing each other. The traitor held out his hand with a knife and replied that he was. The guy with the sword hovered in front of him as silent step was used. Tyler's pupils narrowed as he realized that his opponent was very fast. A dark silhouette appeared in front of the guy. The adventurer unleashed a series of attacks. The guy with glasses gritted his teeth, thinking that it was useless and that he couldn't see him. Mickey smiled creepily and asked what else could you call a fool who thought he could compete with him. The guy's glasses broke as he apologized to Lucas, adding that he didn't think he could avenge him. The blonde pulled back her bowstring as she exclaimed that she couldn't just stand there and watch this. The arrows flew towards the battle as she used the skill quick shot. The projectile came close to Mickey. The tip almost touched his eye. It moved towards the girl in a flash when she realized that he had dodged. The archer closed one eye. Mickey looked ahead frighteningly and asked that didn't Tyler tell her not to interfere. Tears began to flow from Monica's eyes. The guy swung at the blonde and said that he would probably have to start with her and then wished her death. There was a bright flash. Steven stopped the traitor's attack. The girl's cheeks blushed when she called the guy by name. The protagonist lowered his stern gaze. Then the opponent said that he was surprised that he managed to stop his knife. Mickey looked from under his brows and said that this was great, and that it looked like he would have to give up the bonus for the kill. A blue aura enveloped Steven when he asked Tyler if he would mind if he crushed this psycho. The guy with the scar opened his mouth and asked him to defeat Mickey for him. The adventurer began to disappear. The protagonist stood in front of the traitor when he said that he heard everything himself, and that now it was his turn. Mickey dropped his hands when he replied that for some reason the guy was getting on his nerves and acting like a cool strongman. The boy put his hand forward when he asked him about how he thought that some extra could defeat him. The enemy was thrown back by the force of the attack called Quick Shot. Steven smiled, looking forward as he replied that he was not scared at all. Mickey pressed himself to the floor and exclaimed that he had only recently received his skill, so he should not show off. The protagonist looked ahead seriously, thinking that the enemy's speed and weapon were a big problem, and that now was not the time to stand on ceremony. Mickey put his hands on the floor and said that a mere extra should know his place. A stream of dark energy approached the boy. Steven's red eyes flashed. The boys crossed weapons. The traitor looked ahead menacingly and said that the boy had a keen eye, and that he managed to stop even this attack. The dark-haired boy held a sword in front of him as he answered in the affirmative, adding that the one who dealt it did not pose that much of a threat anyway. Mickey frowned and asked again. He extended his limbs and exclaimed that he liked his attitude and that he would get his kill bonus from him now, adding that he bet he couldn't keep up with his speed. The protagonist lowered his sword, looking forward. Monica peeked out from behind the wall and said that he was fast. The enemy moved around Steven, who said that he should have explained it in simpler terms. Blue energy enveloped the dark-haired guy when he said that his speed was no threat to him. The young man looked away in concentration when he used the skill Rapid Acceleration. Mickey glared sternly from under his brows. The boys looked into each other's eyes. The blonde watched in fascination when she said that it was incredible, and then asked if he was really that strong. The traitor clenched his knife when he realized that the guy scared him. The dark-haired youth stared ahead with empty eyes as Mickey thought that his swordsmanship and body defense movements were a level higher than a normal beginner. Sweat appeared on the traitor's face. The image of an Archmage appeared behind the youth as the opponent realized that he could sense a monstrous aura and overwhelming boundless power. The blade of a sword flashed in front of Steven as he was asked about who he even was, to which he replied that, as the traitor said, he was just an extra. Mickey looked away in fear, thinking about how he obviously surpassed him in characteristics, and why he was being suppressed by him then, as well as how he could defeat him. Monica looked ahead with concern. The traitor smiled creepily. He rushed towards the blonde. Mickey reached out to her face and asked her to be a good girl. The protagonist swung the blade and said that this was a dirty move. The traitor looked back in horror. A knife appeared in Steven's hand. It pierced Mickey's body. The traitor lay before him as he said that this move was the most obvious, and that it was a vile plan worthy of a coward like him. The adventurer opened his mouth wide and cursed, exclaiming that it was not over yet and used the skill Destructive Ram. His pupils narrowed greatly. He looked at his hand in fear when he was asked about not being able to use the skill, adding that the game was over. Mickey looked at the guy behind him and asked what he did. Steven looked serious, thinking about how skills and spells were similar and how they required He imagined a human silhouette as he explained that he had struck the vulnerable point of the mana channel in the opponent's body. The silhouette darkened as the protagonist added that he had stopped the flow of his mana. The youth remembered how Mickey had looked at his hand as he summed up that this was why he had not been able to use his skill. The traitor lay with a knife in his hand when he said that he couldn't win with his speed and now he can't use his skills. The weapon in his hand glowed when he asked who would think that he would corner him. Mickey pressed his forehead to the floor and exclaimed that he would share one interesting piece of information with the protagonist. Steven looked ahead with boredom and asked him again. He presented a bloody knife and asked him to kill him with it, explaining that he gets stronger every time someone is killed with it, and then asked if the guy knew that by killing people he gets much more experience than from monsters. Mickey's face sweated as he said that everyone was hiding this fact so that adventurers wouldn't start killing each other. The blonde looked forward in shock and said that he was really crazy. The blood vessels in the traitor's eyes burst when he said that he was giving this dagger to Steven, and then asked why he didn't try to kill him with it first. He imagined a crooked silhouette when he thought about how it felt to take someone's life after that. The protagonist looked forward with disdain and asked if that was really why he killed people as he pleased. Mickey looked exhausted when he answered in the affirmative and then asked the guy to finish him off. Monica stood next to them when Steven said that he even sympathized with him a little. The traitor looked away in surprise. The blonde looked forward questioningly and asked again. The protagonist looked serious when he said that he understood some of his feelings, and that it seemed he could not escape this damn desire to become stronger. Mickey was lying on the floor when the boy thought about how if it were not for the forbidden limitation, then for Kate he could have become just like him. Steven looked down, thinking about how in his past life he saw many people who did not have to choose the path by which they became stronger. The traitor grimaced and cursed, asking what he could know about him. Steven was shown in profile when Mickey asked to kill him, to which he replied that he would not do it. The guy was on the floor when he asked why, because he himself said that he understood some of his feelings. Light came through the windows into the hallway when Steven answered in the affirmative, adding that, moreover, he thought that they were similar to him. Monica looked ahead carefully when the traitor asked to kill him. The protagonist looked down sadly and said that he felt like if he did that, something inside him would die, so he wouldn't do it. Mickey stuck his tongue out and said that he was being very naive. Gray smoke thickened in front of the guy. Steven covered his face with his hand when he realized that it was a smoke bomb. The traitor squeezed the hilt of the dagger and said that if he did that, he would make him throw away his naivety. Mickey raised his hands up. He attacked himself in the chest and exclaimed that he would be the trigger for this. Monica covered her mouth with her hands and asked him to stop. The protagonist hit the traitor on the back of the head. Mickey opened his mouth wide in pain. Steven looked away and said that before he died, he should atone for his sins. The traitor lay next to the young man who was addressed. Monica looked closely at the guy and said that he and Mickey looked alike, but she didn't think so. The blonde clenched her fists as she added that until the very end, his desire to keep him alive remained unwavering, and that he even thought about saving him. Steven turned his head to the side and asked if she was worried about him. Monica opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that of course she was. She remembered how the boy fought and said that at that moment, he scared her a little. The protagonist put his hand on her head and apologized for it, and then thanked her. The blonde looked away in embarrassment and said that she should have said that, and then thanked him for saving her. The story moves to the moment when the Hunters Association building was surrounded by the police. Sam cried and expressed his gratitude to Steven, while he thought about how Mickey was arrested after that. Looking at his savior, the master of the longsword declared that his friend was safe only thanks to him. Hearing this, the boy just smiled silently. Looking at the boy in the medical room, the protagonist thought that when Mickey suddenly attacked him, another millimeter and he would have hit his vital organs. While the man with red hair lay unconscious, Steven thought that due to the fact that the battle with Mickey ended rather quickly, he was able to avoid death. When the can of coffee fell down, the boy thought that the case could be considered closed. Then he held the drink out straight towards Monica. Standing next to his new acquaintance, the protagonist asked if black coffee would do, since there was only that. Taking the gift from Steven, the girl declared that it would do of course, and asked not to mistake her for a child. After which the archer took a sip. A moment later, her expression changed. The boy looked at the clearly displeased Monica and thought that she definitely did not like coffee. Sitting down next to the girl, the protagonist asked what she wanted to ask him about. With a serious look, looking straight ahead, the archer explained that she wanted to know the secret of his strength. Looking at her, Steven concluded that there was no secret, and what he was wondering was why she was working as an adventurer at such a young age, because she looked like a high school student. Hearing this, Monica slammed the can right on the table and asked if it was really that important. Standing right in front of the boy, the girl noted that she was a high school student. Looking straight at her, the protagonist realized that it turned out that she was older than Kate. Hearing an unknown name, the archer looked straight ahead in surprise and asked about it, to which Steven replied that it was his sister's name. Paradoxically looking away after his explanation, Monica said that so he had a sister. Holding coffee in his hands, the boy asked what was going on. With a smile on her face, the girl explained that she had just thought that this annoying calm and reasonableness simply screamed that he was a reliable older brother. With a clear incomprehension in his gaze, the protagonist asked if this could be taken as a compliment. Putting her hand in front of her, the archer shouted that of course it was, because she was amazed by his fighting power and instant adaptability. Starting to drink coffee, Steven thanked her, and Monica stated that this is exactly why the secret of his strength is interesting. Innocently looking straight at the boy, the girl asked if he could share it with her, calling him an older brother. Sitting right next to her, the protagonist asked her to stop because he would dream about it later. With a serious look, the archer continued to insist on her own, saying that she would never stop. Putting her hand on her chest, she asked him to show her his true power because she was sure that there was some secret in it. With a heavy sigh after such a request, Steven asked, "Let me rephrase," and declared that they would reveal their secret to her. Grabbing a can of coffee that was standing nearby, the girl called him greedy, and he apologized for this. Looking resentfully straight at the boy, the archer declared that no girl would want to date such a cold guy because he had a sister complex. Hearing this, the protagonist looked menacingly to the side. Seeing his reaction, Monica was very surprised. Pointing her finger straight at Steven, the girl asked if she could look at his hand. Then she took his hand with hers. At the same moment, the protagonist looked at her in surprise. The archer, in turn, was doing something with concentration. A moment later, she showed him his hand, the finger of which was covered with a bandage. Steven looked at her creations with joy, thinking that this girl was too carefree, and did not think that such a thing would confuse him. Looking at him with admiration, Monica declared that he had a very wide smile. With a look full of seriousness, looking straight ahead, the boy noted that she imagined it, and it was at most a small smirk. With a look full of joy, the girl concluded that it was the same, but perhaps this was to be expected since such a cute high school girl was courting him. Then the archer revoked his status as a person with sister syndrome, and he, bringing a can of coffee to his mouth, expressed his gratitude, thinking that he was saying such a thing, and she herself had a smile from ear to ear. Immediately after this, Monica took out her phone and asked Steven to give her his number since she had so many questions for him, for example, about strategy and so on. Looking in her direction, the boy agreed to this, noting that if this was all, he would be happy to help at any time. Grinning sarcastically after his answer, the girl suggested going to the dungeon together next time. Drinking coffee from a can, the protagonist stated that he agreed if he had time. Hearing this, the archer was a little offended. Steven, in turn, looked at her with a smile. When the guys left the place where they were sitting, Monica stated that, it turns out, they can call him at any time. Turning back and waving her hand, the girl told the boy that next time she wants to meet his sister, because if they are the same age, then, I am sure, they will become friends. Hearing this, the protagonist was extremely stunned. A moment later, a smile appeared on his face. Then Steven's answer was heard down the street, who said that Kate would definitely be glad. Immediately after this, the story moves to the moment when the boy was drying his head with a towel. Suddenly, the phone lying on the table vibrated. He received messages from his sister, who asked how her brother was doing and said that today was another beautiful day and the nurse was angry with her because she played games for too long. She also sent him a photo of herself with a game console. The protagonist happily looked at the screen of his smartphone, thinking that he would cure her as soon as he could. Then he typed a response on the keyboard that he had someone who wanted to see her, and I was sure they would become friends when suddenly the fairy's voice sounded. A moment later, an unknown multicolored smoke appeared right in front of Steven. Then Jacqueline flew out of it, asking what she told him about this. With a clearly angry look, the fairy spoke about a bath first, 2 snacks a day, and ice cream always in the refrigerator. The boy looked straight ahead, dumbfounded, listening to Jacqueline announce that he had only prepared a bath from the entire list. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that he had completely forgotten about it, and the fairy said that this was complete impudence, and asked what did they really have to do it so that he could not use the forbidden restriction. A moment later, Steven folded his hands together and asked for forgiveness, explaining that he had been very busy today and would take care of everything tomorrow. Looking resentfully straight at him, Jacqueline said that he was hopeless and forgave him for the last time. Hearing this, the boy sighed with relief, and the fairy concluded that he really was nothing but trouble. At the same moment, Jacqueline said that now she had great news for him, and the protagonist, looking straight ahead in surprise, asked about it. When multicolored smoke spread around the area, the fairy confirmed this and asked to get ready. Looking straight ahead happily, Jacqueline stated that she had added the secret dungeon key to the item exchange. After her words, Steven was extremely dumbfounded, talking about secret dungeons. He looked at the system notification window with the secret dungeon key information and asked about it. Looking straight ahead menacingly, Steven spoke about secret dungeons. A system notification window with the secret dungeon key information appeared right in front of him, which is what he was asking about. Pointing her finger up, the fairy stated that yes, that was it, and it was the key to the super hard solo dungeon, and only he was allowed to access it. Looking intently at the system notification window, the boy noted that it sounded interesting, and Jacqueline suggested that he try pressing it. Immediately after that, the protagonist brought his finger to the system window. A moment later, several system notifications with different ranks appeared right in front of him. Looking at the windows with C and D, Steven noticed that there really were many different ranks and asked if this was a discount. Holding the shopping bags in her hands, Jacqueline stated that this was fuel to make him want to buy more things, and they appeared because the people of this world could not resist discounts. Looking puzzledly straight at her after hearing this, the boy said that she really had gotten used to this world. Smiling happily, the fairy explained that it was useless to praise her and suggested that he use the key and finally increase his level. Thoughtfully looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he did not need to be told twice, and yet even with a discount, a C-rank dungeon costs a whole million yen. Looking at the system notification windows, he thought that, of course, he could afford it considering how much he earned, and he also had savings. Klenov looked at him with a sarcastic look. Jacqueline explained that in the secret dungeon, the enemies would be much stronger than usual. Introducing a huge number of strong monsters, the fairy said that therefore he would get more experience for the forbidden limitation from them, and with a buff he would be able to extract even more benefit from the secret dungeon, but he would have to go there alone, and the difficulty would be quite high, but for him it would be easy peasy. Thinking about what he heard, Steven concluded that, in other words, the greater the risk, the greater the reward, and that is, even considering that this is a C-rank dungeon, its difficulty will be many times higher. Looking straight ahead, Jacqueline asked what happened, and did he really chicken out? Looking at the B-rank system notification window, the boy gave a negative answer, explaining that for now he will save money to buy a key to the B-rank dungeon for 5 million yen. Laughing sarcastically at his answer, the fairy would state that he was a truly interesting person, and in that case there was no need to rush, and that he could also use the item exchange to sell items from the dungeons. She would then add that he could recoup his losses that way, and the protagonist, who was looking at the system's notification window, would remark that the restriction ban was indeed very useful. Immediately after that, Jacqueline would lie down right on her master's head, concluding that this was how great the legacy of his past life was. When Steven pressed the button to purchase a C rank, he would say that he should thank his past self then. He would then look at the key with a wide smile on his face, while the system would notify him that he had used the key to the C rank secret dungeon. A moment later, a door would appear right in front of him, enveloped in purple energy. Looking at it with a puzzled expression, Jacqueline would ask him if he was seriously going to go there right now, since he had just returned from the dungeon. Looking at the purple door, Steven gave a positive answer, explaining that he did not want to waste a second. Laughing maliciously after hearing this, the fairy noted that he had finally gotten into the swing of things. With a serious look, looking straight ahead, the boy denied it and explained that it was nothing special, because everything was as usual. Looking at him puzzled, Jacqueline said that a real lone Archmage was speaking in him. Enveloping himself in blue energy, the protagonist thanked the fairy and said that with her help he would become stronger in the blink of an eye. Looking straight at his master, she said that she would thank her when he returned unharmed. Smiling widely, Steven noted that if he died, he would no longer be able to do this. Waving her hand at him, Jacqueline asked that he was not going to die yet, and told him to go already. Looking at the boy who was standing right in front of the purple door, she asked him to buy her some ice cream when he came back. Hearing this, the protagonist laughed with a menacing look. Then he stretched out his hand to the door handle, saying that he understood everything. Immediately after that, Steven entered the dungeon right in front of him, and a moment later, an unknown blue energy flashed. The green line showed a heartbeat. The narration of the story moved to the girl in the hospital room. Suddenly, a cough sounded, and the heartbeat increased. There was blood on her hand. Kate looked at her hand in confusion. Getting ready to get out of bed, the protagonist's sister thought that she needed to wash her hands. Suddenly, a roar was heard right in her room. A moment later, the line showing the heartbeat suddenly distorted. The nurses walked straight into Kate's room in shock. They saw a girl lying on the floor, her heartbeat quickening. The protagonist's sister held on tightly to the fabric, while the women shouted that they needed to call a doctor quickly. Kate was breathing heavily, lying on the floor, while her heart continued to beat strongly. Holding the girl by the shoulders, the doctor asked her if she was okay. When an unknown sign appeared on her face, the protagonist's sister called for her brother. Immediately after this, the story's narrative shifts to the forest where Steven was. Looking around, the boy thought that this forest was different from those he had ever seen, and he needed to watch for any signs of monsters. Looking at an unknown fruit growing on a tree, the protagonist noticed that these were Lenek fruits. At that moment, a system notification window appeared right next to them. Steven looked straight at the fruits, thinking that in his past life, he could not even imagine that they grew there. Visualizing these fruits in his head, the boy reasoned that the fruits of Lena were used in alchemy, but they were not rare, so there was no point in stopping to collect them. Snapping his fingers, the protagonist thought that, however, if these fruits were growing there, then the monster might be nearby too. Doing something in the system notification window, Steven reasoned that he was fast, so he would gain more experience from him. Sharply jerking his fingers, the boy was about to try. A moment later, he used a sonic boom, sending a wave into the field in front. Using the acceleration skill, the protagonist jumped high into the sky. Looking straight ahead happily, Steven realized that he was probably right. At that moment, a monster appeared out of nowhere, rushing forward quickly. The boy was delighted to see him, saying that he wouldn't have to stop to get the benefit. Steven ran after the little animal at a great speed. As he made his way through the forest, he thought that in his current state he wouldn't be able to keep up with this turbo rat, and he needed to think of something. Suddenly, a colorful cloud appeared right next to him. A moment later, Jacqueline burst out of it, asking what about Itzenia. Jumping over a log, the boy asked the fairy if she could really appear even in dungeons. Looking at her master, Jacqueline explained that in ordinary ones, no, well, these were secret dungeons, and they were prepared especially for him. Then, with a satisfied look, she asked him if he really thought that the one who controlled the prohibition of restriction couldn't get in there. Immediately after that, the fairy added that sitting at home all day was very boring. That is, she was worried about him and decided that she should help. And looking towards the protagonist, he thanked her, distinguishes that it would be very useful, and thought that she wanted to say boringly. Imagining the image of Itzenia in his head, Steven agreed with the proposal and stated that if his memory serves him right, then it is a carnivorous plant. Jacqueline, visualizing how the turborat flies right above the Itzenia, concluded that they try to eat everything that comes into their sight, and you need to lure the animal to them, and they will do all the work for him. Continuing to move rapidly forward, the boy understood everything and offered to try. The protagonist quickly moved through the forest. Suddenly, he noticed that there were a huge number of monsters behind him, and thought that he was in bad shape and they could miss him. Pointing her finger forward, Jacqueline declared that their live Itzenia is up ahead. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Steven said that this is great. At that moment, the turbo rat suddenly began to slow down. As the boy continued to chase it, he wondered if it had run out of fuel, and finally understood, thinking that it had no way to eat Lena's fruits to replenish its strength. Reaching his hand towards the animal, the protagonist realized that this was the perfect chance and was going to catch it right there. Suddenly, a carnivorous plant appeared right below them. Noticing this, the fairy was very scared and screamed to be careful. A moment later, Itzenia swallowed both of them. Jacqueline looked at the wild plant from the front in shock. Suddenly, the system notified about the level increase. At the same time, fire began to burst out of Itzenia's mouth. Then, the whole plant was engulfed in bright flames. When Itzenia was defeated, Steven came out of her mouth. A system notification window appeared right in front of him, showing his status. Looking happily at her master, Jacqueline said that he was fine after all, to which she received a positive answer. Looking at the monsters surrounding them, the boy added that it seemed there would be no break. Seeing the enraged monsters, the fairy told her master that they needed to retreat and change tactics. When the lizard was about to attack him, the protagonist gave a positive answer, explaining that there was no need for that. Grinning maliciously, Steven explained that everything was different now. Then he began to gather energy right in his hand. The boy looked menacingly straight ahead, preparing to attack. Putting his hand straight in front of him, the protagonist used the Crimson Lotus Fireball skill. Immediately after that, everything around was enveloped in orange flames. Looking at the system notification window, Steven said that he had reached level 20, that's not bad. Suddenly, he noticed Jacqueline flying up to him, declaring that helping him was quite a daunting task. Glancing in her direction, the boy said that it seemed to him that she was just shouting somewhere behind his back. Looking menacingly at her master, the fairy asked what he had just said, and he answered that nothing at all. Jacqueline sighed smugly, meaning that she hadn't heard anything either. Smilingly looking at his subordinate, the protagonist thought that she was very loud. While the system notification window showed Steven's status, the fairy noted that they had made a lot of progress since the initial fight with that turbo rat. Winking at her master, Jacqueline asked who else was capable of something like that. The boy looked at the system notification window, while the fairy asked him to make sure he had collected all the dropped items, and he agreed with this. While examining the loot obtained from the fire monsters, the system notifications, the protagonist asked if it seemed to her that there were too many rare quality items there. While Steven continued to look at the system window, Jacqueline explained that everything was logical, because in secret dungeons the chance of rare items dropping was quite high. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the boy finally understood everything, wondering what she would say about this. Immediately after that, the fairy did not understand what he was talking about and asked to let her take a look, and when she saw the lizard steal, she said that if you sell it for cash, you can easily earn several million. Looking ahead in shock after hearing these words, Steven clarified that it was really millions. Looking at the system notification window, the boy said that it was amazing and if he continued to go to these dungeons, he would become a millionaire in no time. And Jacqueline, who was flying next to him, said that this was the only secret C rank dungeon that he could visit since there was only one dungeon key for each rank. Smiling mischievously at her words, the protagonist said that in that case, next time he would just have to go to a B-rank dungeon. The fairy, floating next to her master, said that he was too confident and he had better not forget that there was a huge difference between B and C ranks. After a moment, Stephen noticed something off to the side. Watching as something unknown enveloped him from all sides, the boy guessed that it seemed like they didn't have time to relax and chat. Right in front of him was a monster that looked like a human. Looking straight ahead in shock, Jacqueline explained that this was a Naga, which was the boss of this secret dungeon. The monster towered over the protagonist, and the fairy explained that the recommended level for this boss was 150. Looking ahead with a look of fear, Jacqueline said that this was too high a rank. At the same time, Stephen with a smirk noted that she would be a great handicap. Looking at him in shock after such words, the fairy asked what he was talking about. The Naga smiled widely, while Jacqueline asked that hadn't they achieved their goal and stated that there was no need to fight her. Flexing his arms, the boy told the fairy that, to his surprise, she was quite the panicker, and defeating this creature was the shortest way to help Kate, and she said that nevertheless, she was too strong. Looking straight ahead with confidence, the protagonist said that the Naga was nothing more than a source of experience. The snake's tail fluttered around, and Stephen mused that the Naga's skin had one special feature, and that was that it could absorb magic. Heading towards his opponent, the boy mused that these creatures were known as the sworn enemies of mages. Looking straight ahead with menacing eyes, the protagonist used the boost and thought that everything would be fine as long as he could use physical attacks. Then Stephen used the acceleration skill and suddenly rushed forward. The Naga deflected his blade with her hand. Swinging his sword, the boy mused that his beginner's weapon was not able to cut through her thick skin. Immediately after, the monster spat poison right at him. The protagonist abruptly jumped to the side, while a green liquid appeared in his place. Stephen watched in surprise as the poison corroded the ground. Jacqueline, watching the battle from her hiding place, said that she was melting. The boy looked away menacingly, thinking that the Naga's poison could melt anything. If it touched him, it would be the end. Looking at the smiling monster, the protagonist thought that if any of her attacks touched him, he would most likely die. Suddenly, Stephen smiled widely, saying that he had not been this nervous for a long time. A moment later, he activated the storage box skill and stuck his hand in. The boy reached for the system notification window, realizing that thanks to the forbidden limitation, he can store and retrieve items from a separate dimension. At the same time, the protagonist pulled out a huge axe from nowhere. The system notification window showed information about the Minotaur's axe. Looking ahead in confusion, the fairy noted that her master had almost completely mastered the parts of the forbidden limitation that she taught him. Naga suddenly rushed straight towards the man. She deftly swung her arm and delivered her blow. Suddenly, Stephen was right next to her. He swung his axe straight at her. His weapon was contaminated and could not penetrate the monster's defense. The boy looked straight ahead, dumbfounded, thinking that given the difference in their characteristics, he wouldn't even be able to hurt her. The Naga was preparing to strike with her tail, and Jacqueline suddenly called out to her master, saying that she was advancing. A moment later, the monster's attack landed right on the protagonist. After receiving damage, Stephen backed up a little. Holding the broken axe in his hands, the boy was unhappy that the damn Naga broke his weapon because he could have sold it for a decent amount of money. Grinning maliciously, the protagonist thought that it looked like any weapon he had wouldn't do anything to her. Looking at the Naga right in front of him, Stephen declared that it was all or nothing and thought he could try. Immediately after that, he abruptly jumped off the ground. The boy was heading straight towards the monster at great speed. He stretched out only one finger straight in front of him. A moment later, the protagonist used a sonic boom, releasing all the energy accumulated in his hand. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard right in front of the silent Stephen. At the same time, the boy, raising his hand up, activated the Crimson Lotus Fireball skill. After all his attacks, the snake began to accumulate energy in itself, and Jacqueline explained that magic was not scary to Nagas and he only replenished her mana, and he replied that he had a plan. While everything around was shrouded in dust, the protagonist stated that there must be a limit to the amount of magic that she can absorb. Suddenly, yellow lights began to flash in front, and Stephen added that if she can overcome it, she will not be well. With his hand straight in front of him, using magic, the boy said that since the forbidden limitation allows him to use the spell without spending mana, then everything will work out. A moment later, the protagonist began to cast a huge amount of Crimson Lotus Fireball. His flame magic hit the snake directly. The fairy watched in shock as they did so, noting that they really weren't using up any mana. At that moment, Stephen began to cough up blood. He continued to cast his magic, grinning maliciously, while Jacqueline explained that casting so many spells in such a short period of time would put a lot of strain on his body. Gritting his teeth in pain, the boy thought that you were nothing compared to the pain he would experience from losing Kate. Naga screamed loudly in pain as she was engulfed in flames. A moment later, the monster's body suddenly began to crumble. Looking at this menacingly, the protagonist thought that this was great and thought that he had exceeded her limit. Jacqueline, looking straight ahead, was telling her master that he would be fine in just a little while. At that moment, a huge snake opened its mouth right in front of Stephen. Immediately after that, its body crumbled into tiny pieces. Looking straight ahead with an exhausted look, the boy declared that it was the end. He then used a Crimson Lotus fireball, which destroyed the snake. Looking at the huge explosion in front, the protagonist received notifications from the system that his level had been increased. Then the system notified that he had received a poison Naga blade, and Stephen looked at the system notification window with its description. The boy was happy to have received the item. Suddenly, his eyes began to close. At that moment, a fairy flew up to him, asking if he was okay. Looking away with a tired look, the protagonist said that he miraculously survived. Looking straight at him with joy, the fairy noted that it was a great job. Flying next to her master, Jacqueline told him that he could rest because he had defeated the boss, which meant that he would soon be automatically teleported outside. Noticing that Stephen had disconnected, the fairy said that he probably couldn't hear her anymore. A moment later, her body began to disintegrate into small particles. Looking straight ahead in fear, Jacqueline realized that she had screwed up. Looking at her master, who was sitting on the ground in a nook, the fairy thought that she had entered the wrong coordinates, and they had returned to the wrong home. Suddenly, she noticed someone coming. Evaporating in multicolored smoke, Jacqueline apologized to her master. At that very moment, a girl came out from around the corner. It was Lucy, who, looking straight ahead in surprise, could not believe that she was seeing Stephen. The protagonist abruptly opened his eyes. Looking away in surprise, Stephen asked where he was. After examining the objects around him, the boy asked if this was really a girl's room. At that time, someone was cleaning the shelf with things. It was Lucy, who, turning around, felt relieved that Stephen had finally woken up. Looking away, the boy asked if she was Lucy and realized that this was really her room. Looking away, the girl remembered how she found him and confirmed that this was her room, telling him that she was walking down the street and saw him lying unconscious, very pale. With a smile on his face, looking straight ahead, the protagonist, driven away, understood everything and said that, it turns out, she saved him, so he expressed gratitude. Smiling widely after hearing this, Lucy noted that it was not worth it, because the most important thing was that he was okay. Looking at the protagonist in bed, the girl asked why he was unconscious in that place. Stephen scratched his head in confusion and said that she saw that he tried to go to the C-rank dungeon alone and ended up too tired, thinking that she shouldn't mention the secret dungeon. Lucy looked at him in shock after hearing this and asked if he really went to the C-rank dungeon alone. She then said that she was very glad that he was okay, and the boy who heard this thanked her with a smile on his face for taking him in. The girl looked straight ahead in confusion and noted that there had been a lot of awakened incidents lately. Looking at the protagonist's things, Lucy said that they were over there and noted that only his phone was broken. Taking his clothes and phone, Stephen thanked his savior for everything. With an embarrassed expression, the girl asked if he was hungry since she had cooked porridge. Looking straight ahead, the boy asked if he could, to which he received a positive answer. Then Lucy, recalling the events of their joint trip to the dungeon, stated that she had not paid him in any way for saving her that time. Getting out of bed, the protagonist explained that he had told her not to worry about it, but in this case, he would probably let her take care of him. Sitting on the bed, he heard the girl's voice, who said that she would now bring porridge. Looking straight ahead, Stephen thought that she was very kind. Realizing this, the boy smiled. Left alone, the protagonist looked around the room. Suddenly, he noticed a pair of women's panties sticking out of the closet. Stephen clutched his head in confusion, wondering why they were sticking out, and that the noise was because she was stuffing everything into that drawer when he suddenly heard Lucy's voice asking for forgiveness for the wait. Entering the room, the girl noticed the same thing that the boy had recently seen. At that moment, she closed the closet doors. Embarrassedly holding the doors, Lucy looked ahead. With a look full of worries, the girl asked what he had really seen. Dumbfoundedly looking straight ahead, she asked what she was talking about. Standing right in front of Stephen, Lucy said that this answer said that he had seen them, and he was trying to find an excuse. Then the boy's voice echoed throughout the girl's room, saying that perhaps only a little. Hearing this, Lucy, covering her face, could not believe that he had really seen them, and the protagonist asked for forgiveness, saying that it was unintentional. Looking down sheepishly, the girl explained that she knew because it was her own fault for not cleaning up properly. Then she put the porridge on the table and told him to eat it before it got cold. Looking away sheepishly, Lucy asked him to forget about what had happened and eat the porridge. Closing his eyes, Stephen thought that he couldn't tell her this, but this memory would live in his head for a long time. Immediately after that, the boy folded his hands together and thanked her for the food. Holding a plate of porridge in his hands, the protagonist said that it was delicious and didn't know how to say that it had a very delicate taste. pointing her finger forward, the girl explained that the secret ingredient was grated ginger, and when she was little, if she was sick, she often asked her mother to make her such porridge. Eating the food prepared by Lucy, Stephen understood everything and said that it turned out that this was the family's secret recipe. Looking away, the boy asked that, come to think of it, she lived separately from her parents. Looking away after such a question, Lucy told that her parents died in a monster attack 7 years ago. At that moment, memories of a huge monster killing her relatives appeared in her head. Someone was right under the car, while screams of pain were heard around the area. This someone was Lucy, who saw all this with tears in her eyes. Looking straight at the girl, Stephen apologized. Because it seemed like she had stirred up some unpleasant memories, she asked him not to apologize. Turning her back to him, the girl concluded that it had happened a long time ago, and she no longer cared about it. Looking at the bowl of porridge, the boy asked if this was really the reason why she wanted to become an adventurer. Answering his question, Lucy, pointing her finger up, said that perhaps partly, and she wanted as many people as possible not to suffer the same fate as her. With a look full of honesty, the girl said that in addition to this, since childhood she wanted to become an adventurer and be amazing and cool, and she also wanted to become as strong as she was. Smiling innocently, Lucy added that this was why she tried to force him to take her as an apprentice. Looking straight at Stephen, the girl stated that she might not be fit to be a key, but she still wanted to try her best for her own sake. Looking straight at her in surprise after hearing all that, the boy mused that she definitely kept trying to become an adventurer, no matter what difficulties came her way. Immediately after, the protagonist bowed to the girl, musing that instead of acting in her own interests, she tried to act based on her beliefs. Looking straight at him in shock, Lucy asked what he was doing. Continuing to bow to her, Stephen explained that he had said that she was not fit to be an adventurer, and he wanted to take that back. With a look full of confidence, looking at the girl, the boy asked if she would like to become his apprentice, if so. Hearing this, Lucy looked forward in admiration. Covering her face with her hands, the girl asked him what he meant. At that moment, the protagonist, with a serious look, declared that the most important thing for an adventurer is not strength, not talent, but courage, and he thought she had more than enough of it. While the girl was trying to understand all this, holding her hands to her face, Stephen added that since she was so brave, he wanted to help her. Then Lucy, with an admiring expression on her face, listened as the boy concluded that he was quite busy at the moment, so he would need some time before he could begin training her, but if she did not mind, he would do it. Without letting him finish speaking, the girl bowed. Suddenly she began to cry, expressing great gratitude to the protagonist, and explained that if someone like her really suited him, she would very much like to become his student. Looking at her happily, Stephen said that he would certainly make a first-class sorceress out of her. Standing right in front of her teacher, Lucy said that she agreed. Smiling widely, the girl declared that she was looking forward to the start of their collaboration. The story's narrative shifts to Stephen's apartment, which was located in a large apartment building. At that time, the boy was figuring out the notification windows of the system. Looking at the things in his inventory, the protagonist thought that he ended up getting a lot of different items, and the equipment is considered a rare drop. Opening the window with information about the ogre leader's necklace, Stephen thought that he had as many as 2 of them, and he was sure that selling one of them would definitely not hurt. Then he quickly looked away, thinking that he would leave everything else and use it. Looking at the notification window of the system with information about the poisoned Naga blade, the boy thought that the weapon he used in the battle with the monster had already broken, and he was lucky that he got a rare item. The protagonist smiled broadly and said that he would equip him. When Jacqueline, holding an ice cream in her hands, asked how she looked, Stephen thought about his stats. Looking at the status window that opened right in front of him, the boy thought that his level had increased a lot, and the fairy noted that he was now more or less like a C rank, and there was still a long way to go, but the rate of his growth was amazing. Pointing her finger directly at her master, Jacqueline shouted that she could also praise him for how he was distributing his skill points since his new spell suited him perfectly. Looking happily to the side, Stephen expressed his gratitude and asked how much he would get for selling the loot. Suddenly, he saw the amount of 70 million yen on the system notification window. Dumbfounded, the boy asked himself if it was really that much, thinking that his goal of 500 million yen was getting closer. Sitting next to the phone, Jacqueline suddenly noticed how it began to vibrate. Immediately after that, the fairy told the gentleman that someone was calling him, and Stephen, looking at his smartphone, stated that he had just fixed it. Suddenly, the boy noticed that the call was from Kate's doctor. Seeing this, the protagonist immediately accepted the call and greeted her, saying his name. A moment later, he looked away in shock, hearing the doctor say that they finally got through to him, and recently his sister's condition suddenly worsened. Holding his hand in front of him, the doctor explained that at this rate, he was afraid she would have very little time left. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the protagonist listened to the doctor say that they thought it would be better if he stayed with her while she was still conscious. Holding the phone to his ear, Steven, after a short pause, asked if he could pass the phone to Kate because he was about to ask now. The boy seemed to distance himself from the world when he heard the doctor asking his sister if she could talk to her brother now. When she said yes, the protagonist suddenly became very tense. Kate was looking at her smartphone and asking her brother, and he was asking her to hold on a little longer. With a serious look, the protagonist declared that he had found a way to cure her. Hearing this, Kate was surprised. The doctor tried to stop Steven and asked him not to make rash decisions. A moment later, a smile appeared on the girl's face and she agreed with her brother. With a clearly happy look, Kate said that she would wait. With a look of relief, the boy thanked his sister, saying that there was only a little bit left. When she agreed with her brother, he ended the call, putting the phone down. Immediately after that, Steven glared at Jacqueline and asked her if she thought he could earn 500 million by clearing the rank secret dungeons. The fairy stared straight ahead, dumbfounded, and thought that maybe he could, but that would be pure suicide. Looking at the countless notification windows in the system, the boy agreed with that, but noted that he had to do it. Jacqueline looked at her master with a puzzled expression and called him by his name. Imagining the monsters in the A-rank dungeon in her head, the fairy thought that challenging him with his C-rank stats would be impossible. Flying straight to Steven, Jacqueline declared that there was no way he could clear it and that it would be pure suicide. She then looked away and asked if he would really go anyway. Analyzing the information in the system windows, the boy replied that he would go, of course, since he was running out of time. Flying closer to her master, the fairy agreed with his decision and said that she would not stop him and would help him in any way she could. With a smile on his face, looking at her, the protagonist expressed his gratitude. Immediately after that, he pressed the button with the A-rank dungeon. A moment later, he was transferred to an unknown stone road. Looking at the tower shrouded in energy, Steven declared that this is what secret A-rank dungeons look like. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Jacqueline gave a positive answer and explained that he would clear the dungeon by going through 5 floors of the tower and defeating the boss on the last floor. Slowly walking along the bridge, the boy said that everything was clear and it looked like he would have to grind for a long time. When he took another step forward, the fairy told him that there were safe zones in the tower where monsters would not be able to detect him and asked him to provide navigation to her. Suddenly, an unknown monster appeared right in front of the protagonist, and he said that it was encouraging. Steven stopped right in front of the tower's gatekeeper, a white Nemean lion, and Jacqueline stated that he would have to defeat it first. The fairy looked ahead menacingly, explaining that he was currently at level 70. At the same time, the boy also looked ahead with a serious look, while Jacqueline added that the optimal level to defeat this monster was 320. While the protagonist looked ahead menacingly, the fairy asked him if he could win. With a wicked grin, Steven replied that it was only one A-rank monster, and he could defeat it even with his eyes closed, because in fact, for him it was even better that way. Looking at the white lion in front of him, the boy thought that during his solo grind, when a horde of monsters attacked, it turned into a real disaster, and if he could defeat it first and get a rare drop, then the rest of the raid would be much easier. A moment later, the monster opened its mouth wide and roared loudly, and Jacqueline, who noticed this, told the master that he was advancing. Taking a fighting stance right in front of his opponents, the protagonist said that he knew everything and hoped that they would fight at close range. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Steven thought that after all, he used his precious skill points to unlock this ability. Enveloping himself in a huge amount of blue energy, the boy called out to Tenma. While the huge monster opened its mouth wide, Steven thought that Tenma was a spell that caused a significant jump in physical abilities, and while it was in effect, it was covered with highly concentrated mana, and the spell also gave quite big pluses, but its cost was comparatively high, so it should be used very carefully. A moment later, a slash of energy appeared out of nowhere. With a deft kick of his foot, the boy hit his opponent right. Menacingly looking towards the protagonist, he thought that thanks to the forbidden limitation, he could use it for mana. After the blow, Steven threw his enemy back. Enveloping himself in blue energy, the boy thought that in general he could use it without restrictions and, despite its current characteristics, he could fight on equal terms with any A-rank opponent. Staring straight ahead with a menacing look, the protagonist reasoned that he should not overwork his body by continuously using magic, because he did not want to repeat the same mistake he made in the battle with the Naga. Suddenly, the system notification window notified him that a special quest had been unlocked. Looking directly at the system notification, Steven did not understand what this special quest meant. Immediately after, Jacqueline appeared next to him, pointing forward and saying that this is it. Looking at the system notification window, the fairy explained that special quests were his chance to grow quickly. Studying the system notification, the boy said that he was nevertheless grateful because nothing was impossible and asked what kind of quest it was. In that very system notification window, there was information about a special quest for summoning magic and familiars where he had to tame a white lion. The protagonist thoughtfully looked straight ahead, thinking that it was a little different from the summoning magic he knew. At that moment, a huge monster rushed straight towards him, and Steven reasoned that a familiar would greatly enhance his fighting potential. The lion's hair fluttered in the wind, while the boy said that it turned out that he needed to subdue this beast. Holding the paw of the huge monster with his hand, the protagonist concluded that he needed to do this. Do not kill him. A moment later, an unknown surge of blue energy occurred, and Steven realized that he would probably have to change his strategy. Then he pulled his hand to the side, preparing to strike. Immediately after that, the boy lunged with his palm. Giving the command to lie down, the protagonist pinned the lion to the ground with his power. Suddenly, Steven was surprised when an unknown energy was directed towards the enemy he had defeated. Then the white lion instantly recovered, enveloping itself in an unknown force. Staring straight ahead, the boy thought that it looked like wind armor and it probably wouldn't be that easy to damage. Jacqueline, who was watching both of them in shock, told the master that now was not the time to fool around. Dodging his opponent's attack, the protagonist told her not to worry because everything was fine, and explained that in order to subdue this beast, he had to show him how big the difference in their style was. Looking straight at him with a puzzled expression, the fairy said that he was fighting in a rank monster recommended for level 320 and asked if he thought it was impossible. Dodging another attack from the white lion, Steven explained that it wasn't quite so, because the beasts had a pretty terrifying blow, but their attack sequence was quite simple. Looking at the enraged monster, the boy noted that it also seemed to him that with the help of this beast he would be able to clear this secret dungeon. Grinning maliciously, the protagonist declared that he would definitely make it his own. A moment later, he appeared right in front of his opponent and apologized to him. Immediately after that, Steven struck the white lion, saying that he now knew the sequence of its tactics. Having received such damage, the beast was thrown back. Then it suddenly rushed forward straight towards the boy. Sadly looking to the side, the protagonist asked that he really did not hear him, and repeated that he knew all his tricks. Then the words of Steven, who said that now it was time for punishment, spread throughout the area. Immediately after that, the boy dealt a huge number of blows with his fists right on the face of the beast. Getting ready to make another attack, the protagonist said to bow before them. As Steven struck, he seemed to split the space in front of him. The attack was so strong that it sent the white lion flying into the wall. Jacqueline watched the whole thing with a puzzled look. Seeing the unconscious beast, the fairy said that he had actually managed to defeat a rank monster. Standing right in front of his defeated opponent, Steven declared that he had better listen this time and ordered him to lie down. Hearing this, the white lion remained on the ground and waved his tail. Jacqueline was extremely surprised as she looked at her master and thought that he had really obeyed him so easily. Immediately after that, the beast seemed to be placed in a bubble of water, and the system announced that he had unlocked a special quest. Suddenly, this same water surrounded the boy. A moment later, a system notification appeared that he had obtained the summoning magic and familiar of the white Nemean lion, so his level had been reached and he was receiving the white lion gloves. Looking at the system notification window with the description of the white lion gloves in surprise, the protagonist could not believe that he had gained experience and loot by subduing a monster, and was still going to equip a new weapon. Pointing her finger upward, Jacqueline explained that of course it was, since he had turned the enemy from the dungeon into his familiar. Looking at the destroyed gate, the fairy added that he had completed a special quest, which was much more difficult than simply defeating a monster, and even received additional experience points. Suddenly, a system window appeared with Steven's stats. Looking straight at it, the boy declared that she was right and he had gained 50 levels. Looking at Jacqueline behind him, the protagonist suggested that it might be better to distribute skill points before entering the tower, and asked her if she knew what was on each floor of the tower, and she answered in the affirmative. Turning around, Steven said that he would then count on her. Looking puzzled straight ahead after hearing this, the fairy, after a short pause, refused it. Hearing this, the boy was very surprised, and Jacqueline, turning away, said to ask properly. Immediately after this, the protagonist folded his hands together and told the sweet angelic Jacqueline that he was belittling her. Noticing this, the fairy imagined a hall with monsters in her head and told her that hordes of B-rank undead were wandering around the first floor. Visualizing these monsters, Jacqueline explained that their numbers and combined power would make a C-rank secret dungeon look like a cakewalk, and began talking about the second floor and above, poking at the system notification window. After listening to his subordinate, Steven said that he understood everything, and then this spell would be more useful. Looking straight at him in shock, the fairy asked the master if he didn't think the last spell was too difficult. Hearing this, the boy looked away, and Jacqueline concluded that she didn't think it was worth 10 mana, so she didn't recommend taking it. Passing through the destroyed gate, the protagonist explained that all the spells he had unlocked were simply irreplaceable, and would turn all the enemies on the first floor into experience points for further clearing of the next floors. Thoughtfully looking to the side, the fairy asked if he was serious. Stepping forward, Steven asked to trust him and get comfortable to relax. Looking at the towering tower in front of him, the boy was about to move forward. A giant tower appeared in front of us, and the girl said that she forgot to tell him something important. She flew into a huge passage, adding that after he entered this dungeon, he would not be able to leave until he reached the core of the dungeon on the top floor, and he still wanted to continue. The protagonist replied that it was no problem. She smiled and said that she should have expected that. He really wasn't afraid for his life at all. He looked ahead menacingly and replied that it wasn't true, he was just much more afraid of his sister's death than his own. He then entered the dungeon. The girl came closer and laughed, saying that he had a little sister complex, to which he replied that he didn't. The gate slammed shut behind him. Turning around, he saw 3 red seals. The girl, with her head down in disappointment, said that they were now locked in here and he needed to be careful. The undead were coming straight for them. Steven surrounded himself with mana and replied that he was ready. Before they started fighting, it was time to use his new spell. Fog appeared around him and he said, "Concealment." A huge white level 320 Nemean lion appeared next to him and he wondered what it would be like now that he could hide his presence. Looking at the crowd of monsters, he added that his pet should run, so let all the undead target him. The lion made a quick dash forward, everything in its path. The protagonist, menacingly lowering his head, thought that the undead themselves are quite a strong monster, but since they are dead, they lack any intelligence. If they choose a target, they will pursue it to the end. The monster opened its mouth wide along with its kin, screaming loudly. The lion, pushing off the wall, made another dash forward, and Steven told him to run to the center and wait for him there. Suddenly, his pet stopped. The protagonist frowned and looked at his beast. A second later, it was covered in stones. The monsters were approaching him, opening their mouths wide. A moment later, the lion exploded, causing a bright flash, burning the undead. The girl looked ahead with dissatisfaction and said that petrification was a rather difficult spell to use, especially considering that it cost a whopping 10 skill points. She thought that its value for money was terrible. The protagonist replied that she didn't expect him to use it on an ally to create an indestructible decoy. He then pushed off the ground, surrounding his sword with energy. He thought that now that all the undead were gathered in one place, he only needed to cast a spell on his sword. A bright flash lit up the room and he said that now he needed to start enchanting and use holy. The girl's cheeks turned red. She replied that she understood. She would add holy enchantment to the demonic sword. He would be able to use holy magic. The protagonist cut the air in front of him. He raised his blade, cutting the monsters' heads in half. In one blow, he destroyed several at once. A second later, he turned around menacingly and said that it was excellent and the extermination was complete. He hugged his pet, saying that he had also worked hard, and a system message appeared in front of him saying that his level had increased. The girl, looking ahead with displeasure, said that he had really dealt with them in just a couple of minutes. The protagonist, ignoring her, approached his beast, asking why she didn't believe in him. The girl shouted that she was simply very surprised to see it with her own eyes, to which Steven laughed. A second later, a system message with his characteristics appeared in front of him, and he said that his level had doubled. Smiling, he looked ahead, saying that in addition, he had dropped a lot of different items. Then he lowered his head menacingly, saying that this was a sphere. This was enough to earn 500 million. The girl, looking ahead, replied that she needed to take a look. Closer, she said that if he sold all these things, they would be worth about 600 million. Hearing this, the protagonist cried out in surprise that she was serious, then they would finish and go home right now. The girl turned away in disappointment, answering that she had already told him that he would not be able to leave this tower until he defeated the monsters on each floor and reached the top floor. Steven frowned menacingly and sighed heavily, after which he raised his head. Raising his finger, he said that she needed to look up. The girl, looking up, answered that it was an ordinary ceiling. Sighing discontentedly, she added that he should get down to business. Steven, looking forward, answered that he meant that it really was an ordinary ceiling. There was no seal on it like on the walls and doors, which meant. Hearing this, the girl, frowning, answered that she understood. She thought he could. Then she quickly flew to him, saying that it was just a waste of the Orang secret dungeon. He should be patient. But the protagonist silently raised his hand. A strong mana appeared around him, and he said that now that he had collected enough money to save his sister, he no longer needed this place. Let him tell him about the boss of the upper floor. The girl, lowering her head, repeated his words. Then she imagined a hooded creature with 4 eyes in her mind, saying that it was the Grim Reaper who controlled all the undead. It lived in this tower, and the recommended level for it was 550. Looking at Steven, she continued to say that in his current state, he would not be able to defeat it. She wanted to say so, but she understood that common sense did not apply to him. Extending her fist, she added that she would not stop him. They needed to hurry to save his sister. Steven smiled and replied that he was grateful. He then created a magic window in front of him, thinking that if it was the Grim Reaper, he was sure that it would use phantom magic. He looked menacingly in front of him and continued to think that in that case, he would use this spell. Confidently looking forward, he added that this was great. With this, he would be able to completely suppress it. The protagonist surrounded himself with mana and, clenching his fist, used force. The ground beneath his feet shook, and then, like a bullet, he flew up into the sky. Many waves emanated from him, and then he destroyed the ceiling. Raising his head, he smiled and said that now he had a shortcut to the upper floor. A girl appeared behind him, who replied that he should be careful, because this is the boss arena, he can attack them at any time. The protagonist, looking at the steps, replied that he knew he couldn't let his guard down in this fight. A skeleton sat on the throne in front of him, adding that in order to defeat the Grim Reaper in his current state, he had to stop him from using his moves. The Reaper raised his hand. A second later, many animated skeletons appeared in front of him. They ran towards the protagonist. Steven frowned and activated the perception block spell. The monsters rushed past him. Imagining a pattern in his head, he thought that the Grim Reaper was using ghost magic to make the undead attack his enemies. Another pattern appeared in his head, and he thought that if he used the perception block, they would consider him an undead as well, making his magic completely useless. The Reaper looked ahead in surprise. Then he narrowed his eyes. Rising, a huge scythe appeared in front of him. A moment later, he disappeared, after which he appeared behind the protagonist, swinging his weapon. Steven, turning around menacingly, thought that in his past life he had fought with the gloomy intersex many times. That is why he knows all his actions in advance. He looked menacingly in front of him, thought that the magic eye of wisdom, he uses the first form. His eye lit up, and he continued to think that he finally got to the skill tree. In the past, this was his strong point. Confidently looking in front of him, he thought that the magic eye of wisdom is one of the highest ranking magic eyes, but he can only use its first form. So far he is not able to reveal its full potential. This first form allows him to see the mana of his opponents. Looking at his opponent, he thought that the Grim Reaper does not have a physical body, and since he often disappears without a trace, it is extremely difficult to hit him. He then pulled his sword out of its sheath, thinking that if he could see its mana, he could determine its location. Steven furrowed his brows, thinking that he could then hit it. Suddenly, the Reaper vanished, and the protagonist, turning around, felt its mana behind him. At the last second, he managed to react and dodge the attack. His opponent immediately disappeared. Steven glared ahead. Sharply turning around, he pointed his sword in the direction where his opponent should appear. Lowering his head, he felt the Reaper quickly move around the room. Then, abruptly, he turned and shouted loudly. He pulled his sword forward, causing a bright flash. His blade reached its target, piercing through the Reaper's body. The enemy recoiled in fear, and the protagonist thought that he had hit him, but most likely, this attack did not cause much damage to him. That was how big the difference in their abilities was. After a second, he jumped forward, thinking that in this case, he just needed to hit him again and again until there was no trace left of him. He extended his blade forward, thinking that even with his current meager status, he could counter his moves using the first form of the magical eye of wisdom. Suddenly, his opponent disappeared. He appeared on a tall pillar. Steven, looking at the Reaper, thought that he forgot to take into account something very important, the huge difference between his past and present, namely his emotional vulnerability, which he did not have from the past. His face turned pale. Then, an image of a dying girl appeared in his mind. Her hand dropped, and Steven raised his head in fear. He extended his hand forward as the Reaper appeared behind him, raising his sword for the final blow. At the last second, the protagonist saw the weapon approaching in fear. A moment later, Steven fell to the floor, blood pouring out of him. His body trembled, and the Reaper disappeared. He appeared on his throne. He opened his mouth wide, revealing his fangs. Lying on the ground, Steven thought that this was illusion magic. He clenched his teeth, thinking that this was bad. He would not be able to dodge its attacks in this state. What should he do? He imagined himself in his sister's mind, thinking what if he died here? Then he remembered the past, where he turned around in surprise. In front of him was his sister, who asked with a smile that he knew that she had learned a waltz minute. Sitting on the couch, she added that she would show him. The protagonist smiled and replied that he would listen for just a little while. His sister's cheeks turned red. Then she sat down at the instrument. Steven leaned over and stroked her head. We are transported to the present. The girl lies clutching her head, her heart beating very slowly. Beads of sweat are running down her face, and she thinks that her life is flashing before her eyes. Looking around the room, she sighed heavily, thinking that they were really happy then. She played the piano better and better, and Steven praised her a lot. Tears appeared in her eyes. Squinting, she thought that her body really gave up, but she did not want to die. She remembered her brother. The picture began to crack. We are transported to the protagonist. He looks at the system screen in fear. Then his hands drop. The system message says whether he wants to remove the forbidden restriction, to which Steven asks what it is. The Reaper continued to look at him. Looking at the system screen, the protagonist asked what he saw. His assistant, looking ahead, replied that she did not know either, had she always been here. Steven replied that if he agreed, his restrictions would be lifted. A second later, the Reaper swung his scythe, and the protagonist thought that he did not understand, but for the sake of not losing his sister. The Echidna monster opened its mouth, and Steven thought that for this he would do anything. The system screen began to disappear, and it said that the restriction was lifted. A huge number of lightning flew in different directions, and the protagonist was informed that he had become a forbidden Archmage. He frowned menacingly, and then he fired a projectile from his leg, destroying his opponent in an instant. The monster flew to the side with a broken skull, and Steven was surrounded by a strong barrier. He raised his hand, after which mana began to accumulate in his staff. The Reaper looked forward in fear. At the last second, he put up a barrier in front of himself. The protagonist, frowning, menacingly replied that he wanted to return to his sister as soon as possible, so he must smash this dungeon to pieces. The Reaper watched his inevitable death in fear. A huge laser strike incinerated everything in its path. The monster's throne cracked. We are transferred to a room. He jumps out of the house, lightning quickly runs along his legs, and he falls to the ground with a crash. Then he menacingly looks forward, after which he quickly begins to run at great speed, thinking that he must make it in time. We are transferred to his sister. Worried doctors gathered around her. The girl looks down, shouting for her patient to hold on. She called her brother. The eyes of the protagonist's sister slowly began to close. The man, looking at the phone, said that he begs Steven to come here urgently. What is he doing at this hour? The protagonist continued to run, did not hear the sound of the mobile phone. Suddenly, a system message appeared in front of him. He stretched out his finger and bought a bottle with an unknown content. Frowning, he thought that he was running as fast as he could. He moved through the streets like lightning. We are carried into the ward. The girl lies, showing no signs of life. A doctor sits next to her, sighing worriedly. The man clenched his teeth, thinking that her condition is quickly deteriorating. Looking at the girl, he thought that at least they let her go in peace. Suddenly, the protagonist burst into the ward. The doctor, looking ahead, replied that he was very sorry, but his sister was already unconscious, but let him stay with her until the very end. Steven, looking at her, replied that he made it in time. The man, spreading his arms, replied that he did not understand what he meant. Could he still feel the warmth of her body? Lifting his sister, the protagonist addressed her, saying that he had made it. Then he removed the mask from her face. The man opened his mouth in displeasure, shouting what he was doing. Steven poured the contents of the bottle into her mouth. A strange glow appeared around his sister. The protagonist, looking menacingly ahead, thought that she was obliged. The girl continued to lie there, showing no signs of life. Suddenly, her pulse began to beat again, and she opened her eyes. Steven turned pale, and one of the doctors said that this could not be what was happening at all. The protagonist continued to look ahead in surprise. The girl asked in surprise, "What was this, Steven?" Tears appeared on the protagonist's face, and he burst into tears. He hugged his sister tightly. We are transported to the evening. The doctor, turning to Steven, said that at the moment his sister is in perfect health. There are no more problems, and the wounds have also disappeared. He thinks it is safe to say that there will be no relapse. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he is glad to hear it. After which the doctor, looking at him, replied that he thinks they will be able to discharge her tomorrow, said that he is grateful to him. Suddenly, the man lowered his head, replying that with their current understanding of medicine, he still can't believe that she got rid of an incurable disease by taking only one dose of medicine. It's some kind of miracle that he gave her a drink at all. Steven remembered that moment, replying that it was a magical drug called elixir. He found it in the dungeon. Rumors said that it was able to cure anything, so he decided to bet on it. The doctor, smiling, replied that now he understands something similar was in the dungeon. Looking at the surprised protagonist, he continued to say that such places are really very mysterious. Steven smiled slightly. We are transported outside. He comes out with his sister. The girl stretches out her hands. Smiling widely, she says that the air outside is incredibly fresh. Laughing, the protagonist replied that she seems to be feeling well. Turning around, the girl replied that she even thinks that all that pain was not real. A taxi pulled up to them, and Steven replied that he was glad to hear it. Suddenly, the girl, looking ahead, replied that she should not do that. Turning around, she added that since she had recovered, she wanted to walk home. Looking ahead in surprise, Steven replied that she knew that their home was very far from here. She was sure of it since she had just recovered. His sister's cheeks also turned red, and she replied that everything was fine. If something happened, he would just carry her on his back. Exhaling, the protagonist replied that he couldn't talk her out of it. He took a step forward, adding that they would walk then. Then he asked what she wanted for dinner. Since they were already celebrating her discharge, she could have sushi, barbecue, or whatever she wanted. The girl raised her head in surprise. Turning around, she replied that she wanted him to make her his curry. Stephen looked at her with a puzzled look, replying that she was talking about money, let her choose whatever she wanted. Folding her arms, his sister replied that it wasn't that, she wanted to eat the food he made, his curry, right now she wanted to try that more than anything in the world. Smiling, the protagonist replied that they should stop by the supermarket then. His sister grabbed his hand, saying that they would also need to buy her some pudding. The protagonist replied that it was fine, as much as she wanted. After a while, they entered the house. The girl raised the bag above her head with a smile, saying that she hadn't been home for a long time. Then she looked at the slightly open door in surprise. She slowly approached it, and a second later she grabbed the handle, and Stephen wondered why the light was on. He stretched out his hand in fear, thinking that there was a fairy there. Inside, a little girl was lying in the bathtub, eating a potato. The girl looked at her in surprise. The fairy grabbed her cheeks, saying that the fast food of this world is just wonderful, she is becoming addicted to it. The protagonist's sister silently came closer. The fairy opened her eyes, looking away. Looking at the girl, she added that she must have gained weight. She replied that how did the fairy know about her? The potato stick crunched, and Jacqueline replied that she should not call her that. As she continued to eat, she added that she had no idea how many times she had saved her older brother's life since he had been ready to fall to his death for her sake. The girl turned around in surprise, addressing her brother. Then her cheeks turned red, and, going down to the fairy, she thanked her, saying that it meant it was all true. Jacqueline, smiling, replied that, apparently, unlike some, she was a well-behaved child. The girl's cheeks turned red, and she laughed. He listened to their conversation with displeasure, thinking that, for some reason, they seemed to get along quite well, perhaps even better this way. He put the food on the table, saying that it was time for them to make curry. After a while, they all sat at the table, simultaneously wishing each other bon appetit. The girl scooped up some rice along with the sauce. Then she put it in her mouth. She clenched her fists, shouting loudly that it was incredibly delicious. Then she grabbed her cheeks, saying that she was incredibly happy to be able to eat his curry for the first time in a long time. Stephen, looking in her direction, replied that her words made him realize that all his efforts had paid off. They looked at each other, and his sister added that she felt like she was alive again. The fairy, looking ahead in surprise, replied that after all, she almost died, and it was no wonder she felt like that. The girl, laughing, replied that it was true. Stephen, looking at her, wondered how dare Jacqueline say something like that, but his sister was laughing, so it was okay. A reporter appeared in front of us, who said that she would pass on an urgent statement. All three of them turned around in surprise, and the woman on the screen said that a huge dungeon appeared in the Tokyo metro area. The Adventurer Guild said that it wasn't a ranked dungeon, they were currently creating clans to clear it. The girl, looking at the TV, asked that it seemed like more and more dungeons were appearing lately. Stephen, looking ahead, replied that it was a huge ranked dungeon, and it took quite a long time to clear it. Suddenly, his eyes widened, seeing a system message that he had been given an urgent quest. Then several system notifications popped up, saying that compensation for removing the restriction. His task was to clear the Crystal Mines dungeon. He had 29 days left. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, asking that this quest was like the one with the lion. The fairy frowned and replied that no, it was different now, there should be no time limit quests, but more importantly, it was called restriction release compensation. The forbidden restrictions were a special skill that he was supposed to use to become stronger. If it was a reward, then it was compensation. The protagonist glared at the system notifications. Kate, holding a spoon in surprise, looked at her brother. Stephen looked at the heroine with a smile on his face, apologizing for saying something weird. The girl listened with wide eyes as her brother offered her something to eat. After a while, little Kate was resting in a bed full of notes. Sitting on the sofa, Stephen looked away, realizing that even the Great Sphere did not know what was going on. The system window continued to show the time limit. Jacqueline looked ahead with displeasure, saying that the quest was talking about compensation, which meant that there was a high probability that it was about the transformation in the battle with the Grim Reaper. Standing next to the fairy, Stephen began to ask her if she should know what was going on, since she was the manager of the forbidden restrictions. Pointing her finger up, Jacqueline said with displeasure that she had never heard of such a thing and only the former protagonist could know what was going on. Thinking, Stephen shook his head, answering that he had one guess. Looking closely at the guy, the fairy waited for ideas from him. Thinking about the system window, the guy began to talk about removing restrictions. Thinking about himself, Stephen answered that he was completely sure that this concerned his transformation into his former self. Remembering his power, the hero began to answer that most likely, removing the restriction was a protective function of the forbidden restriction. Moments began to emerge in the memory, and Steven himself answered that this should have worked when his life was in mortal danger. Looking attentively at Jacqueline, the protagonist began to explain that in order for the spell to work, he needed an equivalent amount of energy. But despite this, during the battle with the Grim Reaper, the guy removed the restriction, so he did not need to pay any compensation. Not understanding Steven, the fairy asked him in surprise what this meant. Continuing to think about his power, the hero understood that in exchange for saving him in the battle with the Grim Reaper, he must pay compensation under any circumstances, since this is a deferred payment. Thoughtfully looking up, Jacqueline began to understand why this quest is called compensation. Looking up, the protagonist explained that he still did not understand a lot. Suddenly, Jacqueline had an epiphany. Looking at the guy, the fairy began to think about the deferred payment. Thinking about his outcome of events, the guy explained that most likely he would die if he did not complete the urgent quest in the allotted time. The heroine looked at the main character with her mouth wide open, answering that they should hurry up and clear the crystal mines, since this was most likely the very dungeon that was talked about on TV because the quest appeared at that very moment. Watching carefully ahead, the guy answered that he did not like it either, and it seemed that his adventures as an adventurer continued. The girl's silhouette sat calmly on the floor. Waving her hand, Kate said goodbye to the guy with a smile on her face. Smiling widely, Steven wished his sister a good day. The little girl walked happily down the street, spreading her arms. The brother watched the heroine from the balcony with a warm smile, realizing that it was time for him to go too. A tall building. One of the girls with a smile on her face explained to the guy that now he was at F rank, so he should decide whether he really wanted to increase his rank to a level. With confidence in his eyes, the guy answered that he was ready. The girls started whispering among themselves and said that from time to time such people come here and take an inappropriate promotion exam just to prove themselves. Closing his eyes, Steven realized that the girls were very audible. The huge crystal mines are a huge dungeon of Ranka that suddenly appeared in the Tokyo metro area, due to the fact that it is under the control of the Adventurers Guild. This dungeon is normal, not secret, so in order to clear it, the guy will have to join a clan of at least rank B. Looking to the side, the guy realized that for this he first needs to increase his own rank. Steven knew that he had only been in secret dungeons, so his rank reflects an obvious lack of achievements, and now the hero has no choice but to immediately increase his rank with the help of the promotion exam. The magic ball began to slowly explain to the guy that in order to pass the exam for rank A, Steven will have to measure the characteristics and also pass the practical exam, but first he needs to touch the measuring crystal. The hand began to reach forward. The girl, with her eyes wide open, could not believe that this was an incompetent level 240 and that it was most likely some kind of mistake. Holding the papers warily, the heroine calmly replied that Steven had passed the measurement of characteristics. Walking forward, the protagonist heard that he would soon have a practical exam to which they would call. Looking to the side with interest, the guy heard someone arguing. A small boy looked at the man next to him, shouting that he was not the only one who could not clear the dungeon. The disgruntled man called the boy names, saying that he should say thank you for holding out for so long in their clan. Horos, with anger in his eyes, began to say that he would never take the blame for the clan's failure. Starting to look at the hero with displeasure, the man replied that they could not clear the dungeon only because of his short-sightedness. Hitting the ground with his fist, the hero heard the boy reply that he just wanted to shift the blame. With quick movements, the hero began to want to punch the little guy in the face. After a few seconds, his hand began to rest on Steven's head. The man began to look at the guy with displeasure, wondering who he was. With his mouth open, the protagonist calmly replied that he was an adventurer passing by. Looking ahead with displeasure, the man began to say that strangers should not poke their noses into other people's business. Steven, carefully watching the hero's gaze, replied that he was not going to interfere until it came to assault. Looking at each other, the guys heard the system window, which was calling in a rank adventurer. Starting to leave, the man shouted after the guys that they were lucky and he would just pretend that nothing happened. Turning back with displeasure, the man said that next time he would not tolerate this anymore. Waving his arms, Horos apologized for the fact that the protagonist had to intervene in this. Starting to touch his neck, the boy asked Steven if he really wanted to hear what happened. Starting to think about the whole situation, Horos answered that the man was the leader of the Red Dragon clan, which he was a member of. It was a great clan with high morals. The heroes in it wanted to clear high-level dungeons with a group of 10 people, but then they stumbled upon a trap in which everyone died except for the boy himself and that man. Looking down, the hero began to say that the blame should be on the man, since he was their leader, and he, as a support, had a rather low position in their clan, which is why the hero wanted to blame the guy for everything. Looking at Horos, Steven answered that it sounded very bad. A few seconds later, a system window appeared, which beckoned for promotion to rank a. Looking away, Steven apologized, answering that he had to go since he was being called. Horos opened his mouth wide and shouted that the practical exam was a demonstration fight against an rank adventurer, so this man must be the examiner. The thought began to arise in his head that this man would be Steven's opponent. Looking at the protagonist with fear, the boy answered that he was dangerous, since every time he acted as an examiner, his opponent received terrible injuries, because of which he should refuse. With a smile on his face, Steven looked away, answering that everything was fine and he was quite strong, although you couldn't tell by him. Horos continued to look away worriedly. A few seconds later, the two heroes stood opposite each other. With a smile on his face, the man began to shout, saying that he could not even imagine that Steven would be the one incompetent. Showing all his power and strength, the hero answered the protagonist that he would not be able to get out of here unscathed because the hero would make sure that he could never work as an adventurer again. The leader's face looked at Steven with fear, who calmly replied that he was also glad that he was his opponent. With a smile on his face, Steven replied that with such a person there was no need to hold back. Gritting his teeth, the hero began to look at the guy with displeasure. The system window showed that the practical exam was starting. Pointing his fist at Steven, the man shouted at him to try not to die from this. A few seconds later, a huge hand headed for the ground. Steven quickly jumped to the side. Looking to the side, the protagonist was a little surprised that the man split the ground with his bare hands. Watching the cracks in the ground, the guy realized that he had pretty high stats. Putting his hands forward, the man began to turn on the force of tension. The face looked forward with displeasure, gritting his teeth. Steven looked with fear at how he was flying down from gravity. Laughing loudly, the guy aimed his fists, answering that this was the end. Steven continued to look to the side with fear, quickly dodging attacks. The hand began to touch something. Holding onto the man's body, Steven began to do somersaults. After a few seconds, the hero slowly flew to the side. The leader turned around with displeasure. With his mouth wide open, the hero shouted at the guy that he had dodged well and that he had just been lucky. Raising his head, Steven silently looked at the guy, saying nothing. With a smile on his face, the protagonist began to talk about the gravity control skill. Looking at Steven, the leader began to say that if he had not been so impudent, he could have been invited to his clan. Laughing loudly, the man replied that his career as an adventurer would end today. Looking carefully ahead, the guy noticed a large amount of mana, which was to be expected from an rank. After a few seconds, strength and magic began to appear around the guy's body. Continuing to laugh, the man said that the guy could become a problem for his clan in the future. With a sly smile on his face, Steven heard the man tell him that he was glad that he had the chance to destroy him in the bud. Getting into a stance, the protagonist calmly replied that his luck would end today. Opening his mouth wide, the leader replied that they would see how long he could maintain his insolence. A few seconds later, the man began to fly at the guy with all his might, displeased. Steven carefully stepped back and dodged all of the guy's attacks. His legs began to slowly shake in a stance. Looking to the side, the guy began to notice that his body had become very heavy. Everything around him began to slowly shake. Covering his face with his hands, Steven looked at the rising sand in fear. One of his hands began to slowly close his eyes from the bright and blinding light. With his legs, the man began to direct the force from which the protagonist slowly flew to the side. Raising his head forward, Steven realized that he was using his skills well. Besides, he had first-class power when it came to hand-to-hand combat. Looking carefully ahead, Steven began to understand that he would have to use the Eye of Wisdom to block the leader's technique. The man waved his arms in different directions and shouted for the guy to come here, reapplying the force of gravity. Magic was directed at Steven's body from different directions. Raising his hand up, the guy began to stop everything with his power with quick movements. The man opened his mouth wide and could not believe that the protagonist was actually able to interrupt his force of gravity. Slowly growing larger, the man realized that he would have to fight until one of them died. After a while, the system window showed that the practical exam was over. The two heroes stood behind each other. Opening his mouth wide, the leader began to shout that their match was not over yet. Turning his head, Steven asked the man if he heard the announcer who said that everything was over. Looking ahead with displeasure, the leader replied that for him, nothing was over yet. Slowly leaving, the protagonist waved his arms, answering that he came here to become an rank adventurer and he was only concerned about passing the practical exam. A few seconds later, the man was left completely alone. The leader shouted loudly and asked never to joke with him. Keeping his hands and fists, the man clenched his teeth and replied that he would get to the main character someday. Hitting the ground with his fists several times, the hero shouted to the last that they would finish their fight someday. A few seconds later, the hands gave Steven a card, which said that he had been promoted to rank. Looking at the card, the main character saw Horos, who worriedly asked how everything went. With a smile on his face, the main character replied that he had somehow coped, thanks to the fact that the exam was short enough. With a smile and relief inside, the guy said that he had seen many adventurers who had managed to get terrible injuries during this time. Turning his head to the side, Steven heard himself being called very competent. With admiration and joy, the guy replied that he was strong enough to be mistaken for an rank adventurer. Raising his head, Haros worriedly replied that the leader was stubborn enough so he could return. Holding the phone in his hands, the guy listened to the message in which he asked to call and contact if there were any problems. Steven stood alone in the middle of the street. Looking at the phone, the guy realized that he was now a rank, but still did not know how to act. Thinking about the guys, the guy understood that he could always ask them about it. Suddenly, his gaze looked forward in fear. Looking around, Steven answered himself that he felt a monster nearby. A huge crowd of people ran away, shouting that he would kill them all. Screams were heard throughout the street that monsters had broken out of the gate, which is why everyone needed to evacuate. Looking ahead, the guy realized that he had only just begun to make plans. Starting to gain strength, the hero knew that he would feel uneasy if he ignored what was happening and people died. A huge flow of power was directed forward. Looking ahead, the hero began to turn on the Eye of Wisdom. Various spots began to appear throughout the city. In the middle of the streets there was a huge monster with his minions. Looking carefully ahead, the guy decided to deal with them quickly. One of the heroes stood in an authorized observation room with monitors. Looking ahead in surprise, the guy could not understand how the hero managed to get a rank in such a short period of time. Looking at the monitors behind Steven, the hero understood that he had significantly exceeded his limits. After a few seconds, the hero began to quickly leave the room, deciding to report this to the guild authorities. The guy confidently fought the monsters, opening his mouth wide and luring the weapon in different directions. Bright light began to emit the entire territory. The hero, dissatisfied, holding the sword, looked at the stone, thinking about how strong it was. Suddenly, a fast wind swept from somewhere. Monsters began to quickly rush around the guys, running in different directions. Looking at the hero, the guy calmly thanked him for his help. With its mouth wide open, the snake calmly stood near the adventurers. The guy opened his mouth in fear, screaming that this should never happen again. Swinging his weapon forward, the hero turned on the wind gun. With a smile on his face, the boy told everyone that he had B rank, so she herself could handle the monster. The dissatisfied hero looked at him, answering that he was the strongest, so you just need to follow his advice. Creating all his maximum strength, the guy with a smile on his face told the boss that he had no chance of winning. With quick movements, the beast began to crawl towards the hero with a weapon. Sitting on the roof, Steven slowly watched all this. Sighing, the guy realized that this was a complete pain in the ass. With a smile on his face, the main character decided that he would just watch so that he would not be accused of stealing his prey. The hero slowly watched the B-rank boy, who with a smile on his face pointed his fingers forward at the boss. Pointing forward at the snake, the guy understood that if he defeated it, he would definitely have to promote him to a rank and then not have to take an exam for his achievements. With a smile on his face, the guy was happy to be an adventurer. Watching the heroes, Steven answered with displeasure that the guys in this clan do nothing and only talk. Meanwhile, Mons began to open his mouth wider and wider. An explosion passed through the territory. The hero began to look at something to the side in fear. The monster hit the bridge with its whole body, slowly falling down. Jumping from the roof, Steven began to think that the guy really thought with his head. With his mouth wide open in fear, the adventurer shouted not to come near him. The snake quickly approached the guy, opening its mouth wide. A few seconds later, someone completely mastered the power, protecting the boy. Looking forward in surprise, the hero could not believe that he had just been saved. Steven turned to the side with displeasure, saying nothing. His gaze looked worriedly to the side. With quick movements of the sword, the hero cut the snake's minions so that they would not touch anyone else. Turning his head up, Steven looked at the people who were arguing, realizing that he had to get out so that he would not be blamed. With incomprehension, looking to the side at the guy, people wondered what was wrong with this adventurer. Steven slowly jumped on the roofs. The building, the hand tightly held the phone with a photo of the main character. With a smile on her face, the girl looked at Steven, glad that she managed to take a couple of pictures. Looking carefully at the hero's body, the girl replied that he was also handsome. Sitting on a chair, the heroine began to think about what rank the guy was. Looking into the distance, she thought that perhaps he had not yet joined the clan. Surprised, her gaze moved to the side. The girl began to watch the guy from the side. The system window showed that Steven had recently been promoted to rank a continuing to sit in the cafe. The girl admired the guy. Looking to the side, the heroine thought that this could be interesting. Screams began to be heard from the apartment. Looking ahead with displeasure, Steven began to tell his sister not to use her smartphone while eating. With admiration and surprise, Kate showed the guy some video on her phone. Taking the gadget in his hands, Steven began to read the news with interest. On one of the channels on the phone there was a video about the main character's battle. The video was quickly gaining popularity. Raising his head up, the guy thought about why they did this and who dared to do it. Everyone looked at the phone and watched the video, asking the guy if he was really that strong. Thoughtfully looking to the side, Steven could not understand who filmed him. His sister looked at the guy in surprise, asking that he didn't know the author of the video. Looking at the phone, the guy began to see the girl's nickname. Thinking about the girl, Kate began to say that she was a popular adventurer who was very strong and, moreover, she was a cutie. Looking into the distance, Stephen began to understand what was going on. With a smile on her face, Jacqueline looked at the comments, telling the guy that he had become quite popular and cool. With joy and admiration, Kate began to think that her brother would also become popular. A few seconds later, a huge number of messages appeared on the phone. A huge number of people began to write about that battle with the monster in the video. Holding his head, Stephen sighed, realizing that the video was going around. Putting her hands in a fist, his sister replied that this happened because Brittany herself launched it. Continuing to look at this video, Stephen began to think about deleting it so that no more writing would occur. Looking at the phone, the guy began to explain to Kate that these people can distribute personal information, including his sister, after which rather strange people will begin to approach her. Keeping her hands in fists, the girl decided to force Brittany to delete this video. Holding a spoon in her mouth, Jacqueline agreed with the guys, answering that such companies do everything slowly, so they need to try sending messages to Brittany herself to see if she will respond or not. Looking askance at the fairy, Stephen could not understand how she knew so much about such things. Kate looked at Jacqueline with a smile on her face, answering that she was very hardworking. Holding the phone, the protagonist began to offer to contact Brittany and ask her to delete this video. Having written a message to the star, Stephen decided that all that was left was to wait for her answer. Sadly looking ahead, Kate understood that perhaps she would not answer since so many people were sending her messages. Leaning against a chair, the protagonist decided that his little sister was right in this matter. Calmly looking at the phone, Stephen replied that he would not have to wait because she had already answered him. Having read the guy's message, Brittany told him to come to the guild so that she could make sure of his true identity. Standing next to her brother, Kate admiringly offered to skip school and go with him. Looking at his sister with displeasure, Stephen explained to her that this was not a reason to skip school. Thinking about the message, the protagonist realized that it was too fast, as if the girl was waiting for him to contact her. Looking through the message, the guy did not understand what she really had in mind. Adventurers Guild. A hand tugged at the guy's clothes. The girl's silhouette told the guy to follow her. Stephen turned his head and looked ahead. A minute later, the guys were already quickly climbing up to the top floor by elevator. Their feet began to touch the office. The girl was holding a gold card with a rank in her hands. The heroine, wearing her cap, greeted the guy. With a smile on her face, Brittany began to say her name. With a calm face, Stephen began to ask the girl what kind of room this was. Sitting down at the table, the heroine answered that this was an ordinary conference room that could be used if rank B and above. With a smile on her face, Brittany looked at the guy, answering that they could not talk alone, considering how famous she was. Looking at the girl, Stephen understood why she brought him here. Standing at the entrance, the main character calmly asked Brittany if she could delete that video right away, since she had already made sure of his identity. His hand extended his phone, showing that the video post had been deleted. Looking at the phone, the guy thanked the girl, answering that it was much better this way. With a smile on her face, the heroine said that she did not need to be thanked since there was nothing special about it. Waving her hands, the girl asked the guy if he thought that it was not a good idea since there were many positive reviews in it. Looking askance forward, the guy answered that it was not very cool. Laughing, Brittany looked at Stephen, asking if he had never dreamed of becoming famous or something like that. Sitting down on a chair, the guy said that for him it looked completely different. With a smile on her face, Brittany asked the guy that he would not agree to the offer to work together. Stephen's gaze looked at the girl in surprise, not fully understanding what she wanted. Thinking about the guy's strength in battles, the girl answered that he was quite strong, and this fact in itself attracted attention. Looking at the heroine, the guy asked about what she already knew, that he was incompetent. With a smile and joy in her eyes, Brittany answered that she launched this video only after she found information about the guy. Closing her eyes, Brittany said with a smile on her face that she wanted to make them famous. Looking closely at the heroine, the guy realized that she posted this video to talk about it. Continuing to sit on the chair, the heroine calmly answered that she never does anything without a reason. Leaning on the table, the heroine answered with admiration that she wanted to create a group or even a whole clan with the guy. With surprise in his eyes, Stephen did not understand where such a desire came from. The girl's voice was heard throughout the conference room, saying that in this way she would be able to have more places to express herself. With a smile on her face, the heroine held the phone, answering that if she could attract the attention of people outside the networks, her popularity would increase. Watching the heroine, Stephen began to understand that only popularity was important to her. Winking with one eye, Brittany agreed with these thoughts. Looking away, the guy began to think about the clan, realizing that he couldn't do without it if he wanted to conquer the huge dungeon. Looking closely at the heroine, the guy opened his mouth, telling Brittany that he was ready to consider working together with some conditions. Steven looked up and said that he was ready to consider the possibility of working together, given some conditions. Brittany, with her hands folded in front of her face, looked closely at the guy and then asked about his interest, but he replied that he was interested in creating his own clan. The long-haired girl with a sly smile put her hand to her cheek and asked about the fact that MS couldn't contain his interest because he was with such a cute girl like her, and the young man frowned and said that it had nothing to do with it. She leaned forward and said that it would be difficult to create something with a person she knew nothing about, and the brunette asked why he wanted to create his own clan so much. The protagonist looked at her seriously and said that he needed to clear a dungeon. The heroine asked the dark-haired guy about the crystal mines and he replied that she knew. Brittany spread her hands and said that it was a huge place that required a whole clan, but she thought that Steven would try to clear it alone. The girl bent over and leaned her elbows on the table, then whispered that they should create a clan together. The guy interrupted her and said that he had other conditions. The brunette nervously started to sort through her hair and became embarrassed, and Ms. told her to promise that she would not post about him on social networks without his permission. The girl raised her head up and thoughtfully said that she knew it. Closing her eyes, she called it pity, but agreed and asked if there was anything else. The protagonist confidently said that there was nothing else, but if she kept her promise, she could also offer something. The long-haired girl extended her hand forward and said contentedly that in that case she was really looking forward to starting working together. The young man was surprised that she made a decision so quickly. Brittany shook her finger and said that it was she who asked him to come here, and it seemed to her that the dark-haired man had a bad impression of her. Steven kept his hands on his knees and said that it was not the best. The girl agreed to the offer with a smile because she wanted to build a trusting relationship between them. Ms. grinned and did not deny the fact that in the end she could turn out to be a good person. They shook hands and someone laughed and said that we'll see. The guy hesitated and asked the brunette if she could fulfill one more request of his. He handed her a piece of paper and asked her to write an autograph. Ms. wanted to give it to her younger sister. The heroine laughed, opened the marker and called the guy a great older brother and asked how her sister was. The protagonist smiled and said Kate. The girl put on a cap and said that the clan needed 5 people, and she asked the guy if he had any suggestions. He thought about it and said that he had a couple of people. He asked Brittany about her and the brunette happily said that no one. MS was surprised and said that he thought that since she was famous, she had connections, but the lady, who looked strange, said that it was true, but they were all trying to get closer to her. Steven understood and said that he would try to invite his people, to which the girl, looking out from behind the door, replied that he should contact her when he was ready to continue. One of the city streets was illuminated by the sunset and someone was calling his brother. The guy handed an autograph to someone. The protagonist sat on the couch and looked at the girl and said that he thought that she would be glad to receive it. At this time, Kate thanked the young man and said that she loved him. He replied that he loved her too. Blue-eyed turned to Ms. and said that he was a siskin as always, but the guy denied it. Someone's phone vibrated. Sam apologized for not being able to work as an adventurer anytime soon. The hero got upset looking at the screen and thought that the guy with glasses wouldn't be able to. He thought that Monica and Lucy agreed and he needed another person. Ms. remembered Jonas and decided that he should try to invite him. The sister sat down next to the protagonist and began to ask him about what they talked about with Brittany. The guy said that she wanted them to work together. These words caused admiration in the girl and she called it amazing and that he would be famous. Steven chuckled and said that he made the girl promise that this would not happen. Kate became embarrassed and said that this was a loss, and it seems that the hero got closer to the brunette alone. Inspired by the sister said that she also wants to meet her in person, and the young man said that perhaps such a chance will be. Raising her hands up, the girl happily shouted. The dark-haired thought that he would do everything possible so that they could meet, but first they need to make sure that they can clear the crystal mines. The hero has a collar on his neck and he dreams that given his current level of strength, he is a little uneasy and that he has problems in the battle with the boss of the A-rank dungeon. He decided that he needs to become even stronger. Protagonist's chains come off and he thinks that at this rate his life will be compensation. Notifications about the key to the hidden dungeon appear in front of the young man and he can buy B rank. Jacqueline turns to MS and says that who would have thought that he would go to level up in the middle of the night, and she called him hardworking. Steven looked at the fairy with a smile and said that during the day he still had to create a clan, so he could only level up at night. The manager looked at him with disdain and said that he was so busy, but nothing could be done about it because his life was in danger. She added that he should not let his guard down because he managed to clear an A-rank dungeon and his status was equivalent to B rank. The hero received the key and a door appeared in front of him, from which magic emanated, and he said that he knew. It was a thick night outside and a guy was standing on the ground, and in front of him was a huge wolf. The young man with a smile on his face was surprised that the creature appeared immediately, and he noted that it looked like there were a lot of strong monsters here. The beast growled loudly and the hero was beckoning someone. A white Nemean lion appeared next to the protagonists and there was a large magic circle under them. A fight began between the animals. Steven stood and looked contentedly and thought that he received experience for each monster killed by his summon, and in this way he increased his level more effectively. Suddenly, a bright beam of magic crashed into the place where the guy was and something dark moved towards him. At that moment, Miz dodged. In the darkness, the shadows of enemies were visible and the young man thought that apparently the locals also like to fight. Suddenly, their bodies were cut in half. The dark-haired man held a blue sword in his hands. He looked and tensed up and thought that thanks to this he could increase his level faster. The beams from the weapon remained behind the protagonist, and he flew forward and thought about how he defeated creatures all night. The guy stood on the ground and concentratedly looked up. The fight continued until only the boss remained. The red giant stood and looked forward, and under him was Miz. The Nemean lion jumps and rushes towards the monster screaming. There is a flash in space. The creature's large fist flies into the white animal's face and hits it. The monster opened its mouth and looks angrily somewhere. From a sharp and strong swing, the call flies into the distance and the protagonist, seeing this, screams. He lands on the ground with force, leaving cracks in it. The lion lies and makes sounds and Steven asks him if he is okay. The hero says with bewilderment that he did everything he could and he will deal with the giant. The animal, sticking out its tongue, lay motionless. The protagonist stands in front of the boss and says that something will happen now. The creature growled with rage. It swung and pushed off the ground on which the hero stood. The guy apologized for not having much time, so he would finish with one blow, and swung his sword. The fire was directed at the dark-haired one as he stood in a position to strike. The monster looked at what was happening with anger and confusion. Suddenly, a bright light from the weapon cut the boss's body in half. MS stood seriously and held the magic sword. The red enemy looked at something angrily. Steven exhaled from fatigue and notifications appeared that the level had increased and the Club of Kings had been received. Suddenly, he became very tense for some reason. The young man looked at the weapon and said that the power of this spell was amazing, but it seemed that the guy was not yet strong enough to withstand its recoil. He calmly decided something. The protagonist decided that this would do for now. Magic tablets appeared in space about the characteristics of the received weapon and about the guy. The sun was shining brightly behind the tall buildings of the city. Miz stood in an empty room and, having seen something, said that he had returned and wondered why he had not come to the backyard, like that time with the C-rank dungeon. The fairy appeared behind the dark-haired man and said that it was all because his coordinates had changed and she reminded him that this had happened before. The hero thoughtfully said that now that Jacqueline had mentioned it, something would happen. A notification came to the guy's phone and he looked at it with curiosity. There was a message on the screen from someone who wanted to know more details about the clan. The guy was pleased with this and he said that it seemed like his friend was interested. The manager said that if the young man managed to get Horus, he would become the 5th person needed to create a society. With a smile on his face, he looked at the screen and said that the young man had previously been to the crystal mines and if he could be recruited, he would be a great addition. 2 comrades were sitting in one of the city's cafes. Holding a cup in his hands, someone said some message. The blonde asked contentedly about him planning to create a new clan and he added that he was indebted to the protagonist, so he would be glad if the hero allowed him to join. The dark-haired looked and said that he was glad to hear it, but he told Horus not to force himself if he did not want to. Laughing, he thanked him for his attention and asked if MS had collected the rest, then drank his tea. Brittany and Steven were A rank. Monica and Lucy were C and F rank. The blonde was surprised and said that the difference in ranks was quite large and he asked if the protagonist had known these people before, to which he replied that yes, but they only knew him and he did not think that they had ever known each other. Horus smiled and noted that since he would be with 3 A-rank adventurers, they would receive a lot of attention. There was no answer, only silence. The guy said that he meant that sooner or later Rude would try to deal with them. The protagonist remembered what that man looked like and asked if his comrade was sure. The blonde tensed up and said that the man contacted him after the last meeting and asked to tell him everything about Miss Shouting. He added that of course he didn't tell him anything. At that moment Steven was taken aback and said that he really thought that he would cause him a lot of problems. He added that since the brunette was his opponent in the promotion exam, the showdown does not concern Horus, so he is not responsible in any way. The satisfied guy thanked his interlocutor. He bowed his head down and said upset that in the previous clan the attitude towards him was terrible and he does not want anyone else to go through this. He added that he wants to benefit the society that the protagonist will lead. In the end, he said that he was charmed by his personality. Because of these words, the dark-haired one was very surprised. The guys were sitting on chairs and Horus asked Steven to let him join the clan. MS happily extended his hand forward and said that he couldn't wait to start working together. The fair-haired one's eyes sparkled with happiness. They shook hands and someone said that he also couldn't wait for this moment. The protagonist walked along the roofs of the night city and thought about the fact that he had collected the necessary number of people to create a clan. He looked seriously to the side and thought that all that was left was to clear it. A magic circle formed in some room. Magic swirled between the pillars, and someone said that for a ranked dungeon, the gates exuded a large amount of mana. A notification about the remaining time appeared. It said 26 days, 19 hours, and 30 minutes. Ms. thought about the girls, that they were not yet strong enough to go to the dungeon, and considering the time left to train them, they would barely make it. Stephen looked at something and happily said that it looked like they would have to use a lot of unconventional methods. The sun was shining on the city. The guys were walking, and the girl was happy that she would meet Brittany. Smiling, she thanked her brother. Opening her mouth, he said that he had written to her. Standing near the building, she said that everyone should have a brother like him. Holding the guy's hand, they approached the Adventurers Guild. Opening their mouths, the girls said that he really did look like him. Looking back, she thought that they were being looked at. Entering the elevator, she thought that the video on the network was very short and did not expect that people would start recognizing him. Then she left it. Standing near the door, she realized that it was open. Entering, she saw a girl sitting at the table. Opening her mouth, she asked if she had gotten here first. Opening her mouth, she answered in the affirmative. Covering her mouth with her hand, she said that she was prettier in real life. Looking at them, she asked if she was his sister and what kind of cutie she was. Kate opened her mouth and was surprised that she was called a cutie. Holding her glasses, she was happy for her. Holding her face, she asked if she remembered her name and thanked her. Opening her mouth, he said that she was a big fan of hers. The door opened. Horace came in and greeted her. Opening his mouth, he asked if he was punctual. Then Monica with blue eyes came in. Opening her mouth, she said that he had called her politely and therefore could not help but come. Lucy came up and thanked her for the main character's work. Looking at her, she asked if everyone was here now and hoped that she had not kept them waiting. Standing and looking, they said that they themselves had just arrived. Closing her eyes, she realized that this was a relief. Straightening his hand, he asked everyone to initially introduce themselves. Standing next to each other, he decided to start clockwise. The younger sister opened her mouth and began to introduce herself, saying that she was not an adventurer and simply decided to keep her brother company and that it was nice to meet them. Opening her mouth, she asked if this was the girl who was the same age as her, and they answered in the affirmative. Smiling, she said that she was polite and that it was nice to meet her. Opening her mouth, she introduced herself as Kate and that she was an F-rank adventurer, but would give it her all. The girl with white hair was called Monica, was a C rank and controlled a bow. The boy introduced himself as Horace and was in a rank, but had a support skill. The girl with glasses asked if she was the last one. Opening their mouths, one of them said that she had been thinking about it for a while. Taking hold of her cap, she left. Then she removed it. Putting her hand on her cheek, she called herself Brittany. Putting her hands on her hips, everyone was surprised because there was an aura of a performer. Monica opened her mouth and asked if she had posted the video with Steven and whether she had any goal. Opening his mouth, he asked to discuss what had happened. The performer stood next to him, and he told them about what had happened in all the details. They listened to him, and he said that she had accidentally ended up in that place and filmed the video. There was a precious stone, because their goal was to conquer the crystal mines. Opening his mouth, he asked about the crystal mines, because they had recently discovered them. Opening his mouth, he said that this was in a ranked dungeon and therefore only clans could enter, which was why they had decided to create their own clan. Opening his mouth, he said that it would be an impossible task for Lucy and him. Looking down, he said that it was really scary. An icon popped up because he understood their feelings. Looking seriously, he said that the primary goal of their clan would be training. Exhaling, she said that they would not be able to become strong enough to fight equally in the ranked dungeon. Brittany came up and said that this could be achieved quickly. There were some symbols, because the main character had achieved considerable success by jumping from rank F to rank A straight away. His face was serious. His eyes were big, and she was sure that they could become stronger. Opening her mouth, she said that speed was not important. Looking at them, she said that everything was fine and Brittany was right, because they would quickly become strong and in general with his skill it was possible. Widening her eyes, she said that he had no skills. Opening her mouth, she asked for forgiveness because he had a skill that was visible only to one. Opening her mouth, she continued that it was a hidden skill. Stephen was sitting at the table. Their legs were under the table. They asked him about the hidden skill. Opening his mouth, the guy said that he could not be considered an ordinary incompetent. Exhaling, Monica asked if he kept this secret. The sister opened her mouth and asked if he hid it. Opening her eyes, she was surprised. Opening her mouth, she asked for forgiveness for hiding it. Different balls were flying, because now everything was clear to them. Opening her mouth, she asked if he used this hidden skill to heal her. The protagonist looked at her and answered in the affirmative. Turning away, she was still surprised. Then she looked more seriously. Straightening her arms, she did magic, because apparently because of his skills she used it well. Holding her chin, she asked what kind of ability it was. Looking at her, he said that he could not go into details because his skill allowed him to study abilities from any skill group. Opening their mouths, they were surprised by his words. Laughing, she said that this was the best skill. Standing, he said that he had his weaknesses, but the hidden skill was universal. Sitting on a chair, she said that she herself knew everything from the beginning, that he was quite strong, but how would this help her and Lucy? The guy opened his mouth and said that the girl with red hair is incompetent. Looking serious, he replied that they are capable of magic. Opening his mouth, she asked how it was different. Running his finger through the air, he said that the word magic itself would give them some idea of what he meant. The Bangs stood on different teams because it was a form of magic. Looking at her, he said that Lucy had a chance to use magic, albeit only once. Looking at him, she said what he did so that she could use magic. Looking back, they said that the spell was strong enough. Opening his mouth, he said that such firepower would be enough for them. Opening his mouth, he said that he was going to make Lucy study magic. Clenching his hand into a fist, he said that he would do everything possible. Opening his mouth, she asked what about her. Opening his eyes, he said that he would give her a deep understanding of the skill. Looking surprised, she asked what that meant. People were standing because she had a chance that the skill would also become many times stronger. Raising a finger, she agreed because skills could change depending on how they were used. Putting his hands on the table, he said that he therefore wanted her to delve deeper into her skill and also to level it up. Opening his mouth, he said that his skill was universal. Lying on the table, he said that she could also help and would be useful. Looking at them, he had the feeling that she had received a completely different reaction. They were not sitting at the table and said that he planned to make them stronger. Putting his hands in his pocket, he asked if Lucy was free. Because he wanted to teach the basics of magic, they answered that she was free. The girls were standing and also wanted to attend the lesson. Opening his mouth, he said that he did not mind. The girl and the guy refused because they were busy. Opening his mouth, he understood them. There was a building. There they said that they would discuss the plan in the group chat. They walked along the floor and apologized for the intrusion. The fairy ate sweets and asked if they were guests. Opening their mouths, they were surprised by her. Looking at her, they asked if she was a fairy. Raising a finger, they said that her name was Jacqueline. The protagonist said that she was part of his skill. Opening their mouths, they asked because they were surprised. Folding her hands, she said that they so easily appreciated how cute she was. Opening her mouth, she said that he was going to teach Lucy and therefore should not interfere. Putting her hands on her hips, she asked who he was talking to like that. Looking at her, she asked for forgiveness. Lucy was sitting on a chair, Stephen was next to her. Crunching his hand, he said that they had overcome the first step to being able to use magic. She asked if he was talking about the time he touched her back. The girls behind asked again. Opening his mouth, he asked not to react like that, because it caused misunderstandings. Opening his mouth, she asked for forgiveness. This time, he interfered with her magic circuit to allow mana to flow freely through her. Looking up, he told her that she should learn to make mana flow through her body on her own and compose spells. Opening her mouth, she said that she did not understand anything. Looking at her, he said that he wanted to give her the opportunity to achieve the sensation of mana step by step. Raising his hand, he said that he would stimulate her mana. Being naked, he said that he would be able to comprehend the sensation of mana. Standing next to her, he said that he should touch her back. The sister opened her mouth and screamed. Another girl also opened her mouth and said that this was sexual harassment. Raising his hand, he said that he should touch her skin near the vessel of her mana. The fairy looked suspiciously because he was not a Siskin. There was no one at the table, and Lucy was asked how she was. Looking at her hands, she said that her body was warm. Looking at her, she thought that it sounded like the sensations when using the skill. Opening his mouth, he said that she might be exhausted, but he would take care of it so she could relax. Opening her mouth, she asked for forgiveness because she asked not to speak ominously. Squeezing her hand, he said that this is the easiest and fastest way to learn, and while the mana was flowing through the body, then let her imagine how it strengthens the flow. Lucy closed her eyes. Looking at her, he understood that she was concentrating perfectly because this quality was necessary for a magician. Seriously looking, he thought that she could become stronger at an alarming speed. A window appeared where the limit remained for 26 days. Straightening her arms, she said that she was almost at the limit. Raising her hand, he said that she should imagine how she adds an equal opposite side to her mana and be able to stop the flow. There were sparks. Then he held her because she was sitting on the floor. Looking at him, she asked for forgiveness. Smiling and poking at the screens, he said that for the first time she held on well. On the screen was the price for a recovery potion. Having bought it, he gave it to the girl to drink. There was no one near the door. After drinking the bottle, she realized that she was already feeling better, and the girls were asking where he got the bottle from. Po, looking at them, said that it was another part of his skill. Standing next to the girl, he decided to try again. Smiling, he said that such training was quite effective for learning magic, and with the help of these potions, they were able to continue almost indefinitely. Lucy widened her eyes. She remembered how she did magic and asked if she needed to repeat it again, and they answered in the affirmative. Behind her, the girl called him a real monster. Po, looking at them, said that in any case, it should be easier. In the house, they were shouting that this was not the only thing. A fairy flew up and said that he had a completely distorted concept of form. She was surprised because they said to limit herself to 50 repetitions. Opening his mouth, he asked how about 5 times. Lucy replied that she would try. She was drooling because after the training, she had an approximate understanding of how to control mana. There was no one in the corridor, and after that he planned to improve her accuracy with the help of numerous repetitions of this training. The 3 of them entered the B-rank dungeon. Putting her hands to her head, she said that she could not wait for their joint work. Opening her mouth, she looked at the girl and asked if she was nervous. She answered that she saw yesterday's training. Looking at him, she was told that she did not understand well how to teach skills because usually everything went through one place. Poking at the phone, she said that he was still a sadist. Looking at the phone, she continued that she was ready to take responsibility when it came to teaching skills. Putting her hands on her reed, she asked him to tell her everything he knew about his skill. Monica opened her mouth and said that she could use elementary attacks and attacks that changed the state of the target. Arrows flew because she could make them fly further or turn in a circle. Putting her hand to her face, she said that it sounded like a pretty convenient skill. A window appeared asking if she had thought about other ways to use the skill. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant. Holding a bow in her hands, they told her that it sounded extremely convenient. Looking at her, they said that she would be able to defeat higher-ranking monsters despite her level. Looking at them, he asked if she would react faster if she demonstrated. A monster appeared behind them, looking at them. She had a hand and had to defeat it. The girl ran away from the explosion. The centaur shot again. Then she dodged the arrows. An item appeared in her hands because her skill was a support skill that allowed her to strengthen her comrades, but by changing the method a little she was able to fight on her own. She was near the monster. Opening her mouth, she said that she was using acceleration on the centaur's hind hooves. The centaur fell and his legs were high. Opening her mouth, she was surprised, but the guy said that she could use her skill on individual parts of the body. Looking at the monster, she said that she was using an attack buff on herself. She cut the centaur with her sword. Opening her eyes, she said that this was the end. Approaching them, she said that something like this. The light was on in the room. She said that she took the illusionary dancer, which was originally a support skill, and used it to attack. Closing her eyes, she asked if it was clearer. Monica, looking at her, did not understand how to use this as an example. Opening her mouth, she said that she could do something similar in 2 lights and asked if Stephen was watching her. Looking at her, he answered that he was watching with the eye of wisdom. There was a shadow on the floor. He thanked her. Opening his mouth, he said that skills are not tied to her level and the more she controls them, the stronger they become. The girl looked at him in surprise. Looking at him, she asked if she was capable of something like that. She was told that it was just a hypothesis. Smiling, he thought that the item should help become stronger. Folding his arms, he said that her skill can become stronger regardless of her level. Opening his mouth, she said that it was hard for her to believe in whether he was sure. Looking away, he said that she felt the effect of the skill. Opening his mouth, she said that it seemed to her that it was connected with increasing her level or increasing her characteristics. Opening his mouth, he said that it seemed different to him. There was an inscription written because it seemed to him that developing a skill is exactly the same as increasing your characteristics and, in other words, a certain level of skill. Putting her hand to her forehead, she asked if he meant that skills have their own level. Opening his mouth, he said that skills are similar to magic. Making a fist, he said that he knows a lot about magic, so don't ask where he got it from. Opening his eyes, he said that skills work just like stats. Looking into the distance, he thought that this way it would be easier for them to understand the concept. Opening his mouth, he asked why the evaluators don't show skill levels. There was a screen. They said that stats are similar to levels, but at the same time they were different. These are 2 fundamentally different concepts. Smiling, they told her that another device was needed to demonstrate the level. Putting his hands on his hip, he asked if it existed and if he was sure of the theory. Raising his hand, he said that perhaps it hadn't been invented in this world yet, so he would create it himself. Laughing, he said that if he succeeded, it would be great. Going further, he decided to increase Monica's skill. Opening his mouth, she asked how he was going to do it. She was told that he should try to find new ways to use the skill. creating magic, he said that levels should have experienced points that she should receive for using the skill. Remembering him, she understood why he asked the question then. Turning around, she said that now she had to fight the local monsters. Exhaling, she said that it sounded extremely difficult, but she would try. Then he turned back. The torches were burning. He understood that they had to find a way to increase their skill level. It was night, the light was on in the house. Looking at the screen, he asked what it meant. Looking in surprise, he understood that the status evaluator had created in his past life. Then the ball became small triangles, and also asked why there was a skill evaluator here. A fairy flew in and asked, maybe because he had created both things in his past life. Looking at her, he asked if he had created these two things, and they answered in the affirmative. Holding his chin, he said that he had created them during a period of which he did not remember anything. The TV was off. He wondered why he knew about skills in his past life. Closing his eyes, he could not understand what he was thinking about then. Raising her finger up, she said that he shouldn't worry because they are quite convenient and therefore he should use them. Looking at the screen, he answered that she was right. Seriously thought that now he had to focus all his attention on clearing the crystal mines. The ball was standing. It was a skill evaluator. Looking at it, she asked if he had created it overnight. Opening her mouth, the fairy asked her to thank her. Spreading his hand, he decided to try to measure the level of her skill. Then she put her hand to it. There was an explosion in the ball. A notification came that she was level 3. Straightening her finger, she asked if his rank was high. Opening his mouth, he said that the rank is calculated from F to S and therefore her skill was high. Opening her mouth, she said that she became uneasy even from the thought of a foray into a B-rank dungeon. He doesn't even talk about looking at her. He said that the skill is completely unimportant and in any case will become stronger if he fully masters it. Embarrassed, she was told that her skill had special potential. Turning away, she said that if he really thought so, then it would be easier for her. Opening his mouth, he said that since they had confirmed the skill level, they needed to go to the guild hall for training. The girl was surprised. It was light. She had asked about the training hall. Walking near home, he said that the hall was better suited for this task and that way he would be able to train. Closing his eyes, he said that she had a bad feeling. Stephen was standing in the middle and they were shining on him. Two girls stood next to him. Opening his mouth, he asked what they would do. Then a spark occurred. She flew into the main character. Opening his eyes, he said that they would fight him. Opening their mouths, they were surprised that they would fight him. Seriously, he answered that this was the easiest way to make them stronger. Looking at him, they asked if he was joking. Opening his mouth, he said that no, and they would fight them at the same time. There was something hanging on the wall. He asked Monica to focus on increasing her skill level. It became lighter and he told Lucy to get used to using magic. Opening his mouth, he said that together they could improve teamwork and would attack them. Looking at him, they were surprised about fighting two at the same time. Opening his mouth, he asked if she remembered the phrase he had taught her recently. Lucy widened her eyes and said that she should let the mana flow throughout her body. Warming up, he answered affirmatively and it was called verbal magic. They became active after pronouncing certain phrases. One of them went. Stephen said that if it didn't work out, he had a backup plan. Taking the bow in his hands, he asked if he understood that he could get hurt. Opening his mouth, he asked them not to hold back and if he could earlier, he would buy coffee. Smiling, she began to shoot. The bow lit up. She said that she would buy it then with an extra portion of milk and sugar. Arrows flew at him. He began to dodge them. One arrow flew at him. As suddenly, they became water. Standing near the water, he understood that she had a unique ability to turn arrows into water. Being in the water, he understood that the name of the bow justified the name. Standing nearby, he thought whether it worked. Having made another arrow, he asked what about hers. Praying, he thought that she was simply amazing and was not going to lag behind either. Smiling, he understood that she covered him with water for better electrical conductivity and, in addition, increased the effectiveness of her damage. He jumped up near her, saying that if they did not hit him, all this would be unimportant. The girl smiled. The arrow flew straight at him. Opening her mouth, she said that he could not dodge in the air. Looking at her, he asked if she changed the trajectory. He dodged the arrow using acceleration. Monica was shocked because it was impossible. Squeezing her hands, she conjured a crimson scorching flame. Fire appeared from her hands. It was a fireball of a crimson lotus. Standing next to him, he understood that Lucy was doing great and she had succeeded on the first try. Straightening his hand, he read the same spell. There was a big explosion. The girl held on because there was a strong wind. Sitting on the stone, he said that they did great and he even had goosebumps. Looking embarrassed, she realized that he did not even sweat and this was infuriating. Looking at Lucy, he called her. Opening his mouth, he asked why he made her use at that time. Stephen looked at her, and she asked if he had harassed her. Standing on the floor, he asked him to wait, because he really could not use magic. Laughing, she said that she was joking. She just felt uneasy because of how easily he had figured everything out. Raising his finger up, she praised her. Raising his hand, he said that he wanted to come up with a new way to attack him and let them try to coordinate their actions to limit him. Opening their mouths, they said that they understood everything. There was no one on the stone. Standing with his hands on his hips, he said they had worked hard and had done better than anyone could have imagined for a first day. Lying on the floor, he thought that none of the attacks had hit him. Opening his mouth, he said he couldn't imagine it, and Steven said he would make them just as strong. Looking at them, he thought that people were getting stronger without even noticing it. The door opened. Horace came in and called the main character. Poe looked at him and asked what had happened. He said the guy's name. Opening his mouth, he asked what was wrong with him. Looking at him, they answered that he had entered the crystal mines and 2 days had passed, but he had not returned. There were many people on the beach. Everyone was running to the sea to relax. Steven was standing with the girls. The sea was blue because it was summer, and during the summer holidays, Kate wanted to go on a trip and asked about it. Smiling, she thanked him for going with him. Poe looked at her and thanked her for joining because it was much more fun together. There was a fairy in the bag. Opening her mouth, she said that his job was to explain everything in detail. The sister looked at them suspiciously. Opening her mouth, he asked if everything was okay. The clouds were flying. Putting her hands on her hips, she asked him if he wanted to say anything after seeing them in their bathing suits. Opening his mouth, he said that they suited them very well. Looking at Lucy, she wanted to say something else. Widening her eyes, she decided to think. There were also plans. She asked where the other girls were. Turning around, she said that they were changing. They were trying to pull one out of the tree because she was worried. There was a shell in the sand. Monica came out in a blue bathing suit. Opening their mouths, they called her cutie. Covering her chest, she said that she was still ashamed. Coming up to them, she asked them to shut up because one was surprised by her shyness. Opening his eyes, he asked them. Opening his mouth, she asked if it really suited her. Looking at her, he answered affirmatively. Looking at him, she said that she looked very calm. The shell began to move. They told him that he should have blushed seeing high school girls in a bathing suit. Raising their hands up, they decided to go swimming. Steven was near the chairs and they asked him what he would do. Turning around, he said that he would guard the things and let them have fun. Then he lay down and the others ran to the sea. Closing his eyes, he began to think that he was traveling with only girls. Looking at the fairy, he said that he simply invited those with whom his sister had become friends. Pointing at him, she said that he was a siskin. Closing his eyes, he rested. Lying down, he understood that remembering his past life, that was the point. The girls were swimming. His sister was holding a ball. Opening his eyes, he asked if she would go swimming. Opening her mouth, she said that it would be better to enjoy sunbathing. Then he closed his eyes because he was not interested in this either. There was a man near him. He picked up a wallet. Looking at it, he understood. Near the bag, they said that it was empty. Looking at them, he understood that the man had stolen things. The fairy was asked to look after the things. Getting up, he was told that he had given them to her. The man was walking. His name was. Approaching him, he asked to return what he had stolen. Opening his mouth, he was surprised that they had seen it. Then he ran because he had the skill of a runner and no one would lose to him in speed. Having done magic, he decided not to hold back. Next to him was already a guy. Opening his mouth, he was surprised. Then he took him by the hand and threw him to the ground. Taking the wallet, he said that he was taking it back. People began to rejoice because it was amazing. The sun was shining on their fingers. They went to their things because they thought that nothing could be done. When suddenly they saw the wallet. Lying down, he heard them say that they found it and the rest is unimportant. Brittany came up and said that he looked very cool. Wiping herself, she asked if it was necessary to take everything off like last time. Sitting down next to him, he asked to stop. The girls were playing beach volleyball and Brittany came to call him. Standing up, they asked her if she was tired. She replied that she decided to take a break and her sister would be sad if her brother did not play with her. Putting her hand on her hips, she said that she was kind. Holding the ball in her hands, she said that her brother would be on her team. Squeezing his hand, she said that she would not lose. Lucy said that they would win. Opening his mouth, he said that he would not give in. They were playing because they came here for Kate and he liked it. The view of the Adventurers Guild opened up. The man was standing on the top floor. The man put his hands to his face and said that the A-class dungeon, the crystal mine, had led to a dead end. They had lost contact with the A-class clan that had recently infiltrated the mine. Frowning, Jack added that in response to these results, they had decided to raise the danger level of the crystal mine from a to S. It would be a big problem if the demons ever got out of such a large dungeon, so they asked him, an S-class adventurer, to take on this. Adam grinned and replied that yes, no problem. Looking at the man, he added that if he was an S-class adventurer, he was allowed to raid large dungeons alone, as he could move around easily since he had permission to act alone. The man looked at him in surprise. The S rank was displayed. It was said that there were 9 S-class adventurers in the country, There were no promotion exams, and the guild certified S-class adventurers as exceptional individuals who had surpassed the abilities of a class. The guy stood in the crowd, thinking that in other words, all S-class adventurers were the best in the country, able to surpass each other. He looked straight ahead. It was said that some dungeon rules set by the guild did not apply to them. They could raid dungeons alone, regardless of the size of the dungeon. Adam smirked and asked that the raid would start tomorrow, no questions. Looking at him, the man replied that there was no problem, thank you very much. As he left, the guy said that he was glad to hear that. Standing in the elevator, he said that when he thought he received a call from Mr. Jack, it was a request to raid an S-class dungeon. Looking straight ahead, Adam said that his other schedules were tight, he would have to raid it quickly. The man took a step forward. The girl smirked and said that she thanked him for waiting. The guy looked at her and said that he was sorry for calling her so suddenly, to which she replied that everything was fine, so what was the matter? People were standing in front of the girl. He heard that the clan he used to be in, the Red Dragons, seemed to have lost contact with them during the attack on the Crystal Mine dungeon. Looking straight ahead, she asked if it was true he was in the Red Dragon. The guy widened his eyes and asked what she knew about it. Brittany raised her finger and said that she was sorry, but she had heard a lot of bad things about the Red Dragon. Looking at her, Horace heard that it was mostly about the leader, not the clan itself. Looking away, the hero thought she was right. A room appeared. It was heard that yes, he thought she was right too. The guy lowered his head and said that this was a man with bad behavior and no one could do anything about it. Light was shining through the window. It was heard that this is why he was asking them all to do this. The sofa was in the middle of the room. It was said that he was very sorry for being so selfish. Horace frowned and asked if they could help him go and save the Red Dragon clan. A view of the city opened up. Looking away, the girl said that he was an idiot. Wouldn't they have to go to a dangerous place to help him? The guy's eyes widened. Lowering his head, he said that yes, he thought that was damn selfish. Horace looked at the man. It was heard that the clan treated him badly. The man was always pestering him. He looked away. It was said that as a risk-taking adventurer, if he could help, he would help. He thinks so. Looking straight, the girl said that but everyone here might be in danger too. The guy looked at her and said yes, so his strategy is minimal. He only wants to save the Red Dragon. He does not ask for anything else. Crossing her arms, Brittany said that I understand, asked what and they. Frowning, the girl said that she was sorry. But although this dungeon was her goal, she was afraid to go there with her current abilities, and the other added that she was not sure she was ready either. A crystal appeared. It was heard that in order to enter the crystal mine, they needed at least 5 clan members. Looking straight, the hero thought that but it was too dangerous to take 2 people with their current strength to where the level clans cannot conquer it. He frowned and added that besides, even if they helped him, there was a chance that he would not reciprocate their feelings. Horace lowered his head and said that he agreed. He thought it was natural for him to refuse since his life was in danger. The guy froze. The thought appeared that then nothing could be done even if he went alone. The protagonist looked away. Looking at the guy, he asked that he really wanted to save him. A glow appeared. It was heard that yes. Horace turned his head and said that if it was possible, he wanted to save him. He turned around. It was heard that Rude was not a bad guy at first. His skills were not strong. That's why people laughed at him when he was a beginner adventurer. The man extended his fist. It was said that but Rude continued to train his skills and his body. He became stronger. The man trained. It was heard that as a result he stopped believing in others, looked down on those around him and sought conflicts. He stood on a mountain. It was said that knowing his past. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that he thought he had some sympathy for him. He looked at the hero, hearing that this is how he understands what he feels. Looking away, the protagonist said that then he will help him. Horace opened his eyes in surprise. The girls froze in amazement. Brittany looked in bewilderment. Smirking, she said that but even if he says he will help, what is he going to do if he does not have enough people to enter the dungeon? Standing in front of her, the hero asked that the main thing is to stupidly enter, isn't it? To which she asked again. The protagonist smiled and said that they will simply enter by brute force in front of the guards. The girl laughed and said that he really offers interesting ideas. A huge building appeared. It was heard that of course, if he broke the rules of the dungeon, he would be punished. If Mr. Horace was willing to do so, then they would help the Red Dragon together. Looking away, the guy said that thank you very much. Stephen looked at him. Putting her hand behind her head, the girl said that she had no choice, asked that she should also help him, to which the guy asked that she was sure. Raising her finger up, Brittany said that this was a dangerous place. She would regret it if she let them both die. The girl opened her eyes wide and said that she was sorry that she could not help him, and the other added that no matter how hard they tried, with their current abilities, they would only slow them down. Looking away, the hero replied that they should not worry about it. They were doing well enough. Well, let's go. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that in order to save the Red Dragon clan, people were standing in the middle of the crystal mine of the S-class dungeon. The boxes were in the middle of the dungeon. It was heard that he was going to use invisibility magic on them all. It would make them unrecognizable to others, so they could enter the dungeon without being recognized. Putting her hand to her face, Brittany asked what he could do, and the guy said what was to be expected from him. Frowning, the protagonist said that when they used it, they would be invisible to each other. Let them go to the gate of the dungeon on their own. They would meet at the entrance, to which they replied that I understand. Good. The protagonist stretched out his hand forward and activated invisibility. A glow appeared. It was heard that everything disappeared. Amazing. Steven walked among the people. He froze, listening to what he heard, that the crystal mine was quite complex. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that there were rumors that the dungeon's danger level had been raised to S-class, to which the other replied that seriously, it had been a long time since an S-class dungeon had appeared. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that it was S-class, maybe he could even reach it this time, but it seemed like it wouldn't be easy, and someone said that by the way. The guy, looking at the glow, asked that interestingly, what happened to the guys from the Red Dragon clan, said that they had left a long time ago. Looking at him, the man replied that they might have already been dead. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, hearing that well, they would have gotten what they deserved. It was certainly quite unusual to see them dead. Raising his hand, he thought that even if he was a bad guy, an adventurer who risks his life to conquer a dungeon, he did not think it was appropriate for a guild official to talk like that to an adventurer who risks his life to conquer a dungeon. Suddenly, someone pushed the man. Steven was walking towards the portal. It was heard that he was doing something out of the blue. No, it was just that his shoulder seemed to be pushed. There was no one here. Looking at him, the guy said that it was great. They got into the dungeon unnoticed. Thank you very much, to which he replied that he should not thank him yet. Frowning, the hero added that they were just getting started. Raising his eyebrows, Horace responded approvingly. Crystals appeared. It was heard that the dungeon in the crystal mine was large, and finding the red dragon was very difficult, and the difficulty level was changed to class S, making it even more dangerous. The boy looked at him in surprise and said that however, this was the second time they were trying the red dragon, so naturally they wouldn't go where they had searched last time, and he had an idea of what they hadn't explored yet. Looking away, the protagonist said that they would check these places first, and the girl said that she had no objections. Frowning, the boy said that he agreed. There were few signs of demons here, so they could safely go deeper into the dungeon. Steven said with wide eyes that the red dragon had already defeated the demons, so there weren't that many of them. They looked at him in surprise, hearing that at the same time. Looking at the figure, the hero said that it seemed like there were still a few left. The boy widened his eyes and asked that the crystal deer was the most restless of the demons here. The beast raised its head, and it was heard that it was approaching. Suddenly, the hero stopped it abruptly. Horace frowned and asked that he stop the crystal deer's rush with his bare hands. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he would destroy the demon himself. He needed the two of them to watch the perimeter. He held the deer by the antlers and thought that they entered the dungeon without a party. If he defeats demons alone, he will get all the experience he needs. A bright glow appeared in front of him. Suddenly, Steven jumped up. He raised his leg up and thought that it was good that he cleared the hidden dungeon of level B. Thanks to it, he can kill him with one blow. The hero frowned. It was said that the coordination demon activates the magic power contained in the coordination demon and circulates throughout the body at a high speed. It circulates throughout the body at a high speed. Physical ability is greatly increased compared to the coordination demon. A bright beam appeared. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that the level was sharply increasing. A blow flew at the deer. The guy looked surprised. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Steven looked away and asked what would happen next. Looking at him, Horace responded approvingly, then thought, what power? The hero frowned, thinking that he was in a class adventurer like him, but this was a whole new level. Brittany looked straight ahead, thinking that to tell the truth, he was stronger than he imagined. He seemed to want to live peacefully, but he didn't think the world would leave such a powerful man alone. She closed her eyes and said that she couldn't wait for him to become famous. As he walked down the stairs, the boy heard that he had visited the Adventurers Guild. Did that mean he was going to challenge the attack in the dungeon? The whole country was wondering what their top adventure star was up to. Looking away, he thought, it was amazing. Where do they sniff out information from every time? Adam smirked and said that he thought about the Crystal Mine dungeon. The cores of high difficulty dungeons should be destroyed as soon as possible. He looked away when he heard that what about his job in the entertainment industry? He replied that he planned to use the free time in his schedule to attack it. Looking at the TV, someone said that he was on TV again. Jacqueline frowned and said that well, being an S-rank adventurer, she probably gets a lot of attention from the media. The girl laughed and replied that but actually, Adam and her brother are very similar in some ways. Looking at her, the fairy said that she has been talking in a somewhat friendly manner lately. She is familiar with Adam. People ran happily. It was heard that yes, he is his brother's classmate. They often played together in the past. The fairy frowned and asked again that this Adam and Steven are classmates. putting her hand to her face. The girl said that if she found out that her brother was an adventurer, so. The guy looked to the side. It was heard that he was thinking he would be surprised. The hero looked straight ahead. People were standing in the glow. It was heard that they finally arrived in a safe area of the dungeon where the demons could not reach them. Frowning, the guy said that from now on, the demons are becoming exceptionally strong. He looked straight ahead, thinking that he wished Rude was here, but it seems that he still went further. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that he was just experienced in dungeons. Mr. Horace walked along the path without hesitation. It was an amazing memory to be able to walk such a precise route with only one experience. Looking at the girl, Horace said that the structure of the dungeon was different from others, and the atmosphere was clearly different. He gave up trying to conquer it here when he tried before. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard that the demons were so strong that facing two or more at the same time was quite dangerous. Even if Mr. Stephen was in the clan, he would have a hard time. The boy frowned when he heard that this was where Rude and the others went, to which he replied that he thought it was very likely. Clenching his fist, he added that he had devised a strategy, to which the girl replied that he should tell her more. Smoke appeared. It was heard that his skill was smoke manipulator. They would find Rude and the others. Looking straight ahead, Stephen asked what smoke manipulator was. Horace frowned and replied that it was essentially a support skill that made allies carry smoke with auxiliary effects. It improved the condition of their allies. This time the smoke spread throughout the dungeon. The girl smirked when she heard that it was like a radar. It covered a large area and detected adventurers, to which she replied that it was an amazing ability, but it also consumed a lot of MP. Raising her finger up, she added that but fortunately, Stephen himself killed all the demons along the way. She did not use up a single drop of MP at all, to which the guy replied that that was it. She really saved him. The hero looked away and said that it was okay, and then thought that thanks to him, he was able to level up too. He did not think he would lose unless he met a serious enemy. A bright light appeared. It was heard that perhaps using such skills in a large dungeon was reckless. Raising his hand up, the guy said that but he would definitely find them. He put his hand on the ground and added that otherwise he would not be able to save Rude and the others. Blue smoke appeared around them. It was heard that the speed was excellent. With this they would be able to find Rude and the others. Looking away, the protagonist said that it depends on how far Rude and the others have progressed. It is a big dungeon after all. The guy looked at him in surprise when he heard that they still have a long way to go, to which he thought that Rude, he is not the type to die in a place like this. He told him so himself, didn't he? Horace's eyes widened and asked that he was going to become an S-class adventurer. The man looked away when he heard that there was a huge difference between a rank and S rank, to which he replied that he did not care about titles and honors, but that once he became an S rank, he would be allowed to do whatever he wanted. A blue glow appeared, and he added that the others would also bow to him in front of everyone. Rude smirked and asked what was there to dislike. Sitting next to him, the guy said that for any reason, asked how the hell he was going to do that. Looking straight ahead, the man replied that he was going to beat the crap out of the other adventurers, show them that he was the best. The boy asked him, wide-eyed, that he wanted to be the strongest. Looking straight ahead, he heard him not say that he wanted to. The man looked away and added that he said that he would become one, asked him that he was an idiot. Sitting on the ground, Rude heard him laugh and say that well, that was just like him. Frowning, the boy thought that he had always looked up to him a little, his relentless pursuit of strength, probably why he had been rooting for him behind his back, even though he had been kicked out of the clan. The girl looked at him in surprise and shouted that he was running out of mana. Gritting his teeth, Horace said that damn it. Handing over a potion, the protagonist said to drink it, it would restore his mana. Brittany looked at him in amazement and asked where did he get it from? Grinning, the protagonist asked that he was showing it to both of them for the first time, the universal remedy, to which she replied that it wasn't too universal. Holding the potion in his hands, the guy said that he thanked him, asked that he really relied on it for everything, didn't he? Crystals appeared. It was heard that he shouldn't worry. Looking straight ahead, Stephen said that they would do their best to find Rude and the others. The guy frowned, looking at him. The potion was drunk. Looking straight ahead, Horace said that of course. The man stood in the middle of the crystals. A thought appeared, where are they, where are they? Looking at the smoke, the guy said that he found them. Pointing ahead, he added that behind this smoke, Rude and the others are here. Beams flew around the crystals. It was heard that but the problem is the demons that appear along the way. They would like to get there as far as possible and unnoticed. Looking away, the hero said that they should leave it to him. He would go for the smoke alone. Frowning, he added that the two of them should wait here, to which the girl replied that he was so cool. The guy looked surprised and said that he was grateful for the offer, but he could take him with him if something happened. He wanted him to use him as bait to escape. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he could not take him with him for that reason. Frowning, Horace said that please, he was asking him to go because of his selfishness. He did not want them to die because of this. The girl looked at him and turned. Bright crystals appeared, and someone said that it was good. Stephen turned his head and said that he would not be bait, let them support him so that everyone remained alive, then he would take him. Grinning, the guy said that he was very kind, however. The view of the crystals opened up, and he added that it was fine, he promised. Walking straight, the hero said that it was decided then. Looking at the girl, he added that she should stay here and wait, to which she replied that they should swear that they would return alive. Walking forward, the protagonist replied that of course they would return. They walked quickly through the smoke. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought about how fast he was. With this he could move, avoiding monsters. Suddenly, a creature appeared in front of them. Raising his head, he added that this was the most terrible thing. This creature was stronger than any demon he had ever encountered. The hero grinned slightly. The monster stood still. It seemed that they could not defeat it. Horus, opening his eyes in fear, said that he had no choice but to avoid the battle at any cost or run away. The crystals glowed brightly. It seemed that he should hold on tighter. The protagonist frowned and said he was serious. Looking straight ahead, the boy said yes, he understood. An image of a deer appeared. The hero grabbed its antlers. The thought appeared that it was much stronger than the crystal they had just fought. Looking straight ahead, Stephen thought that if he saved his strength, it would exhaust him. He raised his sword up. The boy's eyes widened in amazement. The monster looked furiously. It sounded like an attack. It was getting closer. Suddenly, the creature struck them. The hero glared at it. It was rapidly approaching the demon. The boy looked in amazement. The protagonist frowned. He held the weapon out in front of him, and Horus exclaimed. The crystals glowed brightly. It was heard what it was. Grinning, Stephen replied that he had just become a little more serious. Standing behind him, the boy asked what a little, that is, it was not yet at full strength. Looking straight ahead, the hero replied that he would say around 30%. Raising his eyebrows, Horus said that he really exceeded all expectations. The protagonist frowned when he heard that, but with this, he might be able to save Rude and the others, which he thought he hoped for. He said 30%, but in reality, he couldn't fight at full power. Walking straight, he added that because if he used all his strength, the recoil would be too great. He wouldn't be able to move. In other words, this magic is a double-edged sword. The acceptable limit is probably around 60 or 70%. Suddenly, Stephen stopped and said that the smoke was clearing. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that he saw a figure. The man stood still. He heard that there was one man. It was Rude. Lowering his head, Horus said that yes, the rest of the clan seemed to be unconscious. They would split up and go to help. Looking straight ahead, the hero responded approvingly. Rushing forward, the boy asked how he was. The man clenched his teeth in anger. A blow flew towards the boy. It was heard that he should take care of himself. Suddenly, the hero grabbed him. A bright beam flew across the ground. The man frowned and screamed in anger. The protagonist looked forward angrily. Sitting on the ground, the boy screamed that now was not the time to fight. The man opened his mouth wide and screamed that he would kill him. Horus opened his eyes wide and turned to him. Frowning, Stephen said that it seemed that Rude had lost his mind. He was unable to speak normally. A glow appeared around the man. The thought arose that it seemed that he had not just lost his mind. Judging by the fact that his magical power had increased significantly, it seemed that someone was controlling him. There were no signs of anything like that in the area. Looking straight ahead, the hero wondered what had happened at all, and the boy screamed that he could not believe it. He had gone so far. The crystals were shining brightly, and it was heard that it should go away. The protagonist put his hand forward and said that he should forgive him, but he would defeat him. Horus frowned and said that he understood. Let him defeat him. Suddenly, the man rushed forward. Stephen raised his fist and said that he should rely on him. A bright beam flew across the ground. Looking at the man, the protagonist thought that usually he would faint after, but against the current Rude, who knows? Suddenly, the man flew up. Frowning, he added that it was clear. This does not work at all. Rude rushed towards him. The thought appeared that he was fast. A bright beam appeared. Dents appeared on the ground. The guy flew to the side and screamed. Landing on the ground, the hero thought that Rude's attack created a big fool. He became stronger. Suddenly, he started to fly back and added that Rude's skill was gravity wave. If they were sucked into this hole, it was the end. He would use the chance to escape, attack, and take heavy damage. Looking up, the protagonist thought that it was like an antlian's den. Sitting on the ground, the man said that he was going to kill him. Raising his hand up, Stephen asked what he thought, that he was a predator. Frowning, he added that he was ready to fight him head on. He would smash him on his field. Looking at the hole, the guy said that Rude and Stephen, close combat. Frowning, he continued that Rude was one of the best adventurers when it came to this, but Stephen was no slouch either. A trace of the blow appeared. It was heard that, however, Rude's strength was now frankly incredible. The hero stood in front of the man. It was heard that he should not die. He frowned angrily. Rude looked at him furiously. Suddenly, he swung his fist. The man received a blow. The protagonist swung his leg. Rude narrowed his eyes and shouted. Rushing forward, he shouted the guy's name. Stephen looked to the side and thought that he would be drawn into the attack. With his gravity skills, he would not let him dodge. A blue sphere appeared, and he added that it was good. Clenching his fist, the hero thought that now there would be a fight. He would accept it. Suddenly, he struck the man. The man spat out blood. He flew far to the side. Standing in the middle of the hole, the protagonist heard a loud laugh. The man's eyes lit up and he said that great power. He was looking for such a fight. He was flattered. He never thought he would see him in full force. Looking straight ahead, Stephen addressed him. Raising his head up, Rude shouted that he would kill him. The hero frowned and said that he was a great warrior to have some self-preservation in such circumstances as he wished. Rushing forward, he added that he would deal with him. The boy looked at the bright light. He opened his eyes wide and said that it was amazing. A blue explosion appeared. It was heard that even from a distance he could feel the ground shaking. Bright flashes appeared in the air. The hero raised his leg up. The slam flew across the ground. The man laughed loudly and said that he had never seen such a battle. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he did not know he was so strong, to which he asked that his ego had returned again. Stretching his hand forward, Rude shouted that he had been talking all this time. The boy frowned, hearing that all he cared about was winning, to which he replied that now was not the time for such talk. A bright light appeared. It was heard that he should shut up. Looking straight ahead, the man said he would do whatever he wanted. The boy's eyes widened. Rude rolled his eyes and said he would do whatever he wanted. Suddenly, he fell to the ground. Stephen looked up and wondered what kind of magic this was. A crystal appeared, sounding like it was very difficult to handle. An image of a man appeared and said he was too strong for his own good. He didn't think he could be broken. Frowning, the hero asked what the demon was saying. Looking straight ahead, the monster said it was rare for a demon to develop the ability to speak. Understandably, he was surprised. Frowning, Horus asked why, said he stabbed Rude in the heart. Raising his hand, he asked what he hadn't heard him, said it was because the brainwashing he was giving him was interrupted. It was time to get rid of the bulky things. The boy ducked and asked how dare he do such a thing to Rude. Looking at him, the protagonist yelled at him to stop and calm down. Looking straight at him, Horus replied that he should forgive him, but he had come all this way to save him, and it all ended like this. The demon looked at him and replied that he was wasting his time mooing. A blow flew at the guy, and it was heard that he would ask him to be quiet for a while. Suddenly, the demon's hand was cut off, and someone spoke to the guy. Horus was lying on the ground, and the monster told him not to worry, he was not dead yet. Looking to the side, Stephen said that I see, then he had better defeat him and carry him down. Looking at him, the demon replied that yes, but it seemed unlikely. Frowning, the hero thought that it was unlikely. He was right, yes. The monster looked ahead, and he added that he was much more capable than him. The protagonist looked angrily, thinking that but he still had to do it, otherwise he would not be able to save anyone. The guy was lying on the ground. The man was unconscious. The hero looked at the creature and thought that he was a demon who used magic and was much stronger than him. Stretching his hand forward, the monster said that he would finish him off quickly as he wanted. A bright light appeared above the protagonist. His eyes lit up and he thought that with this means of attack, he could attack him with the magical eye of wisdom. A beam flew past him. Looking straight ahead, the demon said, well. Stephen jumped to the side. It was heard that it seemed to be different from the other small fry. Stretching his hand forward, the monster asked what about this? The hero looked at the beams in surprise and thought that he saw this too. Suddenly, he rushed forward. The protagonist grabbed his weapon. A blue beam appeared. A glow appeared in front of them. Stephen frowned and thought that when he physically attacked, he automatically used defensive magic. Raising his hand, the demon said that he was in his way. The hero dodged the shot. He crouched down, holding the weapon in his hands. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that melee attacks were his weakness. Judging by the magic he usually unleashed, it seemed that was not the case. The demon stood in front of him, and he added that but he understood his fighting style. Frowning, Stephen thought that now all he needed to do was be prepared. Reaching out his hand, the monster said that he had a special eye. Spheres appeared around the hero, and he added that what about this? The hero glared at him, hearing that the attack was from all directions, even if he could see it. He widened his eyes, hearing that it would be hard to handle, wouldn't it? Suddenly, a bright beam struck the ground. Standing in the smoke, the demon said that it meant he was only a human, he was never his enemy. Grinning, the protagonist replied that it was a long time ago, but he handled it. Looking at him, the monster asked why is he still alive? Stephen frowned and said that he used magic. He gathered magical energy from all directions and cancelled each other. Spheres flew around him. It was heard that this is nothing more than a theory. There are too many stages in the process of manipulating beams. Looking straight, the demon asked what he did. Frowning, the hero replied that he was just putting his empty theories into practice. The monster, standing in front of him, asked how he could do something that was not available to him. Looking straight, the protagonist heard that he succeeded, didn't he? Striking, the monster said that he was just a man. He raised his weapon up and replied that he had seen enough of this. Swinging, Stephen used the technique of the heavenly demon sword. A bright explosion broke out. A glow appeared in front of the hero and he thought that the sword of the heavenly demon was used without chance to suppress his power, but if they wanted to break his magic, they would have to do their best. The protagonist frowned and added that he would put all the magic he could use into this sword right now. The demon leaned over and said that he still hadn't learned, his attacks wouldn't reach him. A bright glow appeared and he added that human magic wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to break his protective magic with human magic. Lowering his head, Steven replied that he was right, most people thought that way. He stretched his arms forward and added that unfortunately, his body was a little special, it didn't consume magic to use it, so he could pour power into his body endlessly, like that. Standing in front of the glow, the demon said that this thing. Bright lightning appeared. The monster stretched out his hand and said that this power, it's all over. The hero swung his sword, it was heard that his level had increased. A bright crystal appeared. A bright beam appeared behind the hero. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that he was much better than him, but it was not about magic. As a magic swordsman, he would not allow anyone to defeat him. Looking at the guy, Steven said that now that the boss monster was defeated, the wound was emitting a glow. The thought appeared that he had been wounded in the chest, bleeding heavily. Not only had he received physical damage, but his magical organ was torn and his magical power was running out. Looking down, the hero thought that if he had gone a little further, the consequences would have been more serious, but they had managed. He closed his eyes and added that they would stop the bleeding, connect the torn magical organs at the same time. A sphere appeared on his hand and the protagonist thought that first, by reducing the power of the fireball, they would stop the bleeding with thermal coagulation. He frowned and added that they would then make him drink HP recovery potions, the natural healing power would increase, and the healing of external wounds would be complete. Steven began to treat the guy and said that all that was left was to bandage the magical organs. Looking straight ahead, he thought, okay, Horace should be fine with this. Standing behind him, the girl asked what he could do, said that Horace, who had received a mortal wound, was healed in an instant. Looking at her, the hero asked why she was here. Brittany frowned and replied that she was worried about him. It seemed that he had defeated enemies along the way. Closing his eyes, he replied that she was brave. The crystals glowed brightly. It was heard that it was good that he was here. He could keep an eye on the approaching demons. Running away, the girl said that of course, let them entrust this to her, to which the protagonist thanked her. The man was lying on the ground. Steven looked at him and thought that he had stopped breathing. It seemed that his heart was pierced, rude already. Closing his eyes, he said that he was sorry that he could not finish him off. The girl looked at him. The hero watched the man. Closing his eyes, he thought that the rest of the red dragon were running out of magic, but rest would do them good. The protagonist took a step forward and heard where he was going. Turning around, he replied that he was going to destroy the dungeon core, to which Brittany asked what about the dungeon boss. She smirked when she heard that he had already defeated him. The dungeon core should be ahead, to which the girl replied that she understood he had no choice. Looking away, Steven asked that he had no choice. What did she mean? Brittany extended her hand and replied that he meant exactly what it meant, looking forward to his future activities. Looking at her, the hero wondered what he didn't understand. He said he wouldn't become famous. He suddenly froze. Standing in front of the crystal, the protagonist thought that it didn't matter, now they had to destroy the dungeon core. He extended his hand to the sphere and said that he didn't recognize it. Particles began to emit from his hand, and it was heard what the hell was that. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him. Looking at him, Steven asked what the Grimoire of Liberation was, what kind of item. He frowned and thought that he would check it later. Now their priority was to destroy the dungeon core. A bright light emitted from the crystal. People looked in surprise. They heard what it was. The dungeon core was destroyed. The gate was closing. Rays appeared, and someone asked that he should not say that the missing red dragon conquered it. The hero looked away. Standing in front of him, people asked what and who he was. Not a red dragon. No, the members of the red dragon fell. Looking at them, he replied that they were very weak. Let them send them to the hospital. People began to walk forward and replied that they understood. The protagonist frowned and thought that after that, Horace and the others were taken to the hospital. They survived. The news came on and he added that as a result, he was able to capture the crystal mine, which was his goal. It seemed like the matter was settled, but sitting on the chair, Steven thought that breaking the rules of the dungeon had become a problem. Holding the phone in her hands, Brittany said that it was a pain in the ass. They entered for the purpose of rescue, so they can't be blamed. He thought so too. Looking away, the hero replied that well, he was prepared for that. If other adventurers invaded for the purpose of rescue, there was a high probability of secondary damage. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, the guild cannot allow a precedent to be set. Frowning, Brittany said that good arguments are no good. Boys are supposed to sympathize with girls in situations like this, to which he replied that he was sorry. Handing over the phone, she said that well, that's it, let him look at this, to which the protagonist asked what it was. The phone screen appeared. It was heard that this was the reaction of the internet. Let them see how surprised they were by what Steven did. Comments about the news appeared. It was heard that he was very lucky that his name was not made public. Looking at the screen, the hero thought that Adam, he was surprised that he tried to attack him too. The girl looked at him and asked how it felt. Nice, yes, to which he replied that not really, and she added that, nothing at all. Suddenly the doors opened. Looking straight ahead, they heard that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy raised his eyebrows and turned. Grinning, the hero said that he thought, Mr. Tyler, right, it really was a long time ago. Standing in front of them, the guy replied that he was very pleased that they remembered his name. He would be glad to talk to them, like before. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he was looking forward to the conversation. Tyler closed his eyes and grinned. A bright lightning appeared. The thought appeared that the fastest promotion in class ever, and now this, calling him inept is a gross mistake. Steven is definitely strong. Looking at him, he added that he will definitely find out. The guy smiled, looking at him. The hero raised his eyebrows and thought that in this interview, Mr. Tyler will be convinced that he is truly a talentless person. A moment from the battle appeared, and he added that he is already in the spotlight. The protagonist waved his hand. The girl smirked, looking at the phone. Comments appeared. The thought appeared that his profile will rise even higher if his abilities are revealed. If this happens, he will not be able to live as before. The girl held the hero's hand. The thought appeared that the likelihood of Kate being pestered will also increase. Looking at the guy, the protagonist thought that this is why he must keep the existence of the hidden skill a secret at all costs. Keep it a secret. Tyler raised his finger and said that the first thing he wanted to hear was how he entered the dungeon. They checked the security cameras but didn't find him. A portal appeared. They heard that it was impossible to enter the dungeon without going through the gate. What did he do? Looking straight ahead, Steven said that he used his friend's skills, an ability that made them invisible. Looking at him, the guy asked if he was an adventurer. The hero frowned and said no. They sat in front of each other. The thought came to mind that since the rules of the dungeon only applied to adventurers, they could avoid pursuit by saying that they were helped by an outsider. Tyler smirked and said that, well, that's an interesting skill. Now he can tell them why he went into the dungeon. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that it was. The girl raised her hand up. The thought that a series of questions followed, she could easily crack. It seemed she understood what he was trying to achieve. Brittany winked, and he added that as a former idol, she was a skilled liar. It was heard that that was all for the interview. Lowering his head, the guy said that thank you for giving him so much time, although they just returned from the dungeon. Bowing, the hero replied that he was sorry for breaking the rules of the dungeon, and the girl added that she was very sorry. Tyler smirked and replied that they should not bow like that. One way or another they had a good goal. The protagonist frowned, hearing that as a representative of the guild, he cannot blame them for being such brave adventurers. However, he cannot accept the fact that they broke the rules. They will be punished. Raising himself, the guy said that but he warns, it will be light. The girl smirked and said that it was very useful. Thank you. Steven looked straight at him and thanked him. Tyler closed his eyes and said that it was no problem. They were standing outside. It was heard that it was the least he could do to thank them for their time. The guy looked out the window. He frowned and thought that in the end he could not find any proof that Steven had the power, but he was clearly not telling the whole story. The hero looked away. It was said that he did not care what he was hiding at the moment. It did not matter whether he was untalented or not. All they needed was to understand his exact abilities from the guild. Tyler smirked and said that a new star had suddenly appeared. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that the number of novice adventurers who turned out to be incapable would increase. Raising her hands up, the girl said that she was tired, to which the protagonist replied that yes, they did a good job. He looked at the phone in surprise. There was news that 3 rank adventurers had entered the dungeon. Looking at the messages, Steven said that there were many here too, and Brittany asked if that was all. The girl turned around. Hearing that he had mixed feelings about it, there was one person he couldn't save. Raising her eyebrows, she replied that about rude. Being an adventurer is a job where death is a fact of life, so he has to accept it to some extent. Looking away, the hero said that he understands this, but when he thinks about Horace's feelings, it's not much. Turning her head, Brittany replied that he was right. The view of the city opened up. It was heard that he should turn his head in this direction, like this. The girl touched his head. Smirking, she said that he tried hard. Frowning, the hero asked what it was. Looking at him, Brittany said that it was a reward from her. The fact that such a beautiful girl stroked his head made him happy, didn't it? Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that she was probably right. Waving her hand, the girl said that well, she was going home, to which Steven asked what she needed a ride from. Turning around, she replied that she could do it herself. She was a class adventurer, not a weakling. Then the girl winked at him. Grinning, the hero said that it was true. A view of the building opened up, and it was heard that he had returned. Looking to the side, the girl said that he was welcome home. Dinner was ready. He should hurry up and eat. Looking at her, the protagonist responded approvingly. Pointing to the side, Jacqueline said that it was surprising that he had returned safe and sound. It was Steven. A view of the room opened up. It was heard that well, how did the task go? To which he replied that he had not checked yet. Looking straight ahead, the fairy said let him look now. To which the hero responded approvingly. It seemed the compensation quest had been successfully completed. Turning around, the protagonist said that he was now out of danger, to which the fairy replied that yes, everything was fine now. Waving her hand, she added that he was doing well, to which Stephen thanked her. Kate turned around and said that there were so many happy events today, she had prepared a sumptuous dinner in honor of her brother's achievement. Grinning, the hero said that it looked delicious. A table with food appeared. It was heard that she was orienting herself and preparing this dish with her. Let him try it and eat it. A building appeared, and someone said that yes, let them eat quickly before it gets cold. Yes, of course. They grinned. It was heard that good, then bon appetit. The guy was drying his hair with a towel and grinned. He looked away. Adam was standing near the window. Looking at the news, he asked that this dungeon was invaded. A building appeared. It was heard that he did not think that someone could do this, because the request was sent specifically to him, and only 3 A-level adventurers, surprisingly. Raising his eyebrows, the guy asked that it was interesting. What kind of people did this? He would like to meet them. A view of the house opened up. It was said that it was funny. Raising his finger up, the hero said that he had enough skill points, but he could not get more magic at the end of the tree. The room was dark. It was heard that he could not achieve the skills he had in his past life. Turning around, he thought that well, he saved Kate, that's enough. Looking away, the protagonist heard that he should wait, to which he asked what was the matter. She appeared out of nowhere. Stretching her hand forward, the fairy said that the reason they could not go further than the skill tree is because he did not update his skills. Looking at her, Stephen asked again. A potion appeared. It was heard that the legacy he left behind in his past life was too great. Learning everything at once would be too hard on the body. Crossing her arms, Jacqueline said that in other words, his forbidden constrictor would be released step by step. With upgrades, the strength would gradually be restored. Wide-eyed, the hero said that if you think about it, when he first got acquainted with the sphere, she added the ability to exchange items, saying that this was an upgrade or something like that. The fairy stretched out her hand forward and said that yes, that's right. Putting her hand to her face, the protagonist said that I understand, then since there are additional skill points, they can be upgraded again, to which she asked what he was talking about. Frowning, Jacqueline said that last time was the first upgrade. He will need an item for the next one. Looking at her, Stephen asked what kind of system it was, to which she replied that there was nothing she could do. If he had problems with it, let him tell her about it in his past life. Closing his eyes, the hero said that if he thought about it, he had set it all up, and then apologized. The starry sky appeared, and he asked, so what item do they need? The fairy raised her hand. The protagonist looked at the notification. He heard that it was rare, could be obtained in the dungeon, and it was the Grimoire of Liberation. Jacqueline looked surprised, hearing that he received it when he conquered the crystal mine, to which she asked again, and then said that he should give it here quickly. He put the item down and said that here it is, to which the fairy replied that it really is the Grimoire of Liberation. They will update it right now. Stretching her hands forward, she exclaimed. A notification appeared in front of the hero that the Grimoire of Liberation was used. Jacqueline smirked and said that everything was perfect now. She rolled her eyes when she heard that apparently the upgrade couldn't be done with the orb's power alone, to which she asked why. Frowning, the protagonist said let him take a look. A notification appeared asking if he wanted to start the liberation trial, to which he asked again. Closing her eyes, the fairy said that she didn't know anything about it, to which Stephen replied that the orb didn't know either. Looking down, the hero thought that but this was a very dangerous message. A notification appeared, and he added that he had a bad feeling about it. Looking straight ahead, the fairy said that the system was created in a previous life. His feelings were generally correct. The protagonist frowned when he heard that maybe nothing good would come of this, to which he replied that he didn't think so. Standing still, he thought that they shouldn't choose dangerous paths. He knew that. Stephen smirked, thinking that it was in his blood as a mage. Once he chose this path, if there was a chance he could surpass himself in his previous life. He tapped the notification and added that he would accept the challenge. The fairy smirked and said that she was starting to sound like him. The protagonist frowned. Particles appeared around him. It was heard that this was for him. Standing still, the protagonist asked what this place was. Jacqueline looked at him and answered that it seemed to be the spirit world from his past life. Bright particles appeared. It was heard that the spirit world, of course, was very similar to him. Looking straight ahead, Stephen thought. A bright sphere was flying in the air. Looking at it, the hero said what it was. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of him. Frowning, the fairy said that she knew what it was. The creature looked at him fiercely. It was heard that in addition to renewing the abilities of the Forbidden Limiter, the test of release had another meaning. This was the demon that Stephen followed in his past life. It was a test to release the servant as a summoned beast. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what the servant was, and then said that he did not remember the details, but if this was a test, then he must fight and win. The beast raised its head up. Looking at it, the fairy said that she was still small in stature, but he should not let his guard down. Frowning, the protagonist said that yes, this was a formidable opponent, but they could handle it. Suddenly, the heavenly demon flew up. Steven slid along the ground. A bright beam appeared in front of him. The hero looked forward angrily. He swung his leg and activated the cyclic activation. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that everything must have been set up by him in his previous life in order to surpass the abilities of his previous life. Standing in front of the demon, Steven said that he should then adopt these feelings himself. He stretched his arms and added that now the tests begin. The demon flew in front of him. Frowning, the hero thought that it seemed that the only effective attack against him was the heavenly demon sword. A bright glow appeared, and he added that in order to use the heavenly demon sword, one must cast many magic spells, and this is a great physical strain on the body, which is why they can only make one shot. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that in order to ensure a reliable hit, he must perfectly exploit the holy dragon's weakness. Frowning, the fairy shouted that he was approaching. The monster's eyes lit up, and it was heard that he should take care of himself. Looking straight ahead, Jacqueline asked what the hell was that. Steven looked angrily and said that this is holy rain. This is one of the signature attacks. Even one attack can knock down, and at the same time, the magic will be sucked out of him. Suddenly, bright rays appeared. Rushing forward, the fairy said that he should not rush with the explanations, because it is impossible to avoid them all. Looking straight ahead, the hero answered that it is true, but this attack is unique. A bright beam appeared, and there was a sound of speed. The protagonist jumped up, and Jacqueline asked that he dodge the first one. Good try. Steven dodged the attacks and thought that the holy rain has the ability to track the magical reaction, which is why he dared to leave a trace of magic on the spot before dodging. A blue glow appeared, and he added that if you do this instantly and repeatedly, you can dodge the holy rain. Suddenly, a yellow beam flew by. The hero quickly ran forward. The demon attacked. The thought arose that even after the holy rain shot, he would have a small gap. The protagonist abruptly grabbed the weapon. Suddenly, he struck. Steven looked forward furiously. He froze, looking at the demon. Looking straight ahead, Jacqueline said that he was so strong, he managed to defeat him. Grinning, the hero replied that he knew what he was capable of. Suddenly, a bright light appeared around him. A notification appeared. He heard that he could now summon him. This was very encouraging. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that they were returning. A message appeared that the forbidden limiter had been improved. Stretching out her hand, the fairy said that he had released the skill tree. Let him check it immediately. Looking at the messages, the protagonist said that yes, it was true, it had been expanded. Frowning, he added that this magic, he could get it with his extra skill points. Looking at him, Jacqueline asked that he had found good magic. Grinning, Steven replied that yes, it had been a fruitful test, to which he said that it was excellent. A view of the building opened up. The hero was standing next to the guy. Horace was unconscious. The thought occurred that he was still not awake. Frowning, the protagonist thought that being on the verge of death. Standing behind him, the boy said that he was waiting for him. Looking away, Steven asked why he was here, to which he replied that he had something to tell him. Smirking, Tyler asked that they would pass. The hero looked at him suspiciously and replied that they did. Walking straight, the boy said that thank you for agreeing so quickly. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that there was no problem, asked what and so, what should he do this time? Tyler smiled and said that as an adventurer's guild, they would like to measure his abilities as a talentless person. A sphere appeared. It was heard that, but, of course, they cannot do this with a measuring device. Walking down the hallway, the guy added that that's why they wanted him to have a mock battle with a certain person, to which Steven asked again, and he replied that yes, he was quite good, quite famous, he might recognize him. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that well, here they are, to which he asked what kind of place this was. Standing in the middle of the room, he heard that this was a special room, designed for greater stress than the guild's training hall. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he wanted to test him. Since he had already passed the promotion test to rank A, he should have a certain level of competence. The guy entered the room. The thought occurred to him that then this was actually a promotion test to rank S. His opponent had finally arrived. Adam smiled and said that he would forgive him for making him wait. He was his opponent. Steven looked at him in surprise. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what it was. He chuckled and added that I see, so it was Steven who conquered the crystal mine. Standing in front of him, the hero asked his opponent Adam, is it rather rude to reunite after so many years? To which he replied that yes, it is. Looking straight, the protagonist heard that, but he is looking forward to it even more. Raising his hand, Adam said that with Steven as his opponent, he can be a little more serious. Steven looked at his comrade and said that there was a huge difference in ability between Class A and Class S, and it would be nice if he didn't try too hard with him. The guy with white hair looked ahead. Steven moved his head to the side and said that if you think about it, he often overestimated him. They were standing on the ground and one of them said that instead of being a little serious, he would go and give it his all. The guy with white hair looked ahead and said that he was a top-class adventurer and he couldn't lose to this guy. Steven smiled and told him to do as he wanted. The man looked at the screen where the protagonist was standing. He was looking ahead and had glasses. Winning or losing this battle didn't matter to them at all. They were just watching how far one of the guys could go against the other. There are 9 top-class adventurers in the country. Steven put his hand out and said that he knew it was a no-brainer, but they all wanted the match to start over. If one of them won, they would be promoted to a top-class adventurer right away. We then see a guy put his hand out with fire. He raised it up and a huge flame appeared. They decided to see how things would go first and if he could afford that much. A huge sphere of fire was flying towards the protagonist. Steven grabbed his sword and thought about it. He knew that even this wasn't even close to his level. He then swung his sword and cut through the huge sphere of fire using cyclic activation. He looked ahead and realized that he had done it. The guy with white hair stood with his hand outstretched and praised him, because then he could increase his firepower a little more. The protagonist put his hand out with his sword and said that he still had a lot of energy left and sooner or later he was going to run out of it. The white-haired boy and Steven looked at each other, and one of them said that it was fair, but he could win if he acted blindly. Then the protagonist extended his hand forward, and they decided to switch it and go into close combat. Steven ran forward. The white-haired boy lowered his hand directly into the fire. He stood on the scorching flames and swung his hand. Then he ran forward using the magical eye of wisdom. Steven used his skills and looked with his piercing gaze. He remembered pointing his finger at the system message and realized that due to the expansion of the skill tree, he had level 2 of the demon ability Eye of Wisdom. He looked to the side, saw a fire sphere, realized that level 2 of the ability allowed him to analyze and obtain information about visible and invisible objects. He looked to the side and saw the system messages, where it was said that this was the ability of the highest rank Primordial Flame, and it could just freely move with superheated flames. The protagonist from the fire sphere is in flight, that he needed to continue in the same spirit. He looked ahead and immersed himself in thought. He realized that it was just continuous fire. If it did not have a homing effect, then it was possible to simply avoid it by dodging to the side. The guy with glasses looked ahead and said that he had improved his skills, and since then he had passed the A-level exam, and he also had a good growth rate. He continued to look ahead and could not believe that one of the guys was hiding his ability. The guy with white hair gritted his teeth and realized that even if they were still in the observation stage, it was too frightening a feeling. He was also a top-class fighter and should be better than all the other legs. Before he fought Steven, he did not feel it at all. Then he imagined that he was on a huge hand, and he felt uncomfortable, because he was dealing with some unthinkable creature. The protagonist was holding a sword in his hands, and he was an ordinary person who conquered a crystal mine, and this very person was the one that many people admired. Then Steven rushed forward to get closer to his enemy. The guy was standing and watching the fiery flames at this moment. Then he leaned out of the flames and used mineralization. The protagonist looked at the white-haired guy. Then the two of them swung their swords to deliver a powerful blow. Then their swords crossed. Steven looked forward and held back the blow. Then he looked forward in surprise and saw the system messages, where it was written that his skill was the best quality creation sword, and he could also handle any kind of sword. The protagonist continued to hold his things and was lost in thought. He thought that this was his second skill, and he must have had one skill per person. The white-haired guy opened his mouth and said that he expected this from his opponent. They stood there, crossing their swords, and one of them said that he never thought that he would have to give it his all. Then there was an explosion, and Steven was thrown to the side. The protagonist stood and watched the huge sphere. Then there was a huge explosion of fire. Steven was thrown to the side and fell to his knee. He looked forward and said that this was all his power, and with these two skills, there was no gap between them. The guy looked forward with a smile. Then he extended his hand from the fire sphere and decided to start a real fight. Then one of them opened his eyes, and we were told that this man's strength was completely inexplicable. Steven stood holding his sword and was enveloped in powerful energy. No one could believe how he could be so good with just ordinary talent, and then he realized that he would have to continue all this in order to find out, because he needed to win. Then the guy with white hair extended his hand. He stood with his hand outstretched and a huge fire vortex formed behind him. He then grabbed the fire sword and used his ability Disclosure and Steven looked forward and was wary. He looked at the fire sword and realized that it was from another world and it was one of his former belongings. The white-haired guy raised the sword above his head, and in this world it was considered a valuable relic. He then looked forward and said that he wanted a fair fight, so he would explain to him that this sword was mythical. Steven looked forward and listened to what the guy was telling him, because his weapon was real, and when he combined it with his skills the power increased exponentially, and this sword was created by Loki, the god of cunning. The white-haired guy smiled and told him to be proud of it because only the best class warriors were able to use this sword until now. He kept his hands on the sword and there was a huge fire sphere behind him. In other words, only the best of the best could wield it. Then, fiery tongues of flame flew to the side and everything sparkled. The entire space was enveloped in fiery energy. The white-haired guy went forward, dealing many blows to the protagonist. Steven stood and held a sword in his hands. The guy with white hair swung his sword, and the protagonist realized that it was incredibly fast. Then there was a powerful explosion. The guy with glasses looked ahead and was extremely surprised by this. He realized that now this fight was like a fight between warriors of the best class. The protagonist held his weapon, and he realized that he should have been promoted to the best class. He looked ahead and immersed himself in his thoughts. He realized that this weapon, which was heavier with each blow, and also strengthened fire magic and was great for him, and also greatly hindered him in this battle. The white-haired guy ran forward, saying that his weapon fit extremely well in this world. Steven raised his sword and looked ahead, and then he turned to the side and saw many daggers. The white-haired guy jumped to the side. Then he was behind him swinging his sword, and he said that he moved and dodged well, but he wouldn't let him get away like that. Then another powerful explosion was heard. Steven flew to the side. He didn't expect such an attack. Then he looked at his opponent and realized that he had surpassed all the warriors, and he didn't want to show it too much, but it seemed like no matter how much he didn't want to do it, it was noticeable and he would have to fight seriously. The white-haired guy stood holding his sword in his hands. Steven sat silently on the ground and was enveloped in his blue energy. The white-haired guy lowered his head and realized that with the magic he had received thanks to the Forbidden Limiter upgrade, he should be able to defeat him. He then extended his hand forward and looked at how it was shaking. Then he raised his head and didn't understand what the hell was happening. Steven at that moment stood up and emitted an incredible powerful energy. The guy with glasses looked away and shouted that all the cameras were broken. He looked at the broken cameras and didn't understand what he had to do next. The protagonist stood and looked at his opponent, saying that he would show him his real punch. Afterwards, he smiled and said that he didn't want anyone to know how good he really was. The guy with white hair looked at him and asked why he wanted that. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he didn't want to be as famous as possible, and he also didn't want to cause problems for other people. The guy with white hair smiled and said that he understood. Steven stood there holding his sword, and his comrade said that they had finished too soon. He then grabbed the sword with a furious look and said that now he would also show him all his strongest strikes. Steven smiled and watched silently. Then his opponent jumped high into the air. He was in the air and swung his sword using his ability Purgatory. He looked ahead and shouted that it was a black flame cannon. Steven stood there and looked at the huge black energy that was approaching him, because it would be the strongest strike for any person. He stood there holding his sword in front of him and knew that he had to win this fight. He then jumped up and started swinging his sword using the meteor skill. He looked ahead and realized that it was a bomb. He then placed his sword under the huge black sphere. They then collided with each other. He then pierced it, his energy colliding with the huge sphere as he jumped to the side. The guy with white hair looked ahead in surprise as everything was covered in dust. Steven stood there holding his sword on his shoulder and said that he had won this fight. Steven stood in the middle of the rubble and looked at the guy with white hair. The white-haired guy looked ahead and asked why he hid his power. Steven looked ahead and said that he had simply gotten stronger and did not want to hide it. The guy raised his head and exhaled. He said that he was no match for him. The man with glasses then pushed the door aside. Her face was dirty and he asked who it was. He raised his head and looked at the hole and said that the ceiling had been broken through and they had only used specially coated building materials to prevent this from happening. The white-haired guy turned his head and realized that he had been counting on him and that he had to get them to talk to each other. He turned his head and realized what he had to do. He looked forward and said with a smile that their mutual attack had hit the ceiling during the battle and that was how it had broken. The man with glasses stood there in surprise and realized that the damage had been mostly caused by the guy's attack. The white-haired guy lowered his head and realized that everything had been fine back then. He looked to the side and realized that it was unclear what had happened to the game. The guy adjusted his glasses and said that if the ceiling was destroyed, the area around the facility could be threatened, which meant that they could not continue. He put his hand forward and said that he understood all of this and that they were judicious in their assessment of their abilities, so there would be no problem with it. The white-haired guy looked forward and heard the bespectacled man, not thinking that he and the protagonist would fight equally. Then he smiled and realized that it was not quite equal, but he was actually losing. Steven looked forward and said that the guy was going to test him. The bespectacled man looked forward and said that in the guild they were supposed to know the abilities of the top-ranked adventurers. Then we see bright beams and Steven dodging the blow, and there was a lot of doubt about his abilities and he was given this opportunity. The white-haired guy looked away and said that it was a test for top-class promotion. The protagonist turned his head and said that he suspected that it would be like this. The bespectacled man clenched his hand into a fist and asked why they were so disappointed since they passed the test. Steven pressed his hand to his neck and realized that he was the 10th top-class adventurer in history, but because of this he asked if he could refuse the top-class promotion. The man with glasses was surprised to hear this, his hand clenched into a fist. They were standing in the middle of a destroyed room and asked why he decided to turn down the promotion to upper class, And it was all because he thought he had more advantages, becoming the lowest level lawyer. The man with glasses looked at him in surprise as Steven kept his hand by his side and said that he didn't want to stand out too much from the other adventurers for personal reasons. The man with glasses looked ahead and said that he couldn't believe it. We then see a hole in the ceiling, and the guy said that the guild couldn't force him to get a promotion, but if he wanted to, he could stay at his current level. The guy with glasses looked at the protagonist and said that the upper class rank was guaranteed for him, but according to the guild's internal information, he had a lot of merit, and until that leaked out, he wouldn't ask the guild for a promotion. Steven looked at the guy with glasses and he thanked him. Then he looked away, and it hurt that it was an honor for them to be promoted to the highest rank, but they would definitely go down in history. Steven walked forward and said with a smile that despite this, he refused this pleasure. The guy with glasses looked away and understood all his intentions. Steven slowly walked forward, and the man realized that he was an adventurer, but he was not greedy, and he was also quite a strange person. Then we see him walking down the stairs, and his comrade said that it was very similar to the other guy who refused the promotion to the highest class. The guy with white hair smiled and said that he had not changed at all in this regard. Steven looked forward and said that he had changed and became unattainable. They walked forward on the road, and one of them said that it was a good joke and he could reach much higher heights than he imagined. The protagonist looked at his comrade, and they decided to meet each other again and talk about it next time. The white-haired boy pointed forward and said that he would not tell anyone about the match because he was very worried about it. The white-haired boy smiled and realized that the protagonist was determined not to stop in his endeavors and did not want to become famous so as not to stand out among other people. He then remembered how Steven looked forward and was surrounded by his blue aura, realizing that in a world that needed adventurers, his strength could not be hidden. Frowning, Steven thought about it and realized that he saved many people, and he also prevented a life-threatening situation, and to be honest, he did not need to be an adventurer in the future, but he could not stop being one right away, and he decided to become more attached to people than he expected for their sake, and he had to continue being an adventurer in the same spirit. Then, a yellow-haired boy appeared in front of him and greeted him. He smiled and said that he was a disabled newbie and he didn't expect to meet him here. Steven looked at him with a surprised face and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy closed his eyes and smiled as he remembered how they fought monsters together, and he told him that he took care of him when he was a minotaur and it was only thanks to the protagonist that he was saved. The purple-haired guy looked away and realized that he had shown him how pathetic he really was, and it also blew his mind that he didn't remember anything. Steven looked forward and realized that he had a bad impression of them, but they were good people and they wanted to thank him for that. The guy put his hand next to his head and said that he would make a special effort to teach them how to live the life of an adventurer to the fullest, and he would also teach them how to make a lot of money even if he didn't know how to do anything. He then smiled and gave a thumbs up and said that since he was here, he should teach him. Steven looked at his comrade and then a loud shout was heard, saying that demons had come out of the gate and everyone was asked to evacuate immediately, and also the adventurers nearby were asked to help them immediately. The yellow-haired man looked ahead and realized that this announcement came just in time, and he definitely had to join in. The purple-haired guy clenched his fist and realized that every adventurer had received a reward for participating in the battle, and it was also easy to make money from it, even if they just participated and did nothing. Steven looked ahead and realized that this was one of the smartest ways to make money. The yellow-haired man then clenched his fist and shouted that if they understood everything, then they should set off. The protagonist looked ahead with a stony face and realized that, fortunately, the demons weren't that strong of monsters, so everything should end soon. Then they walked through the park with a huge crowd of other adventurers. The man with yellow hair stood among the other adventurers and said that he was lucky that there were so many people there. Steven looked away and asked why that was good. The guy looked away and said that it would make it easier to kill demons, and of course, the more demons he could kill, the more rewards he could get from it. He then pointed his fingers up and said that the participation reward was greater than the defeat reward, and in the end, the participation reward was 110,000 yen, and just his presence was worth 100,000 yen. The guy with purple hair held out his hand and said that, however, it was a reasonable amount. After all, it was a life-threatening job. Steven looked away and realized that adventurers had many different ways to make money, and such conversations could be quite interesting. Then a powerful blow was heard and the man looked forward, realizing that this was the real moment of truth. Then wolves and demonic scorpions were running towards the tourists. The adventurers looked forward and said that it looked pretty tough, and also they should be middle-class demons. The man opened one of his eyes and thought, realizing that this was serious, and this time they would have a hard time in this fight, and also the four of them would have to deal with one of them. Then he pointed his finger at the protagonist and said that he was very confident in his sword skills despite being a newbie with no abilities, and he was eager to see him in action. Steven smiled and said that he would do his best, and he also understood that he was already in a class adventurer. If he succeeded, he was sure that they would notice him. Then we see the huge demons looking at the adventurers, and Steven understood that the class license was originally just a qualification to be summoned to the crystal mines. But from now on nothing has changed, and he would like to stay in the shadows for as long as possible. The purple-haired guy put up a shield in front of him. The scorpion at this time struck the count. The yellow-haired guy made a slashing blow, after which, of course, the scorpion flew up. The adventurers shouted that they would clear the danger zone and end all this. The red-haired guy began to conjure a fire sphere. The scorpion then struck the adventurer. Steven at this moment put out his sword and blocked the blow. Then the red-haired guy began to breathe fire, releasing fire spheres. Then the huge scorpion was immersed in bright flames. Afterwards, the yellow-haired guy held out his sword, saying that he would handle the rest himself, and compared to the hard outer shell, his belly was much softer. The scorpion continued to stand and look forward. The adventurers struck and breathed fire. Then, a huge powerful explosion was heard. The purple-haired guy held a shield in his hands. After that, the scorpion fell on the adventurer's body. His comrades put their hand to his head and realized that he was pinned by a demon, and maybe he should have delayed the shot a little. Steven extended his hand to the adventurer and asked if he was okay. Then, the scorpion's body began to decompose, evaporating, and the adventurers realized that they should have looked after him better, and they also had to make sure that he was doing his job as a tank. The purple-haired boy held his hands behind his head and decided to just stand in safety and watch the next fight end, but at least they almost took down one of them. Steven looked away and thought about it, realizing that only mid-class demons were appearing and there were no strong enemies here, so everything should end safely any minute. Then, a huge wolf raised its open mouth. The adventurers stood there and understood that everything should end soon. The demonic wolf fell to the ground and began to emit evil energy. The adventurers turned around with a scream and realized that it was a mutant. Then, a huge wolf with blue crystals on its head appeared, and one of the adventurers shouted that he thought everything would end peacefully. But then mutants appeared. The yellow-haired boy put his hand to his forehead and realized that it was a diamond wolf and they could not deal with demons of this class. Then, the mutant walked forward, swinging his hand. After which there was a strong blow, and the adventurers began to scream. The guy with yellow hair with a ridiculous expression on his face realized that they would not succeed and they had to get out of here. Steven looked ahead and lost in thought. He realized that if they ran away now, not only the adventurers would suffer, but also ordinary people, and it would be noticeable. Well, it would be right. The protagonist stood, and then a girl with yellow chem ran past him. He realized that nothing could be done about it. Steven stood holding a sword and looked ahead in surprise. The girl ran forward towards a huge white wolf. The mutant stood and looked ahead. Then the girl with yellow chem swung to attack, after which her attack hit the mutant and she used her flashing blade. The adventurers looked at this whole picture in surprise, and the man realized that everything was as usual and she had the strength of a god. The girl stood up holding her sword and looked forward. She was a top-class adventurer. Steven looked forward and was lost in thought, and the girl turned her head because she was a top-class adventurer. The girl was standing on a hill at that moment. Steven looked forward and realized that she was looking at him. The girl turned to the side. The protagonist was looking at her back. Steven looked forward and did not understand what just happened. The adventurers clenched their fists at that moment. They were delighted, because thanks to the appearance of the mutant, the participation reward was double, and a reward for defeat was added, and in total it was 250,000 yen. Then we see a room with a table, and one of the adventurers said that the mutant was killed instantly and really lucky. Steven looked to the side. He had 360 million yen in his pocket. The guy with yellow hair snapped his fingers and asked if the protagonist would like to have a drink with them. They had money. Steven looked forward and thanked them, but this time he decided to decline because his sister was waiting for him at home. The boy looked away in surprise, and the protagonist said that he lived with his younger sister and had to cook dinner for her. The other adventurers gave him a thumbs up and said that he was a good brother and apologized for their offers, and then told him to go home early and cook dinner. Steven looked at their thumbs up with a smile and said that they were surprisingly good people after all. Then we see a huge building, and the protagonist was standing near the door. Steven looked down and realized that he felt a lot of magical power in the house, which was comparable to the upper class, and he realized that he had guests. He took a step forward and entered the apartment. The sister was holding a tray of drinks and said that his friend was here. She pointed to the side. The girl was sitting on his couch and apologized for disturbing him. Steven closed his eyes and realized that it was the high-ranking adventurer they met on the mission. The sister was holding a tray of drinks, said that he had many pretty girlfriends, and then said that as his sister she should have warned him that this was not a good idea. The sister and the girl looked away, and Steven asked him to wait for her because she had misunderstood everything and he had never met this girl before. His sister turned her head and was surprised. Then we see this building from the side and a loud scream from his room. The girl looked away and apologized. She lied because she wanted to talk to Steven. The protagonist's sister stood there shaking in surprise. Steven closed his eyes and said that he needed to talk to this girl, and that's why his sister had to go to another room. She then closed the door to the room. The girl drank the drink and Steven asked how she knew where he lived, to which the girl replied that as a top-ranked adventurer, she contacted her guild. Steven closed his eyes and thought. He realized that guilds did not give out personal information so easily, and then asked what she wanted from him. The girl looked away and said that she was very curious because he was the only one who was willing to confront the Diamond Wolf. The protagonist looked forward in surprise, and the girl said that that was why she checked the adventurer database and saw that he was an incapacitated rank adventurer. She was very curious after that and decided to come to him. The girl turned her head and looked forward. She held a glass in her hand and Steven realized that if he thought about it, there was his biography in the database and there were many suspicious points about his identity. The girl looked forward and asked who he really was. The sister was sitting near the door at this time and listened to their conversation, where Steven said that he was an ordinary adventurer. The girl held an empty glass and said that if he was strong enough, then he should set a good example for other adventurers and people, and she also thought that this was the duty of a high-ranking adventurer. Steven looked away and did not understand what was wrong with this girl and also assumed that she had a heightened sense of justice. The girl held a glass in her hand and looked forward. Steven said that next time he would do as she said. The girl then opened the front door and apologized for disturbing him. Steven exhaled and looked forward. The sister looked away and said that she was quite strange. Steven continued to watch and did not understand what was being said. Then something on the floor began to sparkle brightly. The protagonist's sister picked up the things in her hands and realized that it was a guild card, and she did not know because she had never seen them in such a strange and unusual color before. Steven, holding his hand near his neck, said that he would go and give her the card. Then he went out to the balcony. He extended his hand and lost in thought, he realized that this girl had gone very far, and he did not understand how she managed to go so far in such a short time. He clenched his hand into a fist and began to emit bright blue energy. Then he jumped from his balcony, leaving a blue trail. After, he extended his hand, which had the card in it. The girl took the card in her hand, and Steven said that it was her guild card and it was very important, and also asked not to lose it again. Then the man with yellow hair told the protagonist not to disturb people. He frowned and looked ahead. Steven looked at the girl and asked if he really was interrupting, then turned his head to the side and said that the man had misunderstood. The guy with yellow hair pointed at him and said that they were going to tie each other up together. Steven looked ahead and didn't understand what was being said. He continued to watch all of this and asked why this had to happen here. The guy continued to point his finger ahead and said that in order to beat this girl, he had to prove that he was good enough to move up to the next superior class. The girl closed her eyes and said that this happened sometimes, and it seemed to her that there were a certain number of selfish, overachiever adventurers who were overconfident in their abilities and allowed themselves to go too far. The guy frowned and looked ahead. He then gripped his sword and shouted that he would test this out in reality and not find out how conceited he was. Steven held his hands out in front of him and said that it wasn't worth doing. The boy shouted after him to shut up and get out of the way. Steven stepped away from the attack and lost in thought, realizing that he couldn't do anything about it and his head was bleeding. The girl looked forward in surprise. The boy suddenly jumped forward, holding his weapon, asking who was willful in this situation. The girl closed her eyes as the attack was directed at her. Then she waved her hand, and everything began to shine brightly. She was holding her yellow sword in her hands. The boy at this point was lying on the ground and watching the huge figure of the girl, realizing that he had been outplayed. The girl's arrogant look said that the boy did not understand what selfishness was, and she advised him to leave here as soon as possible. Then we see huge houses. Steven closed his eyes and realized that everything was over in an instant, and the girl asked, after all, he didn't just come here for nothing. Steven opened his eyes and asked again what they were talking about. He remembered how he dodged the attack and remembered standing on the battlefield, realizing that his evasive maneuver was not up to par, and his reflexes and kinetic vision were simply unmatched, and the way he acted was not like an ordinary adventurer. The girl looked ahead with a suspicious face and said that this was a glimpse of skill that could not be acquired by skill alone. Steven looked ahead and was lost in thought. He could not believe that this girl actually guessed that he was a top-ranked adventurer, and he began to suspect that she had analytical skills. The girl turned away, clenching her hand into a fist, and Steven said that she was overestimating him. Then the girl got into a fighting stance. She extended her sword in front of her and decided to try one experiment. Steven looked at the way she held the sword and refused this duel. The girl continued to look ahead. Steven lowered his head, and before he could finish his thought, the battle immediately began. The girl suddenly approached the protagonist. Her sword almost touched Steven's neck. Then we see huge houses, and the girl looked ahead in surprise. Steven looked with an arrogant look, and his opponent did not understand why nothing moved. She was on top of the protagonist and looked ahead, and Steven asked her for forgiveness because everything happened too fast and he could not move. She extended her hand to the protagonist and helped him stand up. Steven looked ahead. The girl was lost in thought. I understand that even if he did not have time to react to this attack, he should have at least been upset. The protagonist carefully adjusted his clothes, and the girl did not understand why he was so calm, because this was absolutely abnormal for an adventurer. She turned to his head, and Steven said that he was not as cool as she thought. Then he turned to the side and said that they were done, now he would go home. The girl looked at all this in surprise. Steven walked away and the girl asked how he managed to catch up with her so quickly. Steven looked away and said that speed was all he had and that was how he got to rank. The girl stood and looked ahead. Then we see a pole and a blue sky and the girl said that it meant that he was not the only talented adventurer. She and Steven looked at each other and did not realize that they had incredible speed. The protagonist closed his eyes with a smile and said that it was an honor for him. He did not think that he would be praised by high-ranking adventurers. The girl calmly looked ahead and Steven said that it was time for him to cook dinner. The girl continued to look ahead and realized that they were supposed to see each other soon. She stood in the middle of a dark alley. Then she raised her head and said his name. Steven at this time was walking home among people. He turned his head and lost in thought, realizing that he attracted too much attention from one unpleasant character. Standing by the door, he said that he was home. Then he sniffed with his nose because it smelled strange. Opening his mouth, he said that it smelled like meat and potatoes. His sister came out from behind the door and said that dinner was ready. Smiling, he thanked her. Raising a finger up, she said that he looked happy. Walking further, he said that she was cooking for him and that was why he was happy. Putting her hand to her face, she said that he stubbornly refused to admit that he was a wimp. There was food on the table. He was offered to eat before it got cold. Sitting next to them, she looked at the screens. Looking at her, he realized that the fairy had connected to the network. With her mouth open, she said that recently the number of gates had increased. Looking at her, he understood the reason why the number of demons had increased. Pointing a finger at him, she said that the more gates, the more places where you can train. Squeezing her hand, they told her that it was better not to live near the gate, and she replied that she would take care of it herself. Raising her hand, she said that at her age, killing was easy, but Steven asked her not to think about fights. There were plates on the table. Taking a plate in her hand, she said that it was quite strong. Eating, he answered affirmatively, because his sister. Sitting at the table, she looked at them. Turning away from the phone, she realized that he had not noticed something. Smiling, washing the dishes, she realized that he was too caring. A week had passed since the attack on the crystal mine, and we were near the building. Everyone in the room stood and looked at Horace, who had come to his senses. Opening his mouth, he became sad because someone had died. Then he smiled, forcing himself. Looking at him, he understood that he was not going to blame him for this, but if he himself were stronger, he could have protected him. It was evening. The brother and sister were talking, saying that there was great news. Looking at him, she asked if he was going to continue being an adventurer. Opening his mouth, he said that he couldn't give it up and that he needed to strengthen the clan members. Squeezing his hands, he said that he had promised. Looking into the distance, he said that he needed to wait and if they became stronger, he would be able to leave unnoticed. Looking sadly, he asked, even if he had become stronger, they answered that he had been able to save her. Opening his mouth, he asked not to tell them. Walking near the river, he said that he would buy her whatever she wanted. The sister agreed. Evening came, the light was on in the building. They stood near the portal and said that they were not yet under the control of the Adventurers Guild. Two of them put on masks and said that while no one was trying, they could keep all the items for themselves. Looking at the other, he said that they were lucky and praised them for the find. They remembered the dragon and said that it was safe to say that they did not need to strive to kill bosses, they would just do some light research. Running into the portal, he said that this was a gold mine and they would earn some money. They stood near the slimes. There was also a straight road. They sadly understood that they would not earn anything here. Looking at the slimes in love, they understood that it was better to report to the guild and get a reward. They went back, and it was getting darker behind them. There was a red spot that laughed and said that it was boring. The girl was reading from the tablet and saying that another new dungeon had opened. There was a picture of a slime on the tablet and she was saying that the danger level was low and the dungeon was for new adventurers. She exhaled and looked at the screen and smiled, because she could easily recommend it for registering as an adventurer. The portal was activated. We were in a Class B dungeon, the Snake Cave. Monica was standing near the dungeon boss. Then she jumped up. She had a sword in her hands and she made a paralyzing arrow attack. The snake opened its mouth because it had been hit. Opening its mouth, it said that it was pretty sad. Raising its head up, it opened its mouth. It was all electrified. Lucy was behind, asking to leave the rest to her. Straightening her arms, she began to conjure. The snake was burning because they conjured a fireball. Folding her hands, she said that Monica had put it into a state of paralysis and it was all thanks to her. Steven stood behind him, not expecting that the two of them could conquer a B-level dungeon alone. It was night. She clasped her hands and said that it was all thanks to special training. They both looked and asked if something was wrong. Two guys sat down at the table. There was also coffee on it. He picked up a folder and said that there was a request to survey the dungeon. He took out the document and asked if he could look at it. Looking at the sheets of paper, they told him that this was a popular dungeon among adventurers in their day. Looking at it, she told him that the difficulty level was C, but it was originally class F. He opened his mouth and said that this was a strange dungeon. There was a path, because no one had found the dungeon boss or the core. Reading about the dungeon, he asked if it meant that it was automatically generated. He was told that they did not know yet, because the guild could not leave the dungeon unattended, not having the ability to indicate the level of danger. Looking at the document, he was told that they wanted to ask him to ask a high-ranking adventurer to conduct research. Holding a cup, he was told that if they found the boss in the core, they would be able to determine the level. Steven asked if it was possible to just find them and not destroy them. Near the forest there was a chest. He was told that there were a lot of resources in the dungeon and therefore they wanted to leave them undestroyed if possible, and if the danger level was high, then there was no need to worry. Bringing the cup to his mouth, he decided to accept the request. Opening his mouth, he thanked him. Putting the cup down, he was told that he needed to conduct research before the end of the month. Leaving, he realized that he could refuse. Remembering how Tyler stood, he thought that he owed him. Then the main character went. Evening came, we were near the building. Coming out of it, he realized that he had become soft. Raising his head, he was called. Looking at her, he asked what she was doing here. People looked at them because she was an S-class adventurer. Steven looked the other way. Opening her mouth, Gloria said that she saw him in the guild and decided to talk. Pointing at them, he was surprised because they were talking. He took her by the shoulder and offered to change places. Looking embarrassed, he understood that this would be more difficult than a request for an investigation. Taking a cup in his hands, he asked her what the story was. Steven looked at her. Opening her mouth, she asked if the dungeon called the Enchanted Forest meant. Opening his mouth, he said that he had heard and that it was currently at the peak of popularity. Putting down the cup, Gloria said that the information received from adventurers did not correspond to reality. Looking at her, he asked again. He was told that there were many different demons there and their location was always random. Opening her mouth, she asked if it seemed strange to him because there was no other dungeon like that. Opening his mouth, he asked if it was Class C. Looking at her, he was told that the damage exceeded the level of people had blood, because those who returned from the dungeon, 15 suffered from mental disorders and could no longer lead a normal life. Looking at him, she said that this was all in the 2 months after the discovery of the dungeon. Putting his hand to his chin, he asked if the guild would still close the dungeon. Looking down, she said that the guild still did not know what happened to those who returned from the dungeon, and that is why the existence of these 15 people has not been investigated. Closing his eye, he asked how she knew the information. Closing the other eye, he was told that her father was a researcher and received information from different sources. For Steven, this was strange. There was a cup. Gloria wanted to ask him for a favor. Looking at him, he asked what kind. Opening her mouth, she said that she wanted to team up with him and conquer the Enchanted Forest. The two sat at the table. Exhaling, he realized that he was asked to explore this dungeon. Looking at him, she refused because he was too busy and not up to creating groups. Putting down the cup, she said that it was sad. Looking at her, he asked if she could try with someone else. There was a check with money on the table because she decided to go. Walking away from him, she left the money. Looking at her, he understood that everything would be fine with him because he was used to fighting alone. Drinking coffee, he understood that some kind of disgusting feeling. Then he put away the cup. Night had come, the light was on in the house. Smiling, she held the plates because her brother cooked the best food. Washing the dishes, he said that it was great. Looking at him, she asked if everything was okay with him because he looked sickly. A fairy was standing behind him, but he said that not quite. Straightening his finger, he asked if Steven looked cheerful before. Holding his shoulders, she said that she imagined it. Turning his head, he thanked her for looking after him. Looking at the plate, he thought that he was in such a state because of the refusal. Having put the dishes down, he realized that he was used to making difficult decisions, but lately it had been hard. Standing in the corridor, he said that he would go for a walk. Standing near the portal, he understood that he would go alone. Looking seriously, he understood that there were already 15 victims and he would simply destroy the core of the dungeon. Standing near it, he heard that they were screaming and asking for help. People were lying near the portal and asking for help. Opening his mouth, he shouted that they were fighting inside. Looking at the main character, he asked what was going on. Looking at them, they said that they were fighting inside to save them. Looking embarrassed, he did not know that she had already taken on the dungeon. Opening his mouth, he said that he was in a class adventurer. Then she took his hand. Kneeling, he said that he could not cope alone because the dungeon was terrible. Opening his mouth, he shouted that when a class could not cope. Looking down, he asked again. Looking at the portal, he told him that everything in this dungeon was an illusion. Looking at him, he said that this was one of the scariest places. Then he ran and left that guy behind. Remembering Gloria, he realized that he could not gather a group. Jumping into the portal, he asked to wait a little. The whole forest became gloomy, and a large content of magic was also felt in the atmosphere. Looking at the tree branches, he realized that this dungeon could not be Class C. Raising his hand, he realized that Gloria's magic was becoming weaker. 2 red dots appeared behind him, and he understood that he needed to hurry. A wolf appeared behind him and attacked him. Then he cut him, because he did not have time to deal with the husk. Then his leg went. An hour ago, the girl was standing in a beautiful dungeon. Looking into the distance, she realized that it looked safer than she imagined. She was surprised because she heard screams. She ran along the path because these were the cries of adventurers and quite far. Near the guy stood a monster who destroyed 3 in one fell swoop. The monster looked at him and asked if he understood. Kneeling, they told him that the dungeon was a scary place and you can't go unprepared. Raising his hand, magic happened, because in the end he would die as a bait. The monster looked at him. The guy tried to defend himself with his fist. There was a cut. Standing next to the guy, she held a sword in her hands. Putting her hand to her chin, she said that she was ahead of schedule. Gloria stood next to the monster and told the guy to run, and she would figure it out herself. Raising her finger up, she asked if he was thinking about leaving. The girl removed his attack. Looking at him, she understood that they were now safe. Waving his arms, he said that this was a fast attack and even she could run away at such a speed. Looking into the distance, she realized that the boss was smart. He looked again, she realized that it didn't matter. The guy was dragging his comrade, trying to save him. Smiling, she thought that it was her duty since she had such strength. Holding the sword in her hands, she said that the fight had not yet begun. Remembering how she walked, she was told that it was over. When would it begin? Because she had fallen into a trap. Holding the sword in her hands, she said that she did not think so. Straightening her hand, she made a flashing blade. The monster looked at her. Having made a blow, he decided to dodge. Her eyes widened in surprise. Having landed on the ground, she realized that something was wrong and that it was hard for her. Standing with the sword, she was told that the place was contaminated with magical gas, which weakened people. Then she decided to strike at him. Looking at him, she asked him not to relax until he defeated her. There was a crack on his face. Suddenly, it began to heal. She looked in surprise. Opening his mouth, he said that it was unfortunate. Straightening his arms, he said that he had absorbed magic from other adventurers and that she would not be able to do anything. The sword fell. Gloria knelt down. Looking down, she understood that she could not win. Opening her mouth, she decided to run. Suddenly, someone grabbed her head. Raising it, he said that now he would have some of her magic. Looking at her, he said that her strength was depleting. Opening her mouth, she understood that her consciousness was fading. An explosion occurred near them. Straightening his arm, he tried to remove it. With his hand raised, he asked who was there. Tears came from his eyes. Stephen was standing near the fire. Closing his eyes, he said that he was too late. Squeezing his hand, he said that he would save her. The monster and Gloria began to dissolve. Suddenly, they appeared in another world. Looking at this, he understood that this was a hallucinogenic spell that was cast on the entire dungeon, and this space was infected with magical gas, which has a relaxing effect. Looking at them, he understood that he needed to master magic to destroy it and had 120 additional skill points, 10 of which he would spend. A whirlwind occurred near him because he used explosive wind. The monster began to laugh. Fire appeared in the protagonist's hand. An explosion occurred because he used the Red Lotus skill. Flying up, he asked if he could see him because he had never seen anything like it. An explosion occurred behind him. Standing near the protagonist, he used circular activation. Then Stephen raised his leg. He hit the demon on the head, asking him to let her go. The protagonist picked up the girl. Holding her, he looked at the demon. Putting her near a log, he asked if she was okay. Opening her mouth, she said that she was okay, but she had no strength. Looking at her, he said that he was sucking her magic out of her body and could hardly move until he recovered. Looking into the distance, he heard that he would take care of her, but for now, let him rest. Opening her mouth, she said that he could not win alone and let him go. Looking at her, he said that he could not abandon a good person. Walking away, He said that he was simply fulfilling his duty as an adventurer and was strong enough to win. Spreading his arms, he laughed because he spoke funny. Raising his hand, he said that he was not so strong, and did he even know about the existence of mutants. Looking at him, he said that he had come up with a way to provoke their mutation. The protagonist looked at him seriously. Remembering people with blood, he said that he could do so by taking their magic and preserving it in their bodies. Then he remembered how he held Gloria. Folding his arms, he said that her magical power had fulfilled the necessary condition. The girl's eyes widened. The guy looked angrily. Looking into the distance, they told him that this was a mutation. The monster changed in appearance, saying that she had become much more powerful than before. Opening her mouth, she asked what it was. Steven continued to look. The monster opened his mouth and said that he knew very well that he had surpassed what adventurers called S-class and doubted that anyone could defeat him. Opening his mouth, he said that people always defied common sense. Something began to happen near him. A monster appeared near the protagonist. His eyes widened. They tried to hit him, but he dodged. Clenching his hands, they wanted to attack him. An explosion occurred. Clenching his fist, he decided to hit. The blow passed through his head. The monster flew into the air. The protagonist, however, held onto the ground. They stood opposite each other. Looking at him, he did not expect that he would be so amazed by physical strength alone. The monster looked and asked what was the matter because he had no arms or legs. Looking at him, he thought that he had gotten carried away with his strength. Standing up, he realized that he had a chance if they were not equal in strength. Looking seriously, he suggested playing with magic. Standing in front of the demon, the protagonist heard what was going on, too scared to speak. Looking at the notification, he thought that while he was smugly bragging, he would spend a skill point to counter its power. Messages appeared, and he added that gravity magic that stops the enemy, but only for a split second. At first glance, the magic is not very useful. Rushing forward, the monster said, okay, he was tired of standing. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that it would be better to listen to screams instead of words. Frowning, he thought that the zero object was stopped. A demon appeared in front of Steven. Suddenly, he struck the monster. The creature flew back and screamed. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist thought that but at this moment he reduces his power and counterattacks. The wise demonic eye will not miss such a chance. Looking at him, the girl said that it was amazing. Suddenly the demon rushed forward. The protagonist struck him. An idea of what just happened appeared. He dodged the monster's attack. Steven counterattacked. A question arose, why is he counterattacking? The hero struck the demon many times. A bright glow appeared in front of him. Frowning, the protagonist said that it seemed like he was the one screaming. Crouching, the demon said, damn, they'll see about that. Don't take his weakening for granted. He already understood his technique for this series of attacks. A memory appeared. It was heard that he only stopped him for a moment. He thought his skills were offensive magic, but it seemed like he could do strange things. Looking straight ahead, Steven thought that he already understood everything and seemed to know about his skills. A glow appeared around the demon, and he said that what amazed him was his skill in combat. But for him it was not such a big deal. Skill was useless in the face of overwhelming force. Turning around, the hero said that he was still there. A thought arose that maybe this was not a good idea. Swinging, the monster said, come on, let him try to fight. The protagonist extended his hand forward. The demon froze. It was heard that the object was stopped. Rushing to the side, Steven thought that he did not even flinch. Looking at him, the monster asked what was wrong with him. The hero dodged the blow. It was heard about the zero object. Suddenly, the monster struck. A devastating explosion appeared in front of the girl. She looked at the hero. The girl opened her eyes wide. The protagonist looked straight ahead angrily. A thought arose that the speed of his attacks had increased, that it was difficult to choose the right time. One mistake, and death was near. She opened her mouth and said that he should stop. Steven stood up, hearing that he should just run and leave her, to which he replied that she should not worry, he would not lose. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that he was strong, but he was a monster. Red particles flew around the demon. Frowning, Steven said that she was right. He understood that the difference in strength was huge, but he did not want to abandon her. The girl looked at him in amazement. Standing still, he thought that he had 90 skill points left. He would think about how to use them to win. With wide eyes, the hero added that there must be something. Looking at the notification, he asked what it was. The monster glared at him. A question was heard that a dungeon creature different from the boss in front of them. A message appeared, and the protagonist added that it looked like the one he had met before, a forbidden limiter. Steven agreed, clicking on the notification. Bright particles appeared around the message. The protagonist stood still. Raising his head, he said that this is the world of his mind. The protagonist's eyes widened as he heard nice to meet you. He flinched in surprise. Looking straight ahead, Steven replied nice to meet you, and then thought, so this is the dungeon's mind world. The sphere appeared, and it was heard, unexpectedly, but it had a proposition. Looking at it, the protagonist heard that he wanted him to release the power of his previous life again. Frowning, he asked how it knew about his previous life. The sphere, standing in front of him, replied that he had not realized it yet. The protagonist looked confused as he heard that the limiter had deep connections with the dungeon. Looking straight ahead, he asked who the hell he was. The sphere glowed brightly and replied that he was the dungeon itself. He existed to communicate with it. Frowning, Stephen asked what the dungeon itself was, to which the sphere replied that just as the forbidden limiter had an administrator, there was one that monitored all the dungeons. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he was surprised that he even knew about the administrator, and then thought that this entity must be a higher being. They are in charge of the dungeons and the skills that appear in the world. It was quite possible. A memory popped up, and he asked that if so, then shouldn't they give up the offer they made earlier. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that with his skills from his past life, he would be able to defeat the boss faster and destroy the core of the dungeon. He looked away, hearing that he didn't care if the core was destroyed. It didn't bother him with such trivial things. Frowning, Stephen said what the hell, to which he replied that he would explain. Looking at the sphere, he heard that Stephen would be defeated and die by the boss's hand if things continued like this. The hero glared, hearing that he didn't think that was a good idea, so he proposed the following. Standing still, he listened to how he was restoring the strength from his previous life just for this battle in exchange. The protagonist frowned when he heard that he had to conquer 4 dungeons that would appear in 3 months. Looking straight ahead, he replied that it was like the emergency quests they had before, to which the sphere said that the difficulty level was incomparable. A bright glow appeared, and it was heard that the bosses of all 4 dungeons were called gods. If Stephen did not want to become stronger, humanity would perish. Frowning, the hero said that if he did not fulfill this condition, he would still perish. The sphere in front of him replied that it was a warning. The protagonist's eyes widened, and it was heard that he was too weak now. He looked ahead angrily, and the sphere added that he should gain strength and try to catch up with his former self, at least a little. Standing still, Stephen thought, I see, it seems like this dungeon has its own plans. It explains everything too simply. Lowering his head, he added, but he is more angry than ever at himself for getting into this situation. Looking down, the hero thought that he was simply outmatched in strength. Even if he could save Gloria, he himself would die. Memories from the battle appeared. The thought arose that he was proud of his abilities. With his current abilities, he could defeat any enemy. He thought so. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he was so pitiful. He is no longer a shadow of the great mage of loneliness. He frowned. Stephen looked at the sphere and said that all right, he will gratefully accept her offer. Looking at him, she replied that the 4 gods are terrifyingly strong. Can the current Stephen really win? She closed her eyes. The hero answered that he would gather strength so as not to lose. A glow appeared, and he was told that then they would hope for the best. The sphere began to fade. It was heard that she said goodbye to him. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that he at least understood what he would turn into. Grinning, he said that in any case. Raising his hand up, Stephen said goodbye. Looking at him, the demon asked what it was. Gloria turned to him with wide eyes. The monster stretched his head forward and said that he had changed, and the wounds seemed to have healed. Grinning, the hero answered that it was not only his appearance that had changed. Standing in front of him, the demon asked what he thought. He had become stronger. He still did not understand the difference in strength. The protagonist raised his hand up. Swinging, the monster said that he was tired of seeing his sarcastic face. Closing her eyes, the girl shouted that he should be careful. Suddenly, a blow flew at the hero. Looking straight ahead, the monster asked again. The girl exclaimed in surprise. Holding the monster's hand, Stephen asked what happened. He didn't have enough strength. Suddenly, the creature knocked him to the ground. The monster began to inflict many blows. The hero looked straight ahead. An idea appeared. What does this mean? Opening his eyes wide, he said about the explosion. The monster flew away from the devastating explosion. Sliding on the ground, he thought, what the hell is happening? It's hard to believe that this is the same person who was just here. Such power. The protagonist's eyes lit up. An idea appeared that this is impossible. He is a mutant. The demon raised his head. It was said that he could not lose. Stephen stretched his hand out in front of him. The monster stood in front of him. Suddenly, he fell to the ground and exclaimed. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he was strong. Frankly, he would not have been able to win before. His eyes lit up and he added that so at least it would make his task easier. Lying on the ground, the monster heard that he would kill him, to which he replied that he should stop and let him go. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he was not so naive as to feel sorry for him. A dome appeared around the monster and he said that he would not die here after the mutation, to which Stephen replied that he should not move. The demon looked furiously and thought that he was stuck. The hero looked at him, and he added that if it were not for this, he could rule people. It was heard that he should forgive. This is the end. A bright glow appeared around him. Blue rays appeared in front of him. The thought arose that here it is. The battlefield appeared. It was heard that he is a force to be reckoned with after all. Looking to the side, the hero added that he must regain his former power. The protagonist stood next to the girl. Looking at her, he asked that she was okay. Sitting on the ground, Gloria replied that yes, she was fine, asked what by the way, what was that, to which he replied that it was just skills. Steven glared angrily. It was heard that such an overwhelming power. The girl lowered her head and said that she had never seen anything like this before. Standing with his back to her, the protagonist replied that this power only manifests itself under certain conditions. He will never have it again, to which she replied that she understands. Looking away, she added that but before that he was as strong as her, if not stronger, the guild should promote him to S class. The protagonist turned around, hearing this. He silently looked at the girl. Putting his hand to his face, Steven said that in fact, he refuses to be promoted to S level for some reasons. Gloria raised her head, hearing this. She closed her eyes and replied that I understand. A cloudy sky appeared. It was heard that then she will not ask too many questions, thanks for the help. Looking to the side, the hero said that now they would break the core of the dungeon and get out of here, to which she responded approvingly. The girl's legs suddenly trembled. She fell to the side and cried out. The protagonist abruptly caught her. With her eyes wide open, Gloria apologized to him. Looking straight ahead, Steven said that she had lost a lot of magic, so she shouldn't rush. She froze, listening to him say that he could carry her on his back if he wanted. The girl became embarrassed and thanked him. The hero took her on his back. Looking at him, Gloria thought that his back was warm. If you think about it, it was the first time someone had helped her. Lowering her head, she asked why he had come. Walking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that after he had declined her invitation, he had felt ashamed. Looking straight ahead, he added that he had then decided to go through the dungeon before she did. Steven closed his eyes and said that, but as it turned out, she beat him to it. The girl looked at him in surprise and said that she did, to which he replied that he was glad he had made it in time anyway. She lowered her head and added that she did too. Gloria grinned and thanked him. Looking straight at him, the hero replied that you are welcome. Looking at him, the girl asked if she could be his girlfriend. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. The blue sky appeared. It was heard that he already had a girlfriend. No, but why so suddenly? Turning her head, Gloria said that she wanted to be his girlfriend. Steven frowned and replied that it was too sudden, and then thought that this was not even a reason. Sitting on his back, the girl asked that it was impossible, to which he replied that if he wanted to be friends or something like that. She grinned, hearing that he agreed. Walking forward, Steven thought that she was strange after all. They stopped near the altar. A bright light was emitted from the crystal. The hero looked at the notification. With wide eyes, the girl asked what he was about to release it, to which he asked again that she did not know. A scroll appeared. It was heard that an item that was rarely obtained in high difficulty dungeons. Its use released the skills that were dormant in him. Where did he get this information from? Looking straight ahead, Gloria said that only a limited number of people knew about it, but the information was shared with S levels. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist replied that I understand, and then thought that it meant that if he became an S class, he would be able to receive more information. Steven fought with swords. A bright glow appeared. A thought appeared that then, perhaps, the second skill was Adama was obtained using the Grimoire of Release. The hero extended his hand to the crystal. A bright light appeared around him. The people were standing near the portal. It sounded like they had a pretty damn good lineup here. 4 A ranks and 2 B ranks had gathered here, showing the level of urgency. A guy was standing among the crowd. It was said that even S-class adventurer Adam had come to support them. He looked to the side, hearing that when a class adventurer had already entered the gate, it seemed like, but even if she couldn't, their efforts were a drop in the ocean. Adam frowned and thought that if she struggled, everyone here would die in vain. He was just glad that he was freed a little. The people looked at the bright light in amazement. The guy's eyes widened, thinking that the gate was broken, the core of the dungeon was destroyed, and the people said that they thought it was difficult, but it seemed like they were just wasting their time. The hero took a step forward. He was carrying a girl on his back. The people looked at him in amazement and shouted that he was carrying Gloria on his back. Standing in front of the guy, the protagonist asked him what he had come to support them, to which he replied that yes, nothing else could be expected from him. He understood why he was in such a state. Looking away, Steven said that they would discuss this another time. Now he was very tired and wanted her to rest too. Looking at him, the man asked who this guy was, to which he was told that he was talking to Adam. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he had become noticeable again. Closing his eyes, he added that but there was no point in worrying about it now. A view of the city opened up. Standing in front of the fence, the protagonist asked what was exactly here, to which she replied that yes. Raising his head up, He thought that it was a great house, and Gloria said that her father was an explorer. They looked at each other. Raising his hand, Stephen asked that she heard it in his voice, to which she replied that no, it was visible on his face. Frowning, the hero said that on his face. Touching the fence, the girl asked if he really wanted to be just friends. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that of course. She became embarrassed and said that he should come and then they could spend time together, to which Stephen replied that he had a lot to do now, he would probably have to postpone it a little. She did not mind. Okay. Looking straight ahead, the hero said thank you, let him rest a little then, to which she responded approvingly. Turning around, the girl said that they would see each other later. Waving his hand, the protagonist said yes, they would see each other. He began to leave. The girl stood by the fence. Putting her hands to her face, she thought about what she was doing and smiled. A view of the building opened up. Shoes were at the entrance. The protagonist was sitting on the couch. Closing his eyes, he thought that he had been too arrogant. A monster appeared. A thought appeared that he thought that, having mastered magic, he could cope with a demon of this level. Stephen looked straight ahead. The thought arose that but it was a big mistake. The hero looked at the sphere. The sphere began to fade. It was said that this pride almost destroyed him. He frowned, arguing that now he should return to his previous state. The fairy smiled, holding a glass in her hands. Suddenly she opened her eyes wide. The door to the room was open. Looking at the protagonist, Jacqueline said that he was late. Kate had already gone to bed. She flew closer and turned to him. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he said that he would become stronger. The fairy looked at him in amazement. Looking at the protagonist, she asked what was the matter. She had not heard such a thing from him for a long time, to which he replied that he realized how proud he was. The girl was fast asleep. It was heard that he would not be able to protect what he had now if he was so weak. Frowning, Stephen said that he would become the strongest again. That's all. Turning around, he asked her to help him. Jacqueline looked at him in amazement. She opened her mouth and thought. The fairy raised her hands up and shouted that it seemed like he had finally come to his senses. Frowning, she added that she had waited so long for this, okay, she would help him in everything. The hero grinned and thanked her. A view of the building opened up. The protagonist was sitting at the table. A drink appeared in a cup and he turned to Kate. Frowning, Stephen asked that she didn't mind if he became famous. He looked at her carefully. The girl opened her eyes in amazement. Clenching her fist, she shouted that not at all, she would even be happy because she would be able to brag about it to her friends. Looking straight ahead, the hero answered that it was clear, and the fairy said that Stephen was the only one who was worried about Kate. The food was on the table. He heard that thank you, then he can act calmly, and the girl said that yes, it would be better that way. Grinning, the protagonist said that but just in case it would be better to move. Raising her hands up, Kate shouted that a new house. The fairy looked away, hearing that next time they would decide together. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she was going. Stephen waved her hand. Standing behind him, Jacqueline said that so. The hero stood on the roof of the building. He heard that they were leaving. Suddenly he jumped up. The protagonist abruptly summoned the holy dragon. Holding onto it, the fairy asked where the hell he was flying to. Looking straight ahead, Stephen answered that in order to become stronger, they needed a base, so they were going to an uninhabited island. Jacqueline opened her eyes in surprise and asked again. Flying on the dragon, she added that it didn't even belong to him. How could he use it? To which the hero replied that well, no one would know, and if they did, oh well. Grinning, the fairy asked what he was going to do. A view of the islands opened up. Sitting on the hero's shoulder, Jacqueline said that she saw small islands, but which one would they choose? To which he replied that it would be good to find an island with a minimum difference in altitude. An island appeared, and the fairy asked what about that one? To which he replied that it was overgrown with trees, but it seemed that there were no big differences there. The dragon flew in the sky. It was heard that good. They were flying there. The protagonist stood on the shore. Looking at him, Jacqueline asked what were they going to do now? To which he replied that well, that's obvious. Turning around, the protagonist said that they would populate an uninhabited island. Looking to the side, the fairy asked where to start when it came to pioneers. Standing in front of her, Stephen said that the first thing they needed was a place to create items needed to go through the dungeons. Raising her finger, Jacqueline said that then a place to hide from the wind and rain, why not build a simple house? Looking at her, the hero replied that they would decide after exploring the island. A view of the island appeared. The thought arose that there was a lot of flat land, but it was overgrown with trees. The area would have to be cleared. Grinning, the fairy said that she had found a good place. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that there was a cave here. It would not be a problem to build an object for creation here. He froze and exclaimed. Snakes began to crawl out of the cave. With her eyes wide open, the fairy shouted that there were many snakes here. Suddenly, they rushed forward. The snake froze in fear. Stephen looked at them. Looking straight ahead, Jacqueline said that they were running away, to which he replied that they probably felt that they were in danger. Grinning, the hero added that it was a pity that it turned out this way with the snakes, they would have to be content with this. Looking to the side, he said that now only the entrance and the interior remained. Then the protagonist called the pet. The beast ducked, hearing that it should chop down trees and bring them to the entrance of the cave. Putting her hand to her face, the fairy said that he was like a pet, did not look as regal as when they first met, to which Stephen asked, which was sweet, right? Stretching his hands, he added, well, let's continue. A view of the shore opened up. A room appeared. It was heard that this was the least she could help. Stretching her hand forward, the fairy said that all this belonged to him in a past life. Grinning, the hero said that now they would see what Nemia had done. The beast looked straight ahead. Standing next to it, the protagonist said that the thicket had been cleared, and Jacqueline added that he had worked hard. Patting the pet on the head, he added that he was doing well, and the fairy said that he was very capable. Stretching his hand forward, Stephen said that thanks to Nemia, they would soon have an entrance. He then began to wave his weapon. Standing in front of the building, Jacqueline said that the base was now ready, to which the hero replied that well, that was easy. Grinning, she asked what next. Looking at her, the protagonist said that the only way to become stronger was to gain more skill points and master magic, in other words, to level up. The fairy frowned, hearing that why she had such an expression. She closed her eyes and shouted that of course he came all the way to a desert island to build a base if he wanted to level up. Why didn't he just challenge the dungeons in Tokyo? Stephen frowned at what he was getting at, to which he replied that they would use this base to level up. Suddenly, crystals appeared in front of him. The fairy looked at them in surprise and asked if they were magic stones. Standing in front of the crystals, the hero replied that these dungeons were not that difficult. To become stronger, you need to defeat stronger enemies. Grinning, he added that that's why he used the magic stones, which he continued to collect even after Kate recovered. He wants to create a golem. A view of the city opened up. An idea appeared. What kind of power is hidden in this man? A glow appeared near the protagonist. A creature appeared on the floor. The demon was imprisoned inside the slime. An idea appeared that it was good that he left the main body as a backup. They survived in the dungeon only thanks to him. Stephen looked at him. An idea appeared that now they would have to start all over again. The guy froze, standing in the middle of the street. He looked in surprise, hearing a strange sound. The man raised his head up. Power lines appeared. A loud scream was heard. The man was lying on the ground. Suddenly, he slightly rose. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that he should wait. Soon he would become as strong again, and this time he would rule. Slime appeared. It was heard that so, after Kate recovered, he still continued to accumulate magic stones to create a powerful golem. Smiling, the fairy said that it was clear, so that's what he needed this place for, to which he replied what exactly. Looking straight ahead, the hero suggested that they immediately begin creating. A furnace appeared. It was heard that first they would use a magic furnace to remove impurities from the magic stone. An ingot appeared. It was said that this way they would get ingots of high magical purity. Crystals appeared, and the hero said that they would do the same with all the magic stones they had. Looking up, Jacqueline said that to make one ingot, one magic stone was needed. In general, it takes about 10 minutes. How many materials are needed to create a golem? The protagonist crossed his arms and replied that 50 magic stones and 5 ingots. The outer shell is made of magic stones and the power plant is made of ingots. A crystal appeared, and it was heard that the higher the power plant's characteristics, the better, and higher level magic stones are actively used to produce ingots. The fairy closed her eyes and replied that it was hard work and took a lot of time, to which Stephen said yes, so he wanted to entrust the work of making ingots to her. Jacqueline looked at him in amazement and asked again. Raising her hands up, she added that why her, she didn't want to work, to which the hero replied that he thought she would help him become stronger. A furnace appeared, and it was heard that she didn't think she would be entrusted with such a task. The fairy closed her eyes and shouted that there was no internet here, it was boring, and he replied that she was too mired in modern technology. Jacqueline frowned and said that but Stephen decided to become stronger. The hero smirked when he heard that as the administrator of the Forbidden Limiter she should do her part, to which he thanked her. The beast looked away when he heard that he did not think the sphere could lift the magic stone, so he would leave Nemia here to help. Nemia stood up and exclaimed. The fairy looked at the pet. It was heard that she would help them. Raising his hand up, the protagonist said that he would ask her to create ingots from B to S class, to which Jacqueline replied that he should leave it to her, asked what and what he would do. Turning around, he added that in fact, the magic stones were not enough. A dragon wing appeared. It was heard that therefore he would return to Tokyo and collect them. An abandoned ghost castle appeared. It was said that as an A-rank adventurer, he was allowed to enter a B-rank dungeon alone. He wanted to collect enough magic stones, so it would be more convenient for him to go alone than to go through this trial with someone else. A view of the stairs opened up. Monsters appeared in front of the hero. Suddenly, he activated the demonic eye of wisdom. The protagonist began to strike the spirits. Raising his head, he heard that 5 B-rank magic stones were obtained, to which he asked what was happening so quickly. It seemed like the adventurers had just escaped. Standing around the corner, the guy heard that it was good that he destroyed them all at once, a dangerous situation. Gritting his teeth, he wondered what the hell, he dealt with a bunch of nightmares alone. Steven stood still, a thought appeared that he was a rank, or maybe S rank, but he had never seen anyone like him in S rank. Who the hell was he? The guy was running away from the ball. He was in the net. The thought arose that it was necessary to set a trap. The guy grinned, holding a weapon in his hands. It was said that he was a bad bandit, but the best thief. This bastard ruined everything for him. Leaving, he said that he would simply escape from the dungeon when he left, when suddenly he was addressed. Frowning, the hero asked that he was the one who gathered the demons. Turning around, the guy asked what when he, to which he replied that he felt someone else's presence, but did not expect that the villain was hiding here. The man waved a sword. It was said that in the conditions of the dungeon, you can commit murder under the guise of an accident. The guy smiled broadly. The thought arose that perhaps such crimes are not uncommon. Standing in the smoke, he smiled and asked what he found him, said that no matter how strong he was, he could not catch him. Putting his hand on his side, the hero asked what the skill that completely erases presence. Looking away, he thought that this skill would be better than his invisibility, but he ran into the wrong person. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that the wise demonic eye. The exit from the dungeon appeared. The guy ran away, and he added that he would not miss it. Suddenly, Steven grabbed him. Lying on the ground, the guy asked how he saw him, to which the hero asked, so what should he do with him? A view of the shopping center opened up. People were walking down the street. The guy closed his eyes. Standing next to the hero, Tyler said that thank you, this man is to blame for the recent outbreak of accidents in the dungeon, to which he replied that he was glad he could help. The image of the monster appeared. It was heard that the other day he helped him with the enchanted forest. You could say he is their hope. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he had conquered a B-rank dungeon on his own today, to which he replied that he had. And the guy added that he was very dedicated to his job. If he changed his mind, he could always request a rank promotion, to which he responded approvingly. Waving his hand, Tyler said that now, if I may. Waving his hand back, Steven thought that S rank, he didn't think he would ever be promoted. Under the current circumstances, he thought he should accept the promotion. Kate smirked, and he continued that it was not the time yet, at least until he found them their next home and ensured Kate's safety. Closing his eyes, the hero said that they had a lot of work. Taking a step forward, he added that for now, standing in front of the portal, the protagonist said that he would go to another dungeon. A view of the city opened up. Looking to the side, Steven thought that this was his result in clearing the dungeon. A notification appeared, and he added that with so many, one dungeon a day is not enough, it is better to go to several dungeons. A view of the building opened up. The thought appeared that tomorrow early in the morning he would do this. He heard that he was home. Turning her head, Kate said that she could not find the sphere, asked that he did not know where it was. Turning around, the hero thought, what the hell? Frowning, he added that he left her on a desert island. Grinning, the fairy said that here she is, to which the girl replied that here she is. Looking at her, the protagonist asked that she returned herself, to which Jacqueline replied that she was the caretaker of the forbidden area. She could appear on the threshold of his house in an instant. She grinned, hearing that so that's how it is. He is impressed. Putting his hand on his side, Steven looked at the portal. He frowned and thought that Tyler had given him a list today. He needed to deal with 5 problematic dungeons. Axes with chains appeared, and the thought occurred to him that the first one was a class A dungeon, a training ground for 100 battles. There were no boss monsters here, but it seemed that demons attacked. About rank of B. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that this was the most convenient dungeon for him. Standing in front of him, the man said that he should wait. It was an average class A dungeon, and the other added that he couldn't go in there alone. Handing over the document, the protagonist said that he had permission. Looking straight ahead, he heard that he was asking for forgiveness, but the dungeon was full of strong opponents. He should be careful. Standing in front of the portal, Steven thanked them. Walking straight, he said that if there were a lot of strong opponents there, he really should be careful. Holding the permit in his hand, the man said that Steven never heard of him. How did he get permission to visit the 100 battles training grounds if he is not even an S-class fighter? The platforms appeared. It was heard that who the hell is he? A glow appeared on the platforms. The protagonist looked at them. The knights were fighting in front of him. A blow flew at the guard. The knight's head flew off. It fell to the ground. The knight reached out to it. The guard put the head back. Frowning, the protagonist wondered what it meant. Immortal knights train here, so that's why it has such a name. Suddenly, the knights looked at him. Steven suddenly rushed forward. The guards exclaimed in surprise. The hero used the skill Magic Eye of Wisdom on them. A mark appeared. A thought arose that it meant a magic circle with the effect of immortality was cast on them. I see. The protagonist's eyes lit up. The knight swung his weapon in front of him. Steven dodged the blow and thought that if he destroyed these magic circles, victory would be his. Suddenly, he swung his sword. A blow flew at the barrier. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that it meant the protection of the magic circle was also impenetrable. He would need the sword of the heavenly demons with reduced strength to break through. The knights swung their swords at him. The protagonist jumped back sharply. Standing in front of a crowd of monsters, he thought that the knights were working together. This was indeed a difficult dungeon. It seemed too difficult for one person. A unicorn appeared behind him. It lowered its head down. A thought arose that one of the followers was released last night when the grimoire of release was used. The beast's eyes lit up. It was said that the limiter's skill tree had become even wider, and as long as it could level up, it would level up at the same time. Platforms appeared. It was heard that now, the original strategy of this dungeon could be to avoid fighting the knights and destroy the core. Frowning, Stephen said that but he would not go that way. Crossing his arms, he said that let him aim for the magic circle on the armor, they will destroy all the knights. The beast looked forward angrily. Winking, the hero said that he was serious. Smirking, he added that okay, let's start. The knights stood in front of the beast. It was heard that the Imperial Horn Beast is a divine thunder beast. Its true strength has yet to be discovered. The beast looked straight ahead. It was said that but it can be strong and fast, which even surpasses the speed of lightning through multiple evolutions. Suddenly, he used the divine rotation skill. The beast jumped up. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared. The knight's head lay on the floor. It was heard that excellent work. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that he must also become better. Suddenly, the knight appeared behind him. The protagonist abruptly used the coordination demon skill. He struck the knight. Looking straight ahead, Stephen said that one is ready. Rushing forward, he added that we must quickly deal with them. Standing still, the hero said okay, they are finished. A notification appeared, and it was heard that they had 40 B rank magic stones. Not bad. It seemed to have gone up 2 levels. That was not enough. He would still have to create stronger enemies himself. Frowning, the protagonist said that they would move on. Platforms appeared, and he added that there were still 2 levels left. Stephen took a step forward. Looking at the knight, he said that there was only 1 enemy left. Looking at Coral, the hero said that thank you, he could handle this alone. The knight jumped up, and he added that he had less combat experience than in his previous life. Looking up, the protagonist said that but he should be able to quickly deal with him on his own. He parried the knight's blow. Stephen swung his sword sharply. Frowning, he said that he was certainly strong, but the knight looked at him, and the hero added that this was not even a rank. Swinging, he said that it was his turn now. Suddenly, the protagonist used the skill Shimmering Sky. A blow flew at the knight. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared around him. Looking straight ahead, Stephen said that there was 1 more level left. A view of the city opened up. A huge room appeared. A glass with a drink appeared. It was heard that an A-rank adventurer was saving an S-rank adventurer. The guy was holding a glass in his hands. Stretching his hand forward, he asked that so she was saved. The girl looked at him angrily. The man was wiping glasses. It was heard that he had never heard of Stephen. He was strong. A bottle appeared, and the girl answered that yes, stronger than him, at least. Grinning, Greg said that it was funny. Looking straight ahead, he added that he saved her like some kind of prince, and she fell in love. Leaning on the table, Gloria replied that she had nothing to say. As she was leaving, she added that if he had called her here to ask such nonsense, then she would go, to which he replied that it was clear, then she would not be offended if he killed Stephen. Suddenly, the girl froze. She swung her sword sharply. Looking at him angrily, Gloria said that then she would kill him first. Closing his eyes, Greg asked her if she was joking. Yes, he said that they were adventurer friends. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that okay, they were done, let him get out of here. As she was leaving, she replied that she had warned him. If he even tried, she would kill him, to which the guy replied that he understood. The man bowed before her. The guy looked away. Holding a glass in his hands, he said that Gloria usually did not show such interest in other people. He did not think that it would hurt her so much, in any case. Greg raised his glass and added that he got bored when the dungeon stopped being at least a little difficult. He smirked and said that he wanted to play with him for a while. Steps appeared in the sky and the thought of 100 combat trials came to mind. The hero looked up and said that it looked like this was the last one. It was the 3rd level. An area of soldiers stood in front of Stephen. He frowned and said that it looked difficult, but it did not matter. A unicorn jumped up behind the guy. He smirked and said that they would defeat them all. The flash of the camera blinded. Adam posed with a serious face. Several people were standing around him. The light fell through the windows of the building. The man leaned against the railing. Someone came up to him, laughed and said that he looked great on camera as always. Adam frowned and told Greg that he did not expect to see him here. Looking at the guy, he asked what he wanted from him. He answered that nothing special, he wanted to talk to him about Stephen. The boys stood opposite each other and Adam replied that he understood, that's what it was. Then he smirked and continued to say that Stephen had become so famous that Greg was after him. The boy smiled and replied that he seemed very happy that his friend was being targeted and whether it was personal. Greg pursed his lips when Adam said that no, he just knew better than anyone how strong Stephen was. The boy asked, surprised, that in other words, did he mean to say that he was not a threat to him, or was he wrong? The boy walked towards Adam, while Adam said that he would not confirm, but would not deny either. Greg smiled and said that it was so exciting. They passed each other and the boy said that if he was aiming for Steven, he should be careful. Greg swung at the boy, while Adam said that it would hurt his pride. Sparks lit up the space. Adam's and Greg's weapons collided. The guy frowned and asked if he thought he was underestimating him. The man looked at him and said no, if he was going to fight him he wasn't going to give him a chance. Greg's sword flashed and he said okay, he didn't want any trouble yet. The guy smiled when Greg said he was just kidding and the guy said okay if that was the case. The man walked away and said he was weird as usual. Adam watched him go. He leaned on the railing again and said it was getting interesting. Steven had an unusual power and Greg was going to make it public. The man grinned. Steven appeared before his eyes and it seemed like he was watching an era change. Sparks filled the sky. The air above the protagonist's head split. Bright shards flew past. The protagonist frowned and said okay, he was done. He looked back at the signs and continued to say that 100 B rank magic stones and 2 A rank ones, he had collected more than he expected. A spark flashed above his head and Steven said that it looked like he could make a golem now. He raised his hand up and an idea about the dungeon core came to mind, he just needed to destroy it. The man was walking under a huge dome. The man opened his mouth and said that he didn't think he would win alone. The guy apologized for being rude. The protagonist grinned and said that it was nothing, they shouldn't worry. Someone was walking towards him. The hero frowned. Greg's eyes flashed and he asked if he was Steven. Everything around sparkled and it was heard that it was true. They stood opposite each other and the protagonist asked, who was he then? The guy widened his eyes and said that he was. Greg introduced himself and said that he was an S-rank adventurer. Then he furiously attacked the guy, saying that he was not asked. The hero parried Greg's blow. The guys looked at what was happening in fear, and someone said that he was a dangerous person. Steven frowned and continued to say that S-rank adventurers are allowed to break the guild rules. The man laughed and replied that an S-rank adventurer is equivalent to a representative of the authorities. As long as he works, the law does not dictate to him. The protagonist looked at him and said that is how it is, so he wants him. The guy looked up and said that he heard that he was damn good and just wanted to get to know him. The hero asked in displeasure that he just wanted to get to know him. A smirk stretched across his lips. The guy drew his eyebrows together and asked that you can't hide anything from him. Steven looked at him and said that people like him are simple and straightforward. He wants to prove that he is the best, right? Greg's eyes lit up and he listened to the hero say that or show something. In any case, he is still very irritable. The guy said with a smirk that now that he had said everything, would he agree to a duel? The protagonist immediately replied that yes, no problem, but if he lost, he would stop interfering. The guy twisted his mouth and replied that it was fine, but he was wrong about one thing. The atmosphere became tense when he said that even if he won, they would still have nothing to do with him. He exclaimed furiously that it was because he was destined to die. Suddenly, he swung his leg. The protagonist parried his kick. He opened his eyes wide. The protagonist slid on the ground from the impact. Frowning, he thought that so this is what an S rank is, amazing strength. Rushing forward, Greg laughed and said that he flew off. Swinging, he added that he should not disappoint him even more. Looking straight ahead, Steven said that he was not ready to die yet either. Suddenly he rushed forward. Then the hero used the circular activation skill. The guy parried his blow. Looking straight ahead, he said that it was excellent. Looking at their fight, the guy asked what it was. They fought. It was heard that there was such a noticeable difference. Standing in front of the hero, Greg said that good skills, unfortunately. Grinning, he added that he would have to use the best he had. Suddenly, the guy raised his sword up. The protagonist looked at his weapon in surprise. His eyes widened. Swinging, the guy asked what was the matter, said that it seemed that something was wrong with him. The guy looked scared and thought that Mr. Greg was winning. This is the most terrible detail in his skill, the inexhaustible sword technique. The hero pulled the weapon out in front of him, hearing that let him have it. With wide eyes, the guy shouted that if he does nothing, he will die. Suddenly, he froze abruptly. Greg looked to the side and wheezed. The guy jumped aside from the blow. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he was right. A glow appeared around the sword, and he added that Greg absorbed and accumulated magical power, so the gap in strength between them increased, but when it comes to manipulating magical power, he is like a fish in water. The guy suddenly froze. The thought arose that by manipulating the released magical power, he set a trap in the magic that Greg absorbed, thereby damaging his body. The guy looked at him in fear and said that this time Mr. Steven has the upper hand. How can you fight Greg more than equally? Who is he? Frowning, Greg shouted what he did. Looking at him, the hero asked what he was talking about. Standing in front of the guy, he added that he is not suitable for him, right? He is too weak. The guy opened his eyes wide. Raising his head up, he shouted for him not to get carried away. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist thought, what kind of power? The boy smirked and said that he was glad he hadn't disappointed him, but it was time to end it. He frowned. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The boy suddenly used the infinite blade dance skill. The boy's eyes widened and he said that it was an inhuman technique. Holding the weapon in his hands, Steven thought that all of these strikes seemed to have the ability to absorb magic. It was impossible to create a destructive magical emission for each of these strikes. The hero frowned and added that in other words, even if he responded with a strike using magic power, he didn't think they would have a chance. Looking straight at him, Greg said that he assured him that he would not survive this strike. Suddenly, the girl appeared behind him. Stretching her hand forward, she shouted what he was doing. The boy smirked and said that she was a little late, asking that he could not be saved. Frowning, Gloria said that the protagonist, held out his hand and said that everything was fine. Looking to the side, he added that it was dangerous, let him stand aside and watch. Suddenly, the girl looked at him in amazement. She clenched her teeth tightly. Standing still, Gloria said that she understood. Standing in front of the guy, Steven heard that maybe if they worked together, they could handle it. Grinning, he said that he was tired of listening to his chatter, it was time to show him the difference in skills. The guy laughed and said that it was good. Suddenly, he jumped up. Greg held his sword in front of him and shouted that killing guys like this is the most fun. He swung his sword sharply. A glow appeared around the hero. The girl turned away and covered her eyes. The guy smiled widely, looking at the protagonist. Steven looked surprised, hearing that he should die. Suddenly, he swung his sword sharply. The guy stood still. The hero looked away. Suddenly, Greg fell to his knees and said, "Damn it." He lowered his head and asked where the wound came from. Standing behind him, the protagonist said that in this world, there is no such thing as infinity, so any attack can be carried out if there is a gap. The guy suddenly fell to the ground. Greg was unconscious. Frowning, the protagonist said that it was over. Steven looked at the guy. The man, wide-eyed in surprise, asked that he had defeated Greg, an S-class adventurer. Looking at the hero, the girl asked that he was not injured, everything was fine, to which he replied that everything was fine. Putting his hand on his chest, the hero used the skill Blessing of Starlight. Turning around, he asked what recovery magic it was. Frowning, Gloria said yes, she used the skill to heal him. Glowing particles appeared, and a voice said, "Thank you." Putting his hand on her head, the protagonist said that he should forgive her for making her worry. The girl looked at her, embarrassed. Suddenly, the phone rang. Steven held out his hand to the side and said, "Excuse me, the phone is ringing," and it sounded like he hadn't forgotten about their plans for today. Looking away, he wondered what the plans were, and they told him it was Horace's birthday, and they were planning to have a party at home today. Putting the phone to his ear, the hero thought, damn, he completely forgot about it, and they asked him if he was listening. The girl put her hand to her head and it sounded like, "Yeah, sure, he'll buy some food now," and they answered, "Okay, he'll wait, so he should come back quickly." Looking away, the protagonist said, "Excuse me, he urgently needs to go." Standing behind him, Gloria asked about the party, and he responded approvingly. Looking straight ahead, she added, "Can she come too?" Steven looked at her and replied that he didn't know, but would ask now. Looking at the phone, he said that it seemed that no one was against it. The girl became embarrassed and said that it was great. Leaving, the hero said that they would go then, to which she responded approvingly. The man, opening his eyes wide, asked that they had left. He looked at the guy. Greg was lying on the ground. It was heard that they would simply take him to the infirmary. A view of the building opened up, and someone said that they had arrived. Grinning, Kate said that you are welcome, and the fairy added that he was late, asked that he had completely forgotten. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked how he could forget, to which she replied that he really had. Standing behind him, Gloria said that they should apologize for disturbing him. Looking surprised, Kate said that she was right, this was the same girl, to which she replied that they should forgive her for the inconvenience she had caused them. The building appeared, it was heard that it was okay, her brother always looked after her. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she was a very good girl, to which Steven replied that she was for sure. He frowned, hearing that he had some kind of clause for this, to which he replied that he definitely did not. The door opened slightly. It was heard that they should allow Gloria to be introduced to them. Closing her eyes, the girl introduced herself. She grinned and added that she was glad to meet her. The girls looked in amazement. It was heard that it was amazing. She was real. It was a great honor for her to meet her. Stretching her hands forward, Lucy said that she should excuse her, asked if she could shake her hand, to which Gloria responded approvingly. Grinning, she added that she was so happy. "Thank you," and the guy said that he should make himself at home. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that he was Horace, a former red dragon. He looked surprised and replied that she knew him well. Standing in front of him, Gloria said that she knew most of the adventurers, to which the guy said what an amazing memory. The girls looked at each other in surprise when they heard that there were less than 10,000 adventurers above level in the world, and it was easy to remember them all, to which Lucy replied that no, it could be called a phenomenal memory. A room appeared, and it was heard that she might ask something. Frowning, Monica asked what her relationship with Steven was like. Looking at her, the girl thought about it. Putting her hand to her face, she said that they were more than friends, and the hero asked that it was possible not to use misleading terms. He closed his eyes when he heard that they were more than friends, to which he replied that they were just friends. Standing in front of them, the protagonist asked, "By the way, where is Brittany?" Looking at him, Kate replied that she couldn't come because of urgent matters. Food appeared, and she added that they would have fun, to which Steven replied that for sure, he bought all sorts of food here. The girls cheered and shouted congratulations to Mr. Horace on leaving the hospital, to which he thanked everyone. Kate raised her hand and said that she was making their family's signature beef stew, to which the fairy replied that she would help too. The girls cheered happily upon hearing this. Looking at them, Gloria thought that it was so lively and cheerful. The hero looked away upon hearing that he was being addressed. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that thank you for bringing her here. The protagonist grinned upon hearing this. A building appeared. It was heard that this was just the beginning. Let him enjoy the evening. The man was sitting in the house. Joe was holding a glass in his hands. A view of the room opened up. Grinning, he said that he was glad she came. The girl was standing in front of him. Brittany grinned upon hearing that about Greg. She was standing in the room. It was heard that everything seemed to have gone well. The food was on the table. It was heard that the beef stew was ready. Putting her hand to her face, Monica said that she loved it so much, and Lucy added that it was too good. Smiling, Horace said that it was very tasty. She cooks well, to which Kate replied that she tried. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that it was delicious, to which the hero replied that it was great. Sitting at the table, he thought that they had not dined with such a large company for a long time. Gloria looked down. She looked away and thought that this was really fun. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that thank you for organizing everything. Putting his hand on his hip, the protagonist said that oh well, they liked it too, well, have a safe trip, and the girl added that yes, thank them for their work. People were walking on the bridge. It sounded like it was fun today. Really. Looking away, the guy asked, by the way, how did she meet Steven? To which Monica added that she was also interested. People were walking on the street. It sounded like she met him during a raid, so they met. Smiling, Lucy asked what it meant. She also thought he was a cool adventurer, to which Gloria replied that of course. Closing her eyes, she added that Steven was more skilled than ordinary S-class adventurers, to which Monica asked, then who was stronger, she or he? The guy looked surprised, hearing that Steven, he saved her. The girls exclaimed in amazement, hearing this. Looking straight, Monica said that they should wait. Gloria stood still, hearing that such a thing was possible. Looking straight, she said that there was a very formidable opponent there. A memory appeared, and it was heard that Steven had defeated him too. Horace smirked and said that it was like him. The girls looked away. Lucy's eyes widened, thinking that he had helped the girl again. Monica's brow furrowed, thinking that he only helped them. Looking at the hero, Kate asked him why he was cold, to which he replied that he was not. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he seemed to have forgotten something. A view of the island opened up. Putting his hands on his hips, Steven said that they had collected the required number of high-ranking magic stones, which allowed them to create 2 golems. Raising his hands up, the fairy shouted for him to remember that this was only thanks to their cooperation. Looking at her, the hero told her not to worry. He was very grateful to them, to which she replied that okay, so what was the difference between the 2 golems? The golems appeared. It was heard that there was a difference in the fighting style. Blue is speed, red is power. Both are capable of being S-class demons. Sitting on the beast's head, Jacqueline asked how he managed to make such a high-quality product from such materials, to which she was told that it showed his skill as a great magician. She closed her eyes and said that she had no idea what was happening, to which the protagonist replied that well, they did their best. The golem appeared. It was heard that so, what will they do with these golems? He said that the dungeons that are visible now have a certain difficulty. He will fight the S-class golems that they created to make him stronger. With wide eyes, the fairy said that I understand, asked what and who he will fight first, to which Steven replied that both at the same time. Looking at him, she exclaimed. Jacqueline scowled and yelled that what was the point? They could just kill them one by one, to which the hero replied that he would just put a strain on his fighting skills to make them weaken. She closed her eyes when she heard that besides, according to her policy, they had to accept challenges, right? To which the fairy replied that she didn't expect it to be that difficult. Stretching out her hand, Jacqueline said that the recommended level to defeat an S-class, she thought, was over 1,000. He didn't even know how difficult it was to fight 2 at once. She added with wide eyes that if he wasn't careful, he would die. The hero looked at her. He smirked when she said that well, she didn't think he would listen to her, to which he replied that he knew exactly what she was talking about. The blue sky appeared, and it was heard that besides, it was faster and more efficient to do 2 things at once than 1, right? To which the fairy shouted that how could that be? If you do 2 things at once, then each will take longer than usual. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist said that no, that's not true. It takes less time to fight 2 at a time than 1, to which Jacqueline asked what he meant. Raising his hand up, he added that he would show you now. A view of the building opened up. Students were walking around the classroom. A girl was sleeping on her desk and someone turned to her. She opened her eyes, hearing that she should look. Kate rubbed her eyes and asked again, to which she was told that he heard that there was an adventurer who defeated Greg, an S-class adventurer. With her eyes wide open, she said that S-class was amazing. Holding out the phone, the student said that this is a video recording. The battle between the best adventurers has reached a completely different level, to which she said that it is. The girl smirked, looking at the screen. With her eyes wide open, she thought that it was her brother. Kate froze in amazement. Holding the phone in her hands, she asked what was amazing. Really, she said that there were so many different effects, to which the student replied that it was exactly. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that he was so beautiful, like a supernova of adventurers, to which she replied that it was true. The ogre was standing in the middle of the cave. He raised his hands up. Frowning, the guy said that the boss's weak point was the element of fire. He would attract attention to himself, to which the girl replied that they should leave the attack to her. The guy, with his eyes wide open in surprise, shouted at him not to jump out alone. Looking straight ahead, the adventurer replied that he was fine. Suddenly, he struck the ogre and added that he was not afraid of these goats. The guy jumped up. The monster suddenly fell to the ground. The guy swung his fist. His hand was covered in blood. The guy asked again, his eyes wide open, and the other said that at such a moment. The girl ran forward and said that it was amazing, he was so strong. The guy turned around, hearing that he was fighting hand to hand. Although he was strong with a sword in his hands, he was a very good fighter, really. Suddenly he struck her. The girl spat out blood. The guy frowned and turned to her. Stretching the weapon in front of him, he asked what he was doing, to which the guy replied that he had been going for this from the very beginning. Suddenly he struck him. The adventurer ran away quickly, screaming. Suddenly a hand reached out to him. The guy sharply struck him. Lying on the ground, the adventurer said that looking straight ahead, the man said that he needed to find a stronger body. He didn't care what happened to people. The boy asked what he was talking about, his eyes wide. The adventurer gritted his teeth, hearing that the body of a good adventurer would take him. A crystal appeared, loud screams were heard. A view of the island opened up. Golem stood in front of the hero. Grinning, he asked what they would start. Raising her hands up, the fairy shouted that he should do everything he could. The protagonist deftly dodged the golem's blow. Looking to the side, he said that it was faster than he thought. Suddenly, the golem began to attack. The red golem suddenly jumped up. Flames appeared around it. Jacqueline's eyes widened as she asked how strong he was, saying that if he wasn't serious he would die instantly. Steven jumped aside and said that if he hit, a glow appeared in front of the golem. The blue golem swung its hand. A thought appeared that it knew their behavior patterns. Frowning, the hero thought that it was only necessary to read them. Sitting on the beast's head, the fairy said that they were on the defensive, asked what Steven wanted to do. A bright light appeared in front of the golem. Frowning, the protagonist said that it was time. Suddenly, the monster swung its hand. Looking straight ahead, Steven activated the circular activation. An explosion appeared in front of the monsters. The hero grinned, looking forward. Frowning, the fairy said that I understand, that's what he wanted. A bright glow appeared. It was heard that when his armor would become brittle from the impact. The golem was cut in half. The protagonist looked at the level up notification and said that they would end it there. Raising her hand up, Jacqueline said that he was handsome. The golem looked at the crystal. He raised it up. Suddenly, a bright beam hit him. A glow appeared on the island. Covering his face with his hand, Steven said that things were bad, unexpected. The monster's eyes lit up. It was heard that the golem was turning purple. This was an emergency. Looking at him, the fairy asked that shouldn't they stop his work, to which the hero replied that it was obviously impossible. A glow appeared around the golem. It was heard that he had failed. Wide-eyed, Jacqueline said that it meant they had no choice but to defeat him, to which the protagonist replied that exactly. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that the golem's power plant had been captured. Now it was an individual with both speed and strength. The image of the monster appeared, and he added that he wouldn't be surprised if this thing had already crossed the S-class level. Standing in front of the golem, Steven said that it was interesting. He would make an act of personal revenge out of this fight. Suddenly, he swung his hand. Stretching his hand forward, the hero used the object shutdown skill. He swung his fist. A bright light appeared in front of the protagonist. The golem's eyes were glowing. It seemed that its durability had increased. Frowning, the protagonist said that now would be the time to use a couple of tricks. A view of the building opened up. A stadium appeared. The girl ran forward and breathed heavily. Closing her eyes, she said that endurance running is the worst. Suddenly, the girl looked to the side in amazement. Kate abruptly overtook her. Looking at her, the girl asked if she was too fast, said that this was the third time she had overtaken her. Kate turned around and laughed, then said that she had a lot of energy lately. The girl, wide-eyed, said that she had been in the hospital. Kate ran ahead, and she added that it was amazing. She turned around, hearing that she could have a word with her, to which she asked what was wrong. Frowning, the coach asked that she did not want to join the track team, said that her time in the 1,000 meters was like the national level. Smirking, Kate said that she probably would not, she wanted to do some chores at home. Putting her hand forward, the teacher said that her time was really impressive, she could even win the school championship. The girl smiled when she heard this. Looking straight ahead, she said that her brother worked very hard while she was in the hospital, she wanted to thank him for it. Putting her hands to her face, the coach thought, what a good girl. Kate smiled when she heard that he would forgive her for calling her without knowing the whole situation. She was sure her brother would be very happy, to which she replied that she thanked her very much. They looked away in surprise. The student widened her eyes and asked what it was. Suddenly, a bright beam appeared in front of the girls. Frowning, the coach shouted about the dungeon gates. The students began to run away. It was heard that the endurance race was cancelled. Everyone should quickly return to the school building. A monster suddenly appeared from the portal. The student turned around and shouted loudly. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked what could not be. Even demons appeared. The students quickly began to run away. Suddenly, the girl tripped. She fell to the ground. Kate looked at her in amazement. The girl looked at the creature in fear. Frowning, the teacher turned to Kate. The monster swung his weapon. It was heard that it was dangerous. Let him not come closer. The girl covered her face in fear. Suddenly, someone took a step forward. Kate jumped up on the monster. The student looked at her in surprise and turned to her, to which she replied that he should run. She would hold them back. Running away, the girl shouted that he should forgive her and thanked her. Kate stood in front of the monster. The thought appeared that the monster was bigger than her. Frowning, she added that it was scary, but she was fine. Memories appeared. The thought appeared that it seemed that she had a disease of skill impairment. This happened because her body could not cope with new abilities. A glow appeared around the girl. The thought appeared that but now that she was cured, she became stronger. Kate grabbed the weapon abruptly. The monster looked at her furiously. The girl closed her eyes. Suddenly her eyes lit up. In fact, a blow flew sharply. The girl used the skill demonic art. The coach looked in amazement and exclaimed. Kate stood still. She held the weapon in her hands. Suddenly, flashes appeared off to the side. The student said, "That's cool," with a wide eye. The girl smirked and said, "Well done, she did it after all." The protagonist stood in front of the golem. Frowning, he thought that this golem was stronger than him. Suddenly, the creature rushed forward, and the thought occurred to him that he would have to take risks to win. Looking ahead angrily, the protagonist thought that instead of completely disguising himself, he would concentrate the disguise on only a small part of his body. Suddenly, a bright beam struck the ground. Stretching his hand forward, Steven said that if he attacked, he would receive fatal damage. Lightning appeared around his hand. A fist appeared in front of the golem. The protagonist jumped up. A blow flew at the golem. Frowning, the protagonist said that this was beyond his endurance. The fairy smirked and said that he was being reckless again. Suddenly, the golem jumped up. The monster swung his hand and suddenly froze. Steven suddenly struck back. Looking to the side, he said that his blows did not affect him. Suddenly, the monster fired at the hero. The protagonist parried his attack. The golem suddenly rushed forward. Steven deftly dodged his blow. He clenched his fist tightly. Beams flew across the ground. Red lightning appeared in the sky. Looking straight ahead, Jacqueline addressed the hero. He grinned when he heard this. Memories appeared. It was heard that in his past life, Steven alone mastered magic and was known as a great mage of loneliness. Particles appeared around the protagonist. It was said that he knew what strong emotions led him to this extreme, but this was like a return to Steven from a past life. The hero dodged the blows. It was heard that he enjoyed what was happening. The golem's eyes lit up brightly. A bright beam suddenly flew at him. Frowning, the protagonist said that he wanted to destroy him and the entire island. Looking away, the fairy asked again and said that this was not possible. He must stop him at any cost. Steven rushed forward sharply. It was heard that he would do it without his command. Suddenly, he swung his leg. The hero's eyes lit up brightly. He stretched his hand towards the golem. The protagonist flew forward rapidly. He grinned, looking straight ahead. The golem began to collapse. A notification about a level increase appeared. Raising her hands up, Jacqueline said that he was good. Now he and Nemia were protected. Grinning, Steven replied that this was great. His statistics appeared. Looking at the notification, he said that in this battle he raised his level by 150. Standing in front of him, the fairy asked what he got for defeating these two golems. With wide eyes, the hero said that he would have to learn new magic. Jacqueline crossed her arms and asked that magic was good, but how would they level up now, saying that it would be hard to gather enough materials to make the same golem again. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that they had some new interesting magic, and that would be the only thing that would help with that. The fairy widened her eyes and asked what the interesting magic was and let him tell her. A sphere appeared, and he heard that it was called Incarnation. Putting his hands on his hips, Steven said that with its help he would be able to go to the spirit realm, where the souls of powerful demons live. Frowning, Jacqueline asked what the spirit realm was. Did it exist in this world? Looking at her, the hero replied that yes, it did, and that there had been many cases of observing extrasensory phenomena here. Standing behind him, the fairy said that she thought it was a hoax, to which he replied that he could try as much as he wanted. Suddenly, his phone rang. Looking to the side, the protagonist turned to his sister. His eyes widened when he heard that she was in trouble and he could come to school now. Standing still, Stephen asked what was wrong, to which she replied that it was hard to explain. Frowning, he said that he understood and would be right there. The car pulled up to the building. The man got out. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that and still, walking through the stadium, he thought about the fact that judging by that, he didn't think it was a relapse of the disease or anything like that. What the hell happened? A sign for a rest room appeared. He heard that it should be here. The protagonist looked around the corner. People looked to the side. Walking straight, Stephen turned to the guy, to which he replied that they had been seeing each other a lot lately. The girl grinned and said that he must be Kate's brother. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule, to which he replied that no, it's not hard for him. He always looks after her. There was a cup on the table. He heard that so what's wrong with Kate, to which he was answered that in general. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that a gate to the dungeon appeared on the training ground, to which he exclaimed. Looking at him, the trainer replied that a monster came out of the gate, and Kate defeated it single-handedly. Grinning, Tyler said that Kate's strength, according to eyewitnesses, was enough to defeat a C-rank lizard in the blink of an eye. Looking at the girl, the protagonist turned to her. He raised his eyebrows and added that but Kate did not have any skills. Stephen sat in front of the doctor and heard that she had an incurable disease called maladaptation disease, which occurs when the body does not adapt well to skills. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that he now understood that a complete cure for this disease meant that she was able to adapt, to which the girl replied that he should forgive her for not telling him earlier. Putting his hand on her head, he added that she had nothing to apologize for. Looking at her, the protagonist said that she used her power to protect the students from demons. She should be proud of that. He widened his eyes in surprise, hearing that it was nice to hear him say that. Thank you. Tyler raised his hand, hearing that but what about the gate? It was still dangerous, to which he replied that he had dealt with it. Grinning, he added that the dungeon was a C-class. He cleared it himself. Looking straight ahead, Stephen turned to him, to which he was told that he might not be able to tell, but he was a former rank adventurer. Sitting on the couch, the guy said that it didn't matter, the main thing was this. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that Kate's abilities were higher than those of an ordinary adventurer. He would like her to pass the title exam and become an adventurer. The hero raised his eyebrows and said that she passed the exam. He didn't think it would be right for him to force her to take the title exam. Frowning, Kate said that she could handle it. She wanted to become an adventurer and help everyone at least a little. She looked at the people. It seemed that they were all adventurers. She didn't want to be the only one left out. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist sighed. The guy grinned. Hearing that he had no choice, he allowed it, to which the girl thanked him. Looking at Tyler, Stephen said that he would be his partner in the rank exam. He was not against it, to which he replied that of course not. He thought Kate could handle it. Putting her hand to her face, the girl asked what it meant. She would fight her brother, to which she was told that this was what was going on. With her eyes wide open, she added that she was scared, to which she was asked why she was scared. An image of a man appeared. A thought appeared that it was more dangerous to fight with an adventurer like Rude. That was true. A view of the city opened up. It was heard that well, then they would begin and go to the place where the rank exam was held. A room appeared. It was said that well. Grinning, the protagonist said that they would begin the rank exam. Standing in front of him, Kate replied that she should go easy on her. They stood in front of each other. It was heard that yes, but if he wanted to become an active adventurer, he would have to reveal her abilities. Looking up, the protagonist said that he would fight for this title, to which the girl replied that he was so serious. The guy looked at the screens. Kate's image appeared. It was heard that Mr. Stephen's sister owned the demon god skill. He had never seen anything like it before. Often those with rare abilities were talented, and she was Stephen's sister. Adjusting his glasses, the guy said that he had high hopes for her. Stretching her arms out to the sides, the girl shouted that she was coming, to which the hero replied that he should start when he was ready. Kate closed her eyes. Suddenly, she used the demon art skill. The girl rushed forward sharply. She looked at the hero in surprise. Suddenly, Kate swung her sword sharply. The protagonist deftly dodged the attack. Looking at the girl, he thought that this was more than he imagined. Hitting the floor, Stephen caused a storm. The girl landed on the ground. Frowning, the hero said that he knew she would be able to dodge. Looking at him, the girl replied that she had asked him to take it easy. Looking at the screens, Tyler said that she had just discovered her abilities. Incredible. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he should forgive her. She was already strong enough. He just wanted to test what she was capable of. The girl looked at him, and he thought that maybe he should tell her what she was most afraid of. Frowning, Stephen said that they would see what her limit was. Suddenly, Kate rushed forward. Frowning, she said that he was almost at his limit. Looking at her, the hero thought that he couldn't let it end like this. Leaning down, Kate addressed him. Grinning, she said that she would give it her all. The protagonist's eyes widened in amazement. He grinned slightly. Looking straight ahead, Steven thought he was surprised she still had strength, and then said yes. A glow appeared around the girl, and it was heard that she should give it her all. The hero frowned angrily. Kate's eyes widened. She grabbed the sword with both hands. Suddenly, the girl struck. Looking at the beam, the protagonist said that it was great. He smirked and activated the circulation of the heavenly demon. A bright beam appeared in front of Steven. He opened his eyes wide. Suddenly, a yellow beam hit the ground. With wide eyes, the girl said that it was amazing. Smirking, the hero replied that he could say the same about her. Standing in front of the girl, he added that he could not believe that she had just awakened her abilities. Kate closed her eyes and said that she hoped that she had lived up to his expectations. Hugging her, the protagonist said that this was the end of the exam, let him rest a little. Smirking, Kate thanked him. Steven looked at her. Walking forward, the guy said that thanks to both of them for their hard work, his sister's abilities are amazing. The hero turned his head, hearing that it was true, to which he replied that it was true. Kate's skills also surprised him. Tyler adjusted his glasses and said that now regarding his sister's rank, he would like to bring this matter to the guild's attention. Kate looked at him in amazement, hearing that since she had not yet achieved anything as an adventurer, it was difficult for him to make a decision on his own. Looking away, the hero asked, which is understandable, she does not mind, to which the girl replied that yes, she is very tired, so she wants to quickly go home and rest. Standing in front of the guy, the protagonist said that that's how it is, then they will go, to which he replied that yes, let them rest. Bowing, Tyler said that thanks for your efforts, to which Kate grinned. She and the hero began to leave. Looking away, the guy said that with an awakened skill and a low status, these abilities are terrifying. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that he couldn't wait for their duet to develop. Sitting on the couch, Kate said that she was so tired, to which Steven replied that if you think about it, she also fought a monster. It was tiring. She grinned when he heard that she would do housework today, let him rest properly, to which the girl replied that he was so kind, thank you. Sitting on her head, the fairy said that so, they returned, asked what and what kind of assignment they needed to complete. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that Kate's abilities had awakened, to which she asked what she meant. She had known about it for a long time. Jacqueline raised her hand to the side and heard that if that was the case, why didn't she tell him right away? To which she replied that she didn't tell him because it was interesting to see his puzzled face, to which the hero thought that he had a wonderful character. She grinned and added that now Kate could help Steven. Isn't that wonderful? To which the girl responded approvingly. Raising her hand up, the fairy said that by the way, Steven has a device for measuring skills, why doesn't he use it to test Kate's skills? The girl said, wide-eyed, that's right, she was interested too, to which the hero replied, that's true. The sphere was on the table, and he heard a voice saying that they would look. The girl held her hand out, and a notification about the skill appeared. Smiling, Kate said that it was S rank. Wow, that's definitely cool. Looking away, the protagonist said, well, she just awakened her skill, so it must be an S rank skill. Raising her hand up, Jacqueline said that it won't be long before Kate becomes an S-class adventurer, to which the girl replied that she would definitely become famous. Turning his head, Steven thought he didn't think Kate wouldn't want to become an adventurer, especially with such potential, but Kate is not only capable, she also has a good fighting sense. The girl smiled, and he added that if we talk about talent, then she has everything. If she trains hard, she can become a skilled fighter capable of defeating any formidable opponent. The guy was walking in the middle of the city. A glow appeared. The thought appeared that he finally found the body of an A-rank adventurer. He opened his eyes wide and thought that his natural strength was gradually being restored. From now on he would develop the skills it possessed and then find the body of an S-rank adventurer. Turning around, the guy thought that he would become even more powerful than before and would rule this world. He looked into the alley. A stone flew at the dog. He heard that like that, let him get it. Smiling, the guy said that he hit, to which he was answered that but he was still alive. The man looked ahead, heard that okay, now he will finish him off. People stood in front of the dog. The thought appeared that it seemed that the rule of the strongest also applies to human society. The boys were teasing the dog. It was said that he was just about to test the strength of this body. The demon smiled widely, thinking that he would show them how weak they were. Suddenly, he rushed forward. Frowning, the boy asked who it was, to which he was told that he did not know what he wanted. The demon widened his eyes and said that he thought he would enjoy spending time like they did. Frowning, the boy asked what the hell he was talking about, was he crazy? Widening his eyes, the other said that he would try. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. The man rolled his eyes and wheezed. Turning around, the boy asked who he was. The demon waved his hand. Suddenly, the boy leaned forward. The monster stood still, clenching his fists. He said that he did not want to get into trouble, but it looks like he will have to get rid of the bodies. The boys looked at him in fear and shouted that he should forgive them. They would not do it again. The demon held out his hand and said that their words were meaningless because they had done nothing wrong. It was his wish. The boy opened his eyes wide and shouted. A loud scream was heard in the middle of the street. The demon stood still. Raising his hand, he said that wow, interesting skills. The dog next to him barked. Stroking it, the monster said that well, it seems that even the least intelligent creatures can be grateful. The dog's eyes lit up. She closed her eyes. As he left, the demon said that he had healed her wounds. Looking at him, the dog heard that she could go wherever she wanted. She began to run after him. The pet closed its eyes and the monster said that it was a good idea to swear allegiance to him, the future ruler of the world. Walking in the middle of the city, the demon said that he would go with him then. A view of the building opened up. The girl frowned and asked if she could take a day off from school and go to the dungeon. The protagonist looked at her and replied that of course not, she was a high school student and had to go to school. He placed the plate on the table and added that the dungeon could only be visited on weekends, to which she responded approvingly. Holding the food in her hands, Kate heard that, besides, her rank was still unknown, so she would not be able to go to the dungeon in any case, to which she replied that that was how it was. The clock appeared and it sounded like she was late. Running out of the apartment, the girl shouted that she was going. The fairy looked at the protagonist and said that she thought he was being overprotective of her, to which he replied that Kate was still young. The student waved her hand and it sounded like she had more important things to do than hone her skills in the dungeon. Jacqueline smirked when she heard that he also had to be strong enough that Kate wouldn't have to fight, to which she replied that was right. Leaning on the table, Stephen said that he had eaten anyway. A view of the building opened up, and the protagonist closed his eyes. Looking at his hands, he said that great, he did it. Crossing his arms, the fairy said that he was translucent, to which he said that well, he was a spirit. Jacqueline smirked when she heard that the sphere could see his spirit, to which she replied that it was him, he was special. Looking at him, she asked that but how would he get to the spirit world? She said that she didn't see a demon spirit anywhere, to which the protagonist asked that she didn't know about it. The fairy closed her eyes and shouted that he was mistaken if he thought they had the same level of knowledge, to which Stephen replied that he should forgive her. The planets appeared, and it was heard that the spirit world was between heaven and the realm of the living, so if he could get there, everything would be fine. Jacqueline, her eyes wide, said that this meant that he was on the border between the two worlds, to which he replied that this was true. The image of a sacred dragon appeared. A beam appeared on the building, and it was heard that he should rise. The beam rushed forward sharply. It flew among the clouds. The hero looked ahead carefully. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he thought that an incredible magical reaction had occurred. A bright glow appeared in the sky. The protagonist was sitting on the dragon. Looking straight ahead, he said that this was it. Looking at the portal, Stephen said that it was the gate to the spirit world. The hero stood in the middle of the dungeon. Looking straight ahead, he thought that many demon souls washed here. Turning his head, the protagonist asked if they were behind the gate, did that mean they were in the dungeon, to which the fairy replied that it was not quite. Particles flew in the air. It was heard that in any case, there was no dungeon core here. Jacqueline frowned, hearing that how to know if there was a core here, to which she asked that he was stupid, said that she was the administrator of the prohibitory limiter, she knew what she was talking about. Frowning, Stephen asked how, but she said that she did not know everything, to which she replied that she increasingly seemed to think that he considered her stupid. Walking straight, he added that no, that was not true, she always helps him, to which the fairy said exactly that. The hero looked at Jacqueline and thought that the sphere was quite simple, wasn't it? Looking to the side, she said that but this is not an interesting place. Multicolored torches appeared. It was heard that a soul was floating in front of the tombstone. This is the soul of a demon. If you touch it, it will take the form of a spirit. Stretching her hand forward, Jacqueline said that she is sure that the strength of demons depends on the size of the soul. Turning his head, the protagonist replied that I understand, so the demon spirits will not surround them. In other words, it will be a one-on-one fight. Grinning, the fairy said that for sure, for Stephen, who wants to defeat a strong enemy, this is a plus. Looking straight ahead, Stephen heard that I understand. To check, they will first try to touch this large spirit. Suddenly, he stretched his hand forward. A creature rushed in front of him. The Grim Reaper held a scythe in his hands. Grinning, the protagonist said that the Reaper, it turns out, is the spirit. The spirit swung the scythe. It was heard that it would be an excellent fight. Stephen's eyes suddenly lit up. He swung his sword sharply. Frowning, the hero said that he was finished. Looking straight ahead, the fairy said one hit. She froze, watching the hero. The thought appeared that Stephen was becoming stronger at an incredible speed. Grinning, Jacqueline thought that perhaps a little time would pass and he would surpass himself from his past life. Looking to the side, the hero said that the size of this soul was equal to rank A. Next time they would choose a larger one. Waving flags, the fairy said that great, let him defeat all the S-rank demons and increase his level, to which the protagonist replied that he did, and then thought why he was rooting for him so much. A view of the bathroom opened up. The girl was standing under the shower. She looked at the phone in surprise. A notification appeared on the phone. Picking it up, the girl asked what the assembly order was. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that maybe an S-class dungeon had appeared. The people were sitting in the S-class adventurers meeting. Alvin put his hand to his face. Amanda was holding the bear in her hands. Looking at them, Tyler thought, what does that mean? 5 out of 9 participants? In any case, it's a good result. Frowning, he said that thanks for coming despite such an urgent message. The man closed one eye and said that it was no problem, he just finished training. Adam smirked when he heard that it was unforgivable but the others were present, to which he said that responsibility could not be expected from S-class. Looking at him, the adventurer said that those who could not handle their responsibilities should be understood in their position, to which the boy replied that he was afraid that this would not happen. Lowering her head, the girl said that she wanted to quickly return home. Turning her head, the man shouted that he should leave if he did not consider himself worthy of the rank. Looking straight ahead, Tyler said that he should be allowed to get down to business right away. Joe closed his eyes when he heard that thanks to him, they were able to determine the location of the S-rank dungeon in advance. Smirking, he replied that the method of accumulating magic power this time was unprecedented. The boy asked in amazement when he heard that the dungeon boss was probably much stronger than the Eclipse Moon Leopard they defeated half a year ago. Frowning, he thought that initially it was he and Gloria who did this, and only with the help of Alvin they managed to win. He is much more powerful, it is outrageous. Tyler, looking straight ahead, said that if such a monster is released, it will cause damage on a huge scale. The guy looked away, hearing that could everyone present help them defeat it, to which he replied that of course, asked where it is. Raising his finger up, Tyler said that in the sea of Fuji trees. The hero frowned. A bright glow appeared in front of him. Stretching his hand forward, he said that this soul is very large. The protagonist looked angrily and said that well, there is no shortage of opponents. A monster suddenly appeared in front of him. The moon leopard looked at him. Raising his head, Steven said that a formidable opponent appeared. It is good that he spent skill points in advance. Suddenly, the beast looked at him furiously. Lightning appeared around the hero. He smirked and asked, "What, so, will they start?" The protagonist looked at the beast. The leopard's eyes were shining brightly. Looking at him, the fairy said that this one looked pretty strong, to which Steven asked that he wouldn't tell him his level so that he could win. The beast looked straight ahead. It was heard that he shouldn't talk nonsense. He shouldn't think that his strength could be measured by his level, to which the hero replied that he really did. Standing near the glow, the fairy shouted that now was not the time to talk about it, he was advancing. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that he had disappeared. Eyes lit up behind him. Suddenly, the leopard raised its paws up. It abruptly used the Moonlight Claw's skill. The beast appeared right in front of Steven. Frowning, the hero thought, damn, he could finish it off with one blow. Suddenly, the leopard struck the ground. Looking at it, the protagonist used the sparkling Wild Sky skill. A bright glow appeared. Landing on the ground, Steven thought that perhaps he could move freely in the shadows, then his actions were predictable. The beast suddenly appeared behind him. The hero parried its blow. He looked away angrily. The leopard opened his eyes in amazement. He raised his head up. Suddenly a storm of darkness appeared in the sky. A question was heard about what it was. Stretching her hands forward, the fairy asked what the darkness was coming, to which the protagonist replied that he apparently created the conditions in his favor. Frowning, he added that then he would give it his all. Looking straight ahead, Steven said that he combined cyclic activity and cruelty to further increase his physical capabilities. Dark rays appeared. A thought appeared that apparently in the darkness he moved at a higher speed, which allowed him to get ahead of any attack. Suddenly shadow soldiers appeared in front of him, and he said that he did not know he could do that. The spirits rushed forward sharply. The hero swung his weapon. Suddenly, he used the skill Flickering Light. A view of the city opened up. Walking forward, the guy asked if he could have a word with her, to which the girl asked what it was. Adam smirked and said, what about the next boss? Gloria frowned when she heard that she was confident in their victory. Looking down, she said that she was confident. Standing in front of the guy, the girl said that it didn't matter whether she was confident or not, she would just complete her mission. The adventurers looked at the sky. It was heard that, frankly speaking, the moon leopard was an enemy that he and Mr. Alvin could only defeat together. Adam smirked and said that such an enemy, he thought, Steven could defeat him alone. The girl looked at him silently. She opened her mouth and answered that yes, he could. Gloria closed her eyes, hearing that she was sure that their hidden talent, called Steven, could win. She looked in surprise, hearing laughter. The guy smirked and said that he agreed. They should ask Steven to join them in the next dungeon. Suddenly, a devastating explosion occurred. The beast looked forward angrily. The hero opened his eyes in surprise, thinking that the magic in those claws was just hell, and then said that he did not intend to lose either. Suddenly, bright rays appeared in front of him. The protagonist frowned. Then he smirked. Steven grabbed his weapon and used the skill Shining Wild Sky. A bright glow appeared in the air. The beast opened his eyes wide. Looking at the notification, the hero said that it was a strong opponent. Not bad, but it was not enough. Raising his head up, he said that he leveled up faster than he expected. Frowning, the fairy asked why they had to fight here if they could raise the same number of levels through fighting. Grinning, the protagonist replied that it was a great place to hunt without competition and with high-ranking demons. Jacqueline looked away and said that she wondered how many people could still compete with him, to which he replied that there were probably more than he thought. Turning towards him, the fairy said that he was a fool. He was getting stronger at an amazing rate. Stephen smiled when she said that she was sure he was no longer the Stephen that an S-class adventurer could defeat, to which he replied that he didn't even know, but he was sure that his strength was incomparable to what he had before. A view of the dungeon opened up. Looking straight ahead, the fairy said that but still this was far from the Stephen that was in his past life, to which the hero replied that how rude. A view of the building opened up. The man stretched his arms forward. He swung his leg, using the skill Cherry Blossom Dance. Alvin stretched his leg forward. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The man used the technique Stunning Explosion. Lightning appeared around his legs. A bright trace was left behind him. A bright beam appeared from his hand. A pink glow appeared. Raising his hand up, Alvin said that the technique was not perfect, it was botched. Light was coming from the windows. Frowning, Adam said that he needed to talk to him. Turning around, the man asked what happened. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that he wanted to ask an A-rank adventurer to join him on a raid in this dungeon. Alvin looked at him in confusion and asked what the A-rank said that if he went with them, he would just die like a dog, to which the guy replied that this is usually what happens. Grinning, Adam asked what if he said that he was stronger than him. The man looked at him in amazement and asked again. Standing in front of him, the guy said that besides, he was someone who could have gotten an S rank if he wanted, he voluntarily remained at a rank. Frowning, Alvin said that he found it hard to believe, asked what his name was. The hero looked to the side. It was heard that Stephen, I'm sure the Adventurers Guild will confirm this. Grinning, the man said that in that case he wanted to make sure of it. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he was home. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that welcome home. Stretching her hand forward, Kate said that she was waiting for him. Raising the envelope up, she added that he should take a look. She received a notification of her rank. Looking in surprise, Stephen asked why so quickly it had already arrived. Grinning, the fairy said that they would see how strong she was, let her open it, to which the girl responded approvingly. Looking at the letter, Kate said that she was a rank, to which Jacqueline replied that meant she was the same rank as Stephen. The hero looked away and said that it meant a rank. He heard that she and Brittany, great. Looking down, he added that well, nothing can be done, to which the fairy said that he did not look happy. The girl looked at him in amazement, hearing that he was happy, but he was afraid that Kate might be in danger. The fairy grinned, hearing that she should not worry, she would not do anything dangerous, to which he replied that he wished her to never fight a superior opponent, to which she thought that from Stephen's face it looked more like a challenge. Clenching her fists, Kate said that fine, she gives her word. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that great, he would believe it. A shadow appeared in front of the door. Looking away, Stephen thought that a visitor. The stars appeared, and he added that judging by the amount of magic, this was an unusual person. Frowning, the man asked that he must be Stephen. Standing in front of him, the hero answered that yes, that he needed, to which he replied that Adam told him about him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist wondered what from Adam, and Alvin said that he was no worse than an S-class adventurer. Looking at the man, he asked what it meant he was an S-class adventurer, to which Alvin replied exactly what. A room appeared, and it was heard that the dungeon they were about to go to needed strong partners. Looking straight ahead, the man asked what would allow him to test his abilities. The hero frowned and thought that it seemed like this was the strongest adventurer he had ever met. Now was the right time to test his abilities. Looking straight ahead, he replied that okay, where did he want to do it? To which Alvin said that his dojo was free, we could go there. Standing at the door, the girl asked if everything was okay, to which the protagonist replied that yes, he should not worry. Grinning, he added that he would be back for dinner. Standing in front of his opponent, Stephen asked him if he was fighting barehanded, to which he replied that of course he could use a weapon if he wanted. Frowning, the man said that it was better not to relax. The hero grinned and replied that if he was going to fight without a weapon, then so would he. Alvin looked down and said that he shouldn't think that he was easy to deal with, he was one of the strongest S-rank adventurers. Leaning over, the protagonist said that he would not relax, they would start. Glaring at him angrily, the man replied that he had a kind heart. Suddenly, he abruptly rushed forward. The man froze and said that it was amazing how he was able to dodge if he had nothing on him. Frowning, Stephen asked if he recognized him now, to which he replied that he couldn't. Wide-eyed, Alvin said that he was even more curious now. Looking straight ahead, the hero replied that he wasn't going to stay here long, and then thought that he would prove his strength right now. Standing in front of the man, he said that it seemed like he still didn't take him seriously. The man narrowed his eyes and asked if it was obvious, and said that it was to test how good he was. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that dinner was coming soon, and he didn't want to be late. His eyes lit up and he added that he couldn't wait to see what he was made of. Alvin looked at him in amazement when he heard this. Standing in front of him, he said that it had been a long time since he had seen him in such a good mood. A glow appeared around the man, and he said that he would show him the technique then. Alvin took a fighting stance and added that no one had ever succeeded in doing this on the first try. Suddenly, he rushed forward. Bright beams appeared around the hero. He looked to the side. The protagonist's eyes lit up after using the skill. Looking at the man, he thought that it was very fast, but it couldn't escape the demon's wisdom eye. Blue beams appeared. The thought arose that the third level of release allows you to use his ability to the maximum and process visual information. Alvin's movements in his eyes are very slow. Suddenly, the man swung his fist at him. He frowned and thought that he saw his speed. Steven deftly dodged his blow. He jumped to the side. Standing on one hand, the hero thought that if you strike at such a speed, there will always be somewhere to retreat. The man parried his blow and wheezed. Alvin slid along the ground. Standing in a stance, he said that he did not think that there would be no scratches on him. He saw everything. Grinning, the protagonist replied that exactly, he saw everything. He closed his eyes, hearing that he could not believe why he was at rank at all, to which he replied that for various reasons. The man closed his eyes and said that Adam was right. Kneeling, he added that people like him deserve to be S-ranked. It was a shame. Looking straight ahead, Steven asked what dungeon they were talking about. Alvin frowned and replied that it had been revealed that in a week, an S-rank dungeon would appear in the Sea of Trees on Fuji. The boss was unrivaled in strength. Sitting next to the hero, he added that the S-ranked adventurers, were also called to defeat him. They would like him to join them. Looking at the man, the hero replied that it was good, he was in, to which he replied that it was a great answer, thank you. Bowing, Alvin said that he would apologize for today's suddenness. He would contact him, to which the protagonist replied that it was nothing, it happens. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that he was home. Frowning, Kate shouted that welcome home. He was fine, he was not injured. Standing in front of her, Steven replied that he was sorry for making her worry. Nothing happened, he was fine, to which she said that was great. Looking straight ahead, the fairy said that the man said something about a dungeon. Could you give details? The hero turned his head and replied that he did. It was just that in a week they had to get to an S-rank dungeon, to which the girl shouted that she knew something was wrong, and he added that, well, something like that. A huge building appeared. The girl was sitting on the couch. The item was lying on the table. It was heard that if this continued, they might not be able to win. They would definitely become stronger. They needed to become stronger. Gloria entered the room. She was going down the steps. The girl stopped in front of the laboratory. She opened the door to it and told her dad to tell her about the skills. The man, without turning around, replied that he told her to quit adventuring. It was dangerous. Standing behind him, the girl said that she wanted to use the power she was given for the benefit of others. Turning around, the man said that he did not know who she was like. A family portrait appeared. She heard that wasn't it like him. He devoted himself to research for her, to which her father replied that she should not be rude. Gloria's eyes widened, hearing that she should look over there on the table. Sitting at the table, the man said that there was research there that she wanted to know about. Grinning, the girl replied that okay, she would look. The guy was sitting on a chair. A glass with a drink appeared. Suddenly, an explosion thundered behind him. Turning around, he asked who decided to interfere with people drinking. The demon stood still. Grinning, he asked that he was an S-rank adventurer Greg. Turning his head, the guy asked what and what if yes, said that he was in a bad mood. His eyes lit up and he added that even if he was on business, he should go home or he would kill him. The monster's eyes widened and he replied that it was convenient, he was there to kill him. The view of the city opened up and he heard the sound of killing. Grinning, Greg asked what he was saying. The demon looked at him carefully. The guy threw his weapon over his shoulder and asked what he thought. He would let him get away with it. He said that he would not let some weakling be so cocky. Raising his hand, the demon replied that he should try it and see who the weakling was. Jumping up, Greg shouted that he would finish him off in 3 seconds. Closing his eyes, the demon said that so that was it. The guy frowned and exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, the demon struck. His eyes lit up and he said that it seemed that even among S-rank fighters there was a difference in strength. Pouring wine on himself, Greg asked what the difference was. He opened his eyes wide and added that he hadn't even shown his true strength yet. Grinning, the demon said that he hit him with all his might and he was stronger than he thought. Great job. The guy frowned and said that once he killed him, he would look for information, wanting to know his name. Looking straight at him, the monster replied that it was fair. He could call him Hermes. Raising his weapon up, Greg asked what kind of nickname. He would definitely find out who he was later. The demon smiled and said that it looked like he was sucking magic out of his opponent, an interesting move. Looking at him, the guy asked what, well, is he afraid? He won't let him go, he will hit him long and hard. The room seemed to appear. It was heard that he was not sure about this because of his skills. Standing in front of the guy, the monster said that they were not suitable for S rank. Opening his eyes wide, Greg shouted that he would kill him. Suddenly, he used the skill dance of endless blades. Clenching his fist, the monster said that he thought he was wrong. This world is not ruled by technology. Rushing forward, the guy shouted for him to die. Swinging his fist, the demon shouted about overwhelming power. Suddenly, he struck the guy. Lightning flew around his hand. Red particles appeared in the air. A glow spread throughout the room. The demon stood still. The guy was lying on the floor unconscious. Raising his hand, the monster said that people are still interesting. If you take their skills and fuse them together, you can get something even more powerful than the demon's body. Extending his hand, he added that well, although he looks flawed, but he really is an S rank, so we must take advantage of this. Blood splashed on him. The demon's eyes lit up and he said that he felt this potential of skills. A notification appeared on the broken phone. The monster looked at it. Taking the smartphone in his hand, he said that it is clear, so 4 S ranks will leave Tokyo, which means the forces will be dispersed. Smiling broadly, the demon said that this was good news. A week later, buildings appeared. It was heard that he must be Steven. He had heard a lot about him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he was glad to meet him, asked what he had heard. Winking, the guy replied that he had already become popular among adventurers. Everyone was waiting for him. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and answered that he understood, and then thought that by the way. Looking at him, Gloria asked that he was already here. Grinning, Steven said that he had heard that this dungeon was of unprecedented difficulty, so he decided to help. The girl became embarrassed and said that she was so glad that he was here. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he would do everything in his power. Looking at them, Joe thought that Gloria, it turns out, can do more than just frown. He narrowed his eyes and added that Steven is a mysterious person. The city came into view and the guy said that they should board the helicopter when they were ready. The protagonist turned around and said that they would fly. A construction crane appeared. The dog was drinking water. It was heard that today had finally arrived. Sitting next to it, the demon said that 4 S rank people were attacking the dungeon. 2 were abroad. He had already killed Greg, so there were only 2 left in Tokyo. Looking away, he added that the only one who could stop him now was that same guy. Standing on the edge, the monster said that he would be in perfect condition for a rematch. Smiling widely, he added that it was time to go out to fight. The man was walking towards the portal. Standing in front of him, the guy said that he should excuse him, but to enter this dungeon alone, he must be a rank or higher. He opened his eyes wide and added that he should show his guild card. Suddenly, the demon struck him. Traces of blood appeared on the floor. A loud scream was heard. Clenching his fist, the monster said that if he wasn't going to go in, he shouldn't show anything, right? To which the boy replied that he was. Grinning, the demon said that was a good answer. A view of the portal opened up. Stretching his hand forward, he said that he didn't think he could cause any trouble on his own. Lightning emitted from the portal. It was heard that it was time to cause real chaos in the streets. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the monster shouted for the demons to come out. Suddenly, demons appeared. It was heard that he had an important task for them. Let them begin real destruction. Grinning, the monster said that he couldn't wait to see what would happen. A view of the city opened up. It was heard that demons were coming out of the gate. Let them evacuate. People ran away in fear. Screams about demons were heard. The man rushed forward. An apple fell to the ground. The monster crushed the apple. The demon stood in the middle of the flames. The monster extended his hand towards the portal. He opened his eyes in surprise. Frowning, the monster asked again. Raising his hands up, Kate shouted that they had enough time for a B-rank dungeon, to which she was told that she was too strong. That's what Steven's sister means. The guy looked in amazement when he heard that he was an adventurer from the guild. He opened his eyes wide. He heard that he should forgive her. She broke the core of the dungeon, to which he thought that she looked very similar. Looking at the girl, the demon thought that she was that guy. Extending his hand forward, the monster asked if he was imagining it, or if she had an older brother, to which Kate asked again. Grinning, the monster said yes, she did. He closed his eyes when he heard that yes, she did. But how did he know? To which he asked what was her brother's name. Looking at him, Kate exclaimed in surprise. The demon's eyes widened as he heard Steven. The girl screamed in fear for him to stop. The monster smirked, thinking he had found him. Standing in front of the girls, he heard that she shouldn't have told him his name. He was acting suspicious. Suddenly, the monster's eyes lit up. The girl looked at him in amazement. She quickly stretched her hand out to the side. Frowning, Kate asked what that tension was. Stretching his hand forward, the monster said that he was looking for her brother, excuse me, but she would go with him. Wide-eyed, Monica asked what he was talking about, and Lucy added that she wouldn't allow it. Putting his hand to his face, the demon said that he wouldn't do anything. Smirking, he added that then he would deal with all of them. He opened his mouth wide and said that unfortunately, standing in front of the girls, the monster said that everything would be over soon. The girls glared at him. Kate's eyes widened, thinking that this guy was pretty strong, more intimidating than her brother, even if they were to fight 3 of them, maybe. The girls frowned, and she added that no, she couldn't imagine them winning. The demon extended his hand forward. The thought occurred to her that he was hunting her, meaning he would eliminate her first. Suddenly, he swung his hand. The girl's eyes widened. A bright glow appeared in the middle of the room. The girl parried the blow, and someone turned to her. Frowning, she said that they should go get help. Lucy and Monica looked surprised, hearing that she would detain him. They exchanged glances. Kate stood in front of the demon. She heard that he should forgive and hold on. Looking to the side, the monster thought that if he let them go, there was a high probability that he would appear. The girl looked at her in surprise, hearing that she wanted to buy them some time. How long she thought she could fight him. Standing in front of him, Kate replied that she would not fight because he could not win. Raising his eyebrows, the monster asked what in what sense. Smirking, the girl asked that his real target was her brother, right? Said that then she thought he would not harm her until he achieved his goal. Looking straight at her, the demon said that he only had one condition: she would do what he said. Closing her eyes, the girl answered that she agreed. Looking at him in surprise, the monster wondered what was wrong with her, what the hell she was planning. Kate looked at him angrily, and he added that she agreed so quickly it was because she trusted her brother. A room appeared. It was heard that okay, let him go after him. The helicopter flew in the air. A huge portal appeared. Looking away, the guy said that there was a huge accumulation of magical energy. A stampede could start soon. Turning around, Tyler replied that this was not good. We need to attack as soon as possible. Looking at the phone, the guy shouted that no, let them wait. The man asked in surprise, hearing that there was a massive stampede in Tokyo now, and the chaos was only getting worse. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought about the massive stampede. He was worried about Kate. Picking up the phone, Adam said that they needed to turn around to prevent further destruction. Frowning, Tyler replied that yes, it was important to prevent this, but for now they would do more important things. The adventurers turned around, hearing that this was a bad idea. The guy smirked, hearing what he meant. Looking straight ahead, he said that the dungeon was very unusual. The magical power was increasing exponentially. A view of the mountain opened up. The helicopter hovered in the air. It was heard that if they turned back now, even if they calmed Tokyo, there would be other problems here. The view of the sunset opened up. It was said that in other words, they need to split up. The adventurers stood in a circle. It was heard that the dungeon squad and the riot squad. Looking straight ahead, Adam said that he did not mind. Closing one eye, the protagonist thought that Kate's safety should be his priority. They need to go back. Raising his hand up, Tyler said that then they would split into groups of 3 people. It would be better to concentrate their forces on the dungeon attack squad. Looking at the hero, the man said that then he, Joe, and Adam would storm the dungeon. Looking to the side, the guy answered that no, they needed to change Alvin for Steven. Frowning, the man asked again. Steven looked at him. A view of the mountain opened up. It was heard that each group should have its own leader. They need Alvin for the response team. Turning his head, the man said that it is clear they will do so, to which the hero replied that they should wait. He wants to be in the response team. Looking at him, Joe replied that it was rejected. He does not have the right to do this. Standing in front of the guy, the protagonist said that then he will act himself, to which Adam replied that he should wait. He frowned, hearing that they need his help. Looking at him, Gloria asked that he was worried about his sister, to which Steven replied that he was. Frowning, the girl said that she would protect her. She promises. The hero looked down. The sunset appeared. It was heard that it was good. The girl grinned, hearing that he believed her, to which she replied that she would take care of it. Looking to the side, she added that she was faster than a helicopter. Gloria rushed forward, saying that she would go there first. The protagonist turned his head and heard that thank you, they would clear the dungeon and return to Tokyo as soon as possible. He turned around and responded approvingly. Joe grinned when he heard this. Looking straight ahead, he thought that as planned, Steven should let him see what he was capable of.